Chapter 801, Collapsing. The Power of Laws. The middle-aged man changed his expression, not expecting Su Ping to really be at the star state. Performing the power of laws wasn't necessarily an indicator of having reached the star state. Having been a teacher in the Hugh Academy for years, he had seen his fair share of geniuses who had perceived the power of laws while still being fate state warriors. Those geniuses weren't at the star state, but they were even more horrifying than those who were. At the front, the white-robed young man was shocked by such development. He had sensed the explosion of laws near him. The energy leakage alone was enough to give him a fright, making him want to flee. When star state experts fought, mortals would suffer. Since you're indeed at the star state, let's just drop the matter. The middle-aged man canceled his power and dispelled the attack. He had already seen that Su Ping was extraordinary and wasn't eager to continue. Nothing would be gained from all the fuss. Any star state expert would have been infuriated if they knew that they had tried to arrest one of them after killing a student who tried to rob him. After all, however honorable the students of the huge Academy were, they weren't star state experts in the end. You've come to my place to swagger around and now you want to get away. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Like I said, since you're here as a teacher, apologize to me on behalf of your student. The middle-aged man showed a gloomy face to Su Ping. Are you really going to make trouble out of this? Our student did make a mistake, but you've already killed her. She answered for her mistake with her life. Even so, you still want us to apologize. A bad student is a teacher's mistake. Shouldn't you apologize for not teaching your students well? Su Ping gradually abandoned his smile and said, if she would have robbed someone else who didn't have my cultivation, would she have been justified to keep it? Is it something that your academy does? All the customers in the queue nodded hard. Nobody would dare express their support aloud, since they held the Hugh Academy's name in awe, but they were undoubtedly on Su Ping's side. They would have been arrested if any of them would have counterattacked after being robbed, considering how unreasonable the Hugh Academy was. Wasn't it unfair? The middle-aged man looked at Su Ping in the eye and said, what if I don't apologize? Su Ping looked back at him and said calmly, that's also fine. Since you've already tested me, I'll also test you and see if you're truly from the Hugh Academy. I'll let you go if you can survive one of my attacks. The middle-aged man's eyes were contracted with fury. This man has been crossing the line further and further, without any respect for my academy. Okay, I'll gladly oblige to find out how strong you are. He took a deep breath and stared at Su Ping. Not only was he going to survive Su Ping's attack, he would also launch a brutal counterattack. He would teach the man the price of arrogance. Come on. Su Ping stepped out and took to the sky. He appeared 2,000 meters above Wafat City in the blink of an eye. All the city buildings were underneath him. Soon after, the middle-aged man also jumped and flashed to reach him. Countless people on the street were looking up, hopping to watch the Star State battle. Let's enter the tertiary space. I don't want my customers to be affected. While Su Ping talked, a stream of darkness surged from his back and corrupted the space before him, before it stretched out toward the middle-aged man. The latter narrowed his eyes but didn't resist. He had noticed that Su Ping was using the power of space in his previous attack. That was a remarkable power. He wasn't surprised by the delicate usage of space power since space was his opponent's forte. They were soon enshrouded in the secondary space. Then a dark web appeared in the secondary space again and carried them into the tertiary space. The tertiary space was a battlefield for Star State experts. Lethal, sharp torrents were surging everywhere. Little skeleton. A vortex appeared next to Su Ping. The little skeleton stepped out and covered Su Ping's body as pure bone energy. On his opposite side, the middle-aged man also became grave, not daring to underestimate Su Ping, whose power was rising. He summoned his own pet, which was a peak star state dragon that was unleashing a horrifying pressure. A thought triggered his fusion with the dragon. Have you noticed that I have peak star state power? The middle-aged man, who had transformed into half a dragon, gazed at Su Ping coldly with golden pupils. His eyes were as intimidating as those of an emperor. Even though he was merely at the beginning of the star state, merging with his pet allowed him to fight against peak star state beasts and even defeat them. Su Ping's eyes were still dark and profound. A bone stretched from his palm and he grabbed it. It was exactly the bone saber hanging from the little skeleton's waist. "Are you ready?" Su Ping turned to him. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted even more furiously. Golden light surfaced on his body and covered him, constructing multiple defense skills that had complicated energy circuits. One of them contained power of the law the dragon had mastered. He had prepared an offensive skill underneath all the defensive skills. When those defensive skills were used, the offensive skill would be triggered and used for counterattacks. He was determined to teach Su Ping a good lesson. Sword technique, hell of 4 dimensions. Su Ping was holding a saber, and yet he chose to perform a sword technique. His eyes were cold, and 4 laws gathered on his arm. Following his control, they were infused and compressed inside the bone saber. The gray bone saber released a magnificent and sacred aura because of the laws. They were 3 streams of faith power that Su Ping had acquired from the void debris. The power of faith was then spread out, making the space around the bone saber shake. It felt as if the tertiary space was falling apart. 4 laws. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes in shock after noticing the power of laws on Su Ping's bone saber. He had only seen the law of space before, but then he also noticed 2 laws of lightning and 1 law of darkness. This young man has mastered 4 laws. He's undoubtedly a star state expert. He must also be at the mid-phase of the star state. Apart from the 4 laws, the middle-aged man was also astonished to find the power of faith being exuded by the ordinary bone saber. He was a teacher of the Humeya Academy anyway. He was certain of his findings. This guy does have a Star Lord supporter. I admit defeat, the middle-aged quickly said. What? On the street outside Su Ping's shop. Everybody looked up at the sky. Both Su Ping and the star stage expert from the Humeya Academy had entered the inner space. Nobody had moved to watch the battle in the secondary space, knowing that they would probably go further and fight in the tertiary space. Even if they did fight in the secondary space, they might still get accidentally killed. Will the boss lose? Probably not. After all, I heard that the 3 representatives of the Ryan family were defeated by the boss. But this is a star state warrior from the Humeya Academy. I heard that their people often defeat opponents above their level. All the star state members are outstanding. Seriously, does this man really have a peak star state combat ability? Everybody whispered. Exactly at that moment, a thunder echoed in the void and a black vortex appeared from a crack. Following that phenomena, a man fell right from the sky. Bang! The man went and directly crashed into the street below, vomiting blood. Master Grange. Well, on the street. Both the white-robed young man and the woman were so shocked that their eyeballs had almost popped up, as the man who was falling turned out to be their senior. The woman quickly took action and invoked a wind current, attempting to stop his fall. However, the wind was shattered the next moment and he smashed into the ground, leaving a pit. Fortunately, the wind had lowered his speed, or he would have pierced into the ground a dozen meters more. There were loud gasps after seeing the man inside the pit. He was a Star State big shot from the Humeya Academy. He had been defeated and knocked out of the inner space while vomiting blood. That was truly shocking. Dead silence reigned on the street. Everybody was stunned. Exactly at this moment, Su Ping stepped out of the void right next to the pit's edge. The bones covering his body were retracted, and the little skeleton resumed its original shape next to him. All eyes were wide open after seeing the familiar little skeleton. It was the skeleton. Chapter 802, The Condensed Blood Dragon Crystal. The little skeleton had already become famous across the camp continent, thanks to his performance during the screening phase of the pet contest. Therefore, many people recognized it the moment they saw it. Their mouths were wide open. The media and the people out there had been wondering who the master of that skeleton was. None of them expected to find that it belonged to Boss Sue. Boss Sue is a Star State big shot. And yet, one of his battle pets is not at the Star State. However, considering the aptitude of that skeleton, it did make sense. It was just as valuable as a Star State pet, considering how it crushed all the Class A pets. It would excel in its level once it broke through to the Star State. This explains why it's so tough. I didn't know it belonged to Boss Sue. No wonder, no wonder. I was curious why my dragon escaped in the battle the moment it saw this skeleton, although it's usually very aggressive. They must have trained together. Trained together, your pet was surely traumatized. Everybody whispered to each other, and even forgot about the expert from the Hugh Mia Academy, who was still lying in the pit. Sir. The white-robed young man and the woman, however, didn't forget him. They hurriedly gave him a hand. Grange looked awful, blood dripping from his lips. He was still in half-dragon fusion at the moment, fully covered in scales. However, blood was still leaking from his chest and his arms. That was because he had exerted too much strength to block Su Ping's attack. It wasn't hard to imagine what a fierce attack he had endured. Seeing that Su Ping had canceled the fusion, Grange gritted his teeth and followed suit. He felt an even greater pain when the pet's power left his body, unable to suppress a grimace. He felt like his chest was burning, and even breathing was extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Grange, who had just stood up, Su Ping said casually, "You may leave." The previous attack was something he was testing. He could heavily wound someone at the peak of the Star State by combining the power of 4 laws and the power of faith on the bone saber. He didn't even go full out. After all, he could have merged with another pet, as he had only merged with the little skeleton with its innate skill. Both the white-robed young man and the woman looked at Su Ping in shock. They could hardly accept that he had wounded Grange like that. Even though their senior was only at the beginning phase of the Star State, he had a terrifying battle pet that could defeat most people in the mid-phase of the Star State. Alas, he had been quickly defeated by Su Ping nonetheless. Is this young man at the peak of the Star State? If so, our student really deserved to be killed. How should she not be killed after offending someone who was close to becoming a Star Lord? Grange gritted his teeth and glared at Su Ping with fiery eyes. However, he didn't say anything back in the end. There was nothing he could say about his failure. Furthermore, there was a 90% chance that a Star Lord was behind that young man. Don't let me find an opportunity to get back at you. He secretly gritted his teeth. It was better not to utter such a declaration in public, lest the enemy be warned. Maliciousness should be well hidden. As the old saying went, real secrets shouldn't even be confessed to the gods. Let's go. The white-robed young man looked at Su Ping and escaped into the secondary space, taking Grange away along with the woman. The customers outside of the shop modestly cheered in low voices after they left. Su Ping looked at the crowd in silence. He returned to the shop and asked Tang Ruyan to close the door. Su Ping reflected on the recent battle once he entered the store. He had learned the horrors of the power of faith from the earlier battle. He probably wouldn't have beat the guy with just the power of 4 laws he had grasped. According to Joanna, Star State experts who had grasped 3 laws were at the top of the beginning phase, and those who grasped 4 laws were in the middle phase. Those who grasped 7 laws were in the advanced phase of the Star State. Those who grasped 9 laws were at the peak. Those who fully comprehended 10 laws and combined them were at the very top of the Star State. They had a chance to make a breakthrough and become Star Lords, to then be able to construct their own worlds to absorb the power of faith. In addition, there was another case, the cultivators who worked on 1 law. Those who took that path focused on and devoted themselves to 1 law. Halfway through the complete understanding of the law, this would result in something as powerful as attaining 3 laws, and they were considered to be in the mid-phase of the Star State. Understanding most of the law would produce results as powerful as attaining 7 or 8 laws, and they were considered to be in the advanced phase of the star state. They would be able to establish their own worlds and become star lords when they ultimately grasped the law. Su Ping had looked into it using the Lord badge. About 20% of the current star state cultivators practiced multiple laws, while 80% of them practiced one law in the Federation. Although it was harder to focus on one law, the odds of becoming a Star Lord were higher that way. That was the conclusion of the top experts and common sense in all the Federation. While it was harder to dig into the deepest level of a law, as long as you kept digging and learned, you would certainly be able to establish a world of your own. Multiple laws were different. Firstly, one might get distracted when studying multiple fields. It isn't easy to grasp laws. There was a need to study hard and put in a tremendous effort. Furthermore, when someone did grasp 10 laws in the end, there was still the complication of comprehending and combining them. If they couldn't be combined, you would have to keep studying. Even the star state experts had a limited longevity. Each law might involve hundreds of years' worth of pondering. Also, even if the laws were combined, none would be certain about what path they had grasped or what unknown elements it contained. There weren't clear recipes, not even in the Federation. You would have to explore on your own. However, it was said that some of the major forces had their secret recipes, which were their core secrets. They were just like the secret recipes to make delicious food. Su Ping had mastered 4 laws. God of Lightning and the Law of Space were more powerful than Annihilation and Boom. However, he only had a combat ability in the mid-phase of the star state. If he merged with his pets, he would be able to unleash the power of almost 8 laws. After all, he could make use of the laws his pets had grasped, even if he already had them. If he merged with 2 pets, he was able to fight against peak star state warriors. The experts of such rank also had the option of merging with a pet, and their outburst would become as powerful as Su Ping's dual merging. Su Ping had defeated his opponent mainly because of the power of faith attached to the bone saber, which was greater and heavier than astral power. If astral power was missed, the power of faith would be steel. The 2 kinds of energies were on completely different levels. That was also the reason why Star Lords were able to kill Star State experts so easily. Unfortunately, even though I can resurrect infinitely, I can't get any power of faith in the cultivation sites. I'm much weaker than them. If I had some, I would have been even stronger, Su Ping thought. You found the power of faith. Joanna moved closer. She had already noticed the power of faith inside the little skeleton and was slightly surprised. She found that Su Ping was more and more enigmatic. Only by chance. I'm surprised to see you have a container for it. That bone seems rather unusual. I don't know anything about it. I picked it up next to an ancient beast. Speaking of which, do you have any items that can collect the power of faith? Or do I have to collect it in the world that I build? The items able to store the power of faith are extremely rare and precious. My original self has some Star Lord weapons, but you're not able to use them yet, said Joanna straight off, as if she had seen through Su Ping. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at her, knowing that she would never lie to him because of pettiness. So to speak, there's no other way. Joanna shook her head and said, there is, but it's too complicated for me to explain it to you. Maybe you'll find a solution in the future, but there's nothing I can do right now. She knew that there was a powerful and mysterious being behind Su Ping's back. She didn't have to offer any advice as things were. Su Ping didn't know what to say after hearing that. He had to give up. I'll just check the system shop for this week. Su Ping displayed the system shop, a process that had been disrupted by the 3 aggressors. There were still items available, just as usual. The special-grade beast-catching ring was among them. The second item was named Condensed Blood Dragon Crystal. Its price was 92 million energy points. Description: the dragon's and undead pets' favorite treasure. It contains an ultimate power which can perfect their bloodlines. It's even more expensive than the Thunder Ocean fruit. Su Ping was slightly surprised. He looked at the energy balance of his store. The recently flourishing business had already earned him 1.2 billion energy points over the past few days. It was already enough for him to upgrade the Chaos Spirit Pool, or the store itself once again. However, Su Ping wasn't in a rush to upgrade the store. For sure, more functions and permissions would be made available after the upgrade, but his training abilities and level were too low at the moment. Even if he was allowed to train Star State pets in the shop, he would be incapable of doing so. He would also become poor again if he upgraded the store. As for the Chaos Spirit Pool, it should be upgraded. A level 5 Chaos Spirit Pool had a small chance of breeding Star State pets. Every breeding session would cost 100 million energy points, which equaled 10 billion astral coins. A Star State pet was worth much more than 10 billion on the market. They could easily be sold for 1 trillion. More importantly, once the level of the Chaos Spirit Pool was improved, the lower limit of the pets it bred would also be improved. Battle pets bred by a level 5 Chaos Spirit Pool would have mid-level aptitudes at the very least. Considering the system's personality, the inferior Star State pets would probably be sold so cheaply that not even the breeding costs could be covered. However, if they at least had mid-level aptitudes, every Star State pet would produce an income of tens of millions of energy points. I'll buy the condensed blood dragon crystal first. Su Ping simply paid for the special grade beast catching ring and the condensed blood dragon crystal. Su Ping stored the beast catching ring for the moment. The condensed blood dragon crystal, which had already been delivered to his inventory, was a golden crystal with bloody veins on the surface. Su Ping considered for a moment and decided to strengthen his best pet for now. The little skeleton was still the choice for the best resources. Eat it. Su Ping threw the crystal to the little skeleton. Joanna was stunned to see the condensed blood dragon crystal that Su Ping had suddenly taken out. She could tell that the crystal was extraordinary. It contained the refined aura of ancient dragons. It was definitely a special treasure. And yet Su Ping had taken it out so casually, to later give it to the little skeleton. This guy is so rich, and yet he dares to take advantage of me all the time. Joanna instantly became angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Su Ping then looked at the third item, which was a drop of feather blood from an ancient phoenix. Its price was 210 million energy points. Su Ping was shocked by the price. Even 100 million energy points was already an unaffordable price for him in the past, and yet this item went for 210 million. Chapter 803. Refinement of Divine Body. Retribution Phoenix Feather Blood. Contains blood of the Retribution Phoenixes, ancient Ascendant State creatures. Fiery class birds may be benefited if they have it. Their blood power will be strengthened, and they may inherit the secret skills of the Retribution Phoenixes. The blood will also remove the impurities inside their bodies and make them as strong as Retribution Phoenixes. Su Ping read the description. It contains blood of Ascendant State Retribution Phoenixes. The Ascendant State creatures were as strong as Joanna's original self, or the Ascendant State experts in the Federation. They were still too far away from Su Ping at this moment. Their techniques were as marvelous as those of the Creator himself. They could make use of powers on a deeper level. Su Ping had heard about the techniques exclusive to those in the Ascendant State. Owning laws was just one of the most fundamental abilities. It had to be noted that they owned the laws, they weren't just harnessing them. In addition, Ascendant State experts were almost immortal. As long as they took one more step forward, they would become true immortals and live forever, like the 4 superior gods in the demigod burial. Joanna's original self hadn't reached that level yet, which was why she had to reincarnate and lengthen her longevity with some secret techniques. I had never heard about Retribution Phoenixes, but phoenixes in general have always been supreme birds. Those Retribution Phoenixes must be a branch of the early phoenixes, Su Ping thought. He gazed at the feather for a long time. He eventually gritted his teeth and bought it. Even though it was very expensive, It contained blood of the ascendant state phoenixes anyway. Su Ping knew the system very well. The item had to have extraordinary effects deserving of such a price. Very soon, the 3 items in the shop were bought. Su Ping found the feather in the system space. The intense aura of the phoenixes was spread in the shop when he took it out, and infinite light radiated from the feather, illuminating and reddening Su Ping's cheeks. Su Ping felt as if the air he was breathing had also become hot. Every barb on the feather contained divine power, making it look brilliant. Su Ping had the feeling that, if it was dropped outside of the shop, the feather would have been destructive enough to cut through the void and make an opening to the 4th space. If it was crafted into a weapon, it could even chop the stars apart. The aura of the ascendant state, Su Ping's eyes flashed. He had seen people in the ascendant state before, but he was even more awed by them as he cultivated and broke through to higher levels. He was like an ant in the past. Even though he had seen those great beings, he was unable to detect how horrifying they were. Sometimes, the more knowledgeable would become the most timid. This is. Joanna looked at the feather that was floating in front of Su Ping with shock in her eyes. She was already jealous enough after seeing the treasure containing a ghastly dragon aura. The man still had an ascendant state phoenix feather to top it off. She had keenly recognized how extraordinary the feather was. It was a feather of an ascendant state phoenix. How could such a phoenix have dropped a feather that easily? Generally speaking, they would only abandon the inferior feathers to be replaced with better ones. However, Su Ping's feather contained a magnificent aura. It wasn't a simple feather. It was possibly a carefully refined crown feather from a phoenix's head. That phoenix was as strong as her original self. The feather of a retribution phoenix, Su Ping simply replied. He was also intimidated by the brilliant feather but recovered his cool demeanor soon enough. He seized the feather, returned to the lab and shut the door. Then, fierce golden flames erupted from his body. Those were golden crow flames. Su Ping was already half a golden crow after reaching the 2nd level of the solar bulwark. His body was as hard as those at the peak of the fate state. It was then that Su Ping stabbed the feather in his chest. The tip of the feather touched the edge of his heart, causing an excruciating pain. The feather had cut through Su Ping's chest like a sharp blade, connecting with Su Ping's heart. While enduring the pain, Su Ping's heart made a quick constriction and absorbed all the blood in his body, before it attracted the phoenix blood in the feather and pulled it to enter his body. Soon after, Su Ping felt that a scorching energy was flowing out of the phoenix feather and entering his heart like fire. Then, the scorching feeling was spread out to all his limbs along with his blood. Su Ping felt as if he were being burnt. The pain was insufferable. However, he was already used to extreme pain. He gritted his teeth and stared ahead. He focused his attention on something else to reduce the pain his body felt. Su Ping's golden crow flames were no longer purely gold, but had a hint of redness. They seemed to be even more powerful. Su Ping felt that his entire body was being completely burned. Once the heat reached the maximum level, deep inside his brain and his soul, the loudest phoenix shriek resounded. The shriek, like a dagger of light that was cutting darkness apart, woke him up from the agony. Then, he sensed that some ancient information was being poured into his head. Retribution fire, one that could burn anything. Emerging on Su Ping's back, the flames turned into a pair of gigantic phoenix wings that had mobility. The temperature in the lab had reached a whopping 8,000 degrees, even higher than that on the surface of the sun. A mass of dark, dirty flames flew out and struck the wall, disappearing into nothingness. Although nothing was destroyed, Su Ping was able to feel the fire's horrifying power. It contained the power of multiple laws. However, the laws were quite vague, seeming to be like molten pieces rather than complete laws. Still, they were unimaginably powerful after they were perfectly combined. Is this the retribution fire, the secret technique that the retribution phoenixes passed to their descendants? Su Ping mumbled with golden flames fluttering in his eyes. That secret technique was as powerful as the sword technique he had developed on his own. It might be even more powerful. It was because Su Ping hadn't fully combined the power of 4 laws in the sword technique yet, but the recent combination was immaculate. With a thought, Su Ping made all the flames enter his body again. The feeling of being burned was already gone. He couldn't have felt more exhilarated at that moment. It almost felt like he had just taken off his clothes, and his skin was breathing heavily. Su Ping lowered his head, only to find that his skin was smooth and flawless, better than most girls'. However, there were sturdy muscles under the seemingly delicate skin. Su Ping was able to see the golden brilliance within through his own pores, which was the astral power and divine power in his body. Su Ping felt that the astral power was flowing faster. This meant that his attack would be twice as fast. My body seems to have been refined. Have the impurities in my body been burned to ashes? Su Ping touched his arm and felt that it was stronger and sturdier than before. My solar bulwark has changed a little bit too. The power of the Retribution Phoenix seems to have been swallowed by the solar bulwark. After all, the Golden Crows were much stronger than the Retribution Phoenixes. My Golden Crow seems stronger than normal Golden Crows. It's been polished, Su Ping thought. He felt as if his physical strength were already as good as that of the star state. The power of laws was coursing underneath his skin. They were the melting laws in the Retribution Phoenix's feather, which were scattered in his body like nutrition. He had been unable to gather the laws because they had already been digested and had become waste. However, the waste inside his body could still resist attacks. The system didn't rip me off. Su Ping took a breath of relief. The item was expensive, but its price was worth it. He wasn't a greedy man. Money was earned to be spent. Strengthening oneself was what mattered. He could always earn more energy after it was used up. Once I reach the Fate state, I'll be able to upgrade my store and train Star State pets, Su Ping thought. He had just reached the Void state by breaking the bottleneck and building a bridge with the cutting law of the space class. Normal Fate state people had to gain a deeper understanding of space, to then strengthen and heighten the bridge. When the bridge was high enough for them to touch the wall of the world inside their bodies, they would have the possibility to reach the peak of the Fate state. Once they broke the wall and mastered laws, they would then reach the star state. As for Su Ping, his understanding of space was much higher than theirs. As long as he were willing to, he could break through to the Fate state or even the star state at that moment. After all, it would be easy for him to break the wall in his body, using the power of multiple laws he knew. But Su Ping wasn't hasty. He had benefited a lot from a longer accumulation in the ocean state and the void state. Although he was only in the void state, his bridge was even harder and indestructible than those in the Fate state, which allowed him to carry more astral power and give a stronger outburst. If other people's bridges were able to carry 10 tons of astral power, Su Ping was able to carry 1,000. Su Ping hoped to build a high enough bridge to reach the wall, while ensuring they had the same quality. He didn't want to speed up the project, which would have wasted the foundation he had built so carefully. I should accumulate more energy now. The student from the huge Mia Academy had a lot of astral crystals in her storage. The young master of the Ryan family was also rich. They should be able to give me enough energy, Su Ping thought. It would be even better if he could master 1 or 2 more laws while accumulating energy. His bridge would be harder that way. However, Su Ping knew it wasn't going to be easy. After all, it was never easy to grasp the power of laws. To build a bridge with the law of space was already quite unusual in that world. Chapter 804, Leader of the Alliance of Stars. Su Ping left the laboratory and returned to the lobby. The little skeleton was standing there. Its white bones were covered in bloody stripes, which made it look evil and demonic. In addition, although the little skeleton wasn't leaking much aura and was quite self-contained, it carried an intimidating aura, looking like a king peering down at its subjects. Su Ping was slightly surprised. Was this caused by the condensed blood dragon crystal? He used the pet identification skill on the little skeleton and found that its combat ability had increased by more than 50 points. It had essentially grasped a new law. It also had a new bloodline ability. Dragon Demon Bone Shield. Transform dragon bones into a shield with the power of the bone demon. Can be used in the merged state. It turned out to be a defensive bloodline ability. It can also be used when it's attached to me. If that's the case, I can have the little skeleton take over my defense when I battle, Su Ping thought. Although he preferred offensive abilities, defense was necessary under certain circumstances. Su Ping looked at the little skeleton and noticed the changes in its bones, which seemed to contain a dragon aura. There were also scales on some of the bones. The scales were even more obvious at the finger bones. Su Ping petted the little skeleton and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" The little skeleton gazed at Su Ping in silence for half a minute before it slightly opened its mouth. "Good. You can talk now." Su Ping was surprised to see his bony pet talk in the local tongue. The little skeleton had a great power of understanding. After all, it had been in the nursing pen all the time. Even though it was just a lowly skeleton at the beginning, it had grown to become an ultimate pet. However, it never seemed too good at talking. "Great, I'll ask the dog and the dragon to teach you how to talk." "Okay." Su Ping smiled, choosing not to stay any longer. He left for the void debris with his pets as well as some of the customers. He went to that place again because he wanted to gain more experience before he reached the fate state. If he was able to perceive one more law of space, his bridge would become more solid and his combat ability would be doubled. In the void debris of void, Su Ping looked for beasts to test his combat ability. Having just absorbed the Retribution Phoenix's feather, Su Ping knew that he was stronger, but he didn't know exactly how strong he was when he merged with the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound. Inside the fourth space, Su Ping rushed unstoppably as if he were roaming on a continent. Occasionally, when he ran into the chaotic power of laws in the void, Su Ping captured it in time. That was a benefit related to the laws of space. He wouldn't have been as sensitive if he would have grasped another law. He searched and fought on the way. When he encountered cracks, he simply broke in and fought in the deeper fifth space. While he was there, even Su Ping had to tread carefully in spite of his understanding of space. He may get injured or even killed if he was careless. Also, the most dangerous thing here was the vague whispers of ancient creatures. Those words were left by ancient, ascendant state creatures, or even stronger in other times and spaces. Their bodies were immortal, and their words contained extraordinary power that couldn't be worn out by time. The words were saved in that deep space. Such words contained the mental power of those ancient creatures, which could be alluring. They could easily drive people crazy. Fortunately, Su Ping had great willpower. He simply broke free whenever he ran into formidable enemies. After going through all the practices, Su Ping ended up with a better understanding of his combat ability. The next day, Su Ping returned to his shop. It was business as usual in the morning. However, the city preliminaries would be held on that day, and his pets would have to participate. Su Ping didn't close the shop. He simply asked Joanna and Tang Ruyan to take care of things. Even if Tang Ruyan was unable to deal with the customers, she could still work as a supporter while Joanna supervised the shop. Su Ping arrived at the field of the preliminaries and reported the little skeleton's name. All the referees then jumped from their chairs in awe and greeted Su Ping respectfully. The news of the previous day had been spread out, and the mayor had already issued instructions for them. None dared to be disrespectful. This little skeleton's master is the Star State boss who defeated a Star State expert from the Humia Academy, making him vomit blood. How could we dare offend him? Not just them. Even O'Neill, the most powerful man on Rhea, had to treat Su Ping courteously. Su Ping was at a loss for words since he had been seen through quite easily. He finally remembered that the little skeleton had been exposed the previous day. Fine, I'll simply reveal myself and resume my original appearance. The rule is that every pet will fight random opponents, right? Hearing the exclamations around them, Su Ping gave a bitter smile and asked, "When will my match begin?" "Right now," said one of the referees obstreperously. "The game will start whenever you want it to start." Su Ping's lips twitched when he saw the guy's attitude. He confirmed yet again that those who were strong enough could change the rules. Su Ping didn't intend to break the rules. He waited patiently. The match began soon after. The little skeleton and the dark dragon hound were summoned. From Su Ping's perspective, the city preliminaries were just sort of a formality. However, what happened later gave Su Ping a better understanding of formality. The opponents to contend against the little skeleton and the dark dragon hound simply forfeited the games. As a result, they left the arena after wandering for a moment. Later on, the dark dragon hound and the little skeleton ran into each other and would have to fight. Su Ping simply had the dark dragon hound give up. It was unnecessary for them to fight, as they had fought enough in the cultivation sites, and the dark dragon hound was definitely unable to beat the little skeleton. A fight would be a waste of time and energy for them. Besides, even if they were to fight, the audience would not have the chance to see their performance, because their battle would have definitely extended to the tertiary space. Very few battle pets had passed the screening phase to begin with, and many contestants decided to forfeit. So, the preliminaries would probably be completed within one day, when they usually took a week. Su Ping yawned while he waited. It was quite boring for him to watch other pets fight. To be more specific, the battles of those pets were quite juvenile as they were. Su Ping even saw a few pets he had trained, but he wasn't very satisfied with their performance. He felt he should conduct a pertinent and more thorough training if he ever met those pets again. Those pets had already been trained by me anyway. How could they be so lame? However, while Su Ping was dissatisfied, the audience was exclaiming and cheering. They were regretful that they didn't get to see Su Ping's pets fight, but the fierce battles of some of the other pets were quite spectacular. Bored out of his skull, Su Ping went to see a referee and said, "I won't come tomorrow if nobody challenges my pets. You can simply report my name. How does it sound?" The referee was a Fate State old man. He was stunned to hear that. If anyone else would have said that, he would have slapped them in the face. Just who do you think you are? However, Su Ping was the one who said it. "Yes, of course." He crossed his hands and said humbly and respectfully, "You don't have to come to such trivial games, senior. I don't think anyone would dare to challenge your pets." "Okay." Su Ping nodded, and then returned with the little skeleton and his other pets. Su Ping returned to the shop, then saw Tang Ruyan and Joanna who were still greeting customers. Tang Ruyan looked at him in surprise after noticing that Su Ping had returned a bit too quickly. "It's over already." "No, I returned in advance." "Is it too boring? Haha." Tang Ruyan was able to piece the situation together based on Su Ping's expressions. She couldn't help but laugh. Su Ping rolled his eyes and was about to replace her, when he suddenly received a message via the Lord badge. He quickly viewed the message. "Esteemed Lord of the Blue Planet, you have a notification from your Battle Alliance." Battle Alliance? Is it the alliance of stars that was made of battle pets? Open it. Soon after, the image of a hazy person appeared in Su Ping's mind. The person seemed to be slim and roughly 1.6 meters tall. A soft voice that pretended to be cold and condescending gave out an order. "All members of this alliance, listen to my command. Gather on the Red Fire Planet in Zeraprun at 9 in the evening on the 18th. This alliance is determined to claim the divine residence. All members have to be present. Those who defy my orders shall be expelled. You may ask for leave in advance if you have special circumstances." Su Ping was rather surprised. The divine residence. Is it the one that O'Neill mentioned earlier? The Alliance of Stars is going to participate as a group in that excursion. Chapter 805, Ultra S Mysterious Realm. Is the news already out? O'Neill must have acquired the information from other sources. He told me as a favor before it spread out. Su Ping's eyes glittered, and he chose to enter the group chat of the Alliance of Stars. His consciousness instantly sank into the stars. The mists around him looked like clouds and were rather impressive. Hardly had Su Ping appeared on his spot when he heard heated discussions. He saw that almost all the seats around the table had been taken. The chairs of the leader and the deputy had been occupied too, at the front of the table. To Su Ping's surprise, while the person on the leader's chair was covered in a mist, her body figure could vaguely be seen. She seemed to be a short girl who was issuing an order. The deputy next to her turned out to be a tall and muscular male. Did the leader just personally give an order? Is she a Star Lord? I've heard about this divine residence. The secret investigation report refers to it as an ultra-S mysterious realm with legacies of ancient deities. I heard that even the Ascendant State experts are going there. Is it true? Are we really joining the competition? If any Ascendant goes there, will we really get a share? You're a fool. Everybody gets a share in ownerless mysterious realms, not only those who arrive there first. Since our leader is commanding us to go there, she must have already made deals with other people so we can have a share of the loot. An ultra-S mysterious realm. I can't even imagine what's in there. It's a treasure trove that even Ascendant State experts would fight over. What are you scared of? Our leader is invincible. Even the Ascendant State experts have to show her some respect. Su Ping sat on his chair while covered in mist. He slightly raised his eyebrows when he heard the discussions. An ultra-S mysterious realm. He quickly searched with his Lord badge and soon found related information. Generally speaking, only places with legacies left by Ascendants can be rated as ultra-S mysterious realms. Therefore, the master of that divine residence was at least an Ascendant expert, based on the current investigation. Those guys seem to have their own sources of information. It seems that I don't have as many sources. No, I don't have any sources whatsoever, Su Ping thought and shook his head. Intelligence networks and information sources had to be built with hard work. He only had the time and energy for his shop. Maybe he needed to find trustworthy people to establish intelligence sources of his own. For example, the old customers and acquaintances from the blue planet. At this moment, a cute yet cold voice was heard. Everybody be quiet. All the discussions died down, and everybody raised their heads to look at the hazy, petite person in the front. Gather on time tomorrow. I will share detailed intelligence in regards to that divine residence after we arrive, said the petite leader indifferently. I don't want anything to be leaked. Please keep it a secret. A few men opened their mouths and chimed in respectfully. It's truly wise of you, leader. You're absolutely right, leader. Leader, you've taken everything into consideration. Su Ping grimaced while still in his seat. Their flattery was even more blatant and unbelievable than the little skeleton. I'm fully aware of your concerns, continued the leader calmly in her cute voice. However, the Alliance of Stars will take our share of the loot. There's no doubt about that. Yes, ma'am, everybody said, although they had different expressions. Su Ping was also curious about the leader's confident declaration, but he wasn't a Star Lord yet, so he didn't know their power. He also didn't know if any Ascendant State experts were heading to the divine residence. Maybe it was just a rumor. Let's call it a day. Be prepared before you come back, said the leader. Everybody accepted the order and left. Su Ping also left the virtual world when he saw their actions. Everybody left the group chat except the leader and her deputy. Miss, are you really going to participate in the adventure? It's an unknown place anyway. Isn't it too dangerous? Said the deputy, who addressed her in a surprising way. He sounded quite old, too. The mist around the petite person on the leader's chair was dispersed, revealing a cute and pretty face that evinced pride. She said, Uncle Anba, I've been through all kinds of danger as I've cultivated. This is nothing. Isn't there an old saying that says, nothing ventured, nothing gained? Miss, I don't think that saying applies to this situation. Besides, you have indeed been through many kinds of danger, but always under his lordship's control. They may be dangerous to you, but they're actually controllable. It's different this time. It is an ultra-S mysterious realm, and we haven't gathered enough intelligence. This could even be a divine mysterious realm. The deputy tried to persuade her with a bitter smile. You're overthinking. We'll be kicked out if it does turn out to be a divine mysterious realm. Those ascendants would go nuts over it. But, hey, Uncle Amba, I know what I'm doing. Besides, even if I'm caught in danger, I can always escape. My father gave me a lot of treasures. Su Ping's consciousness retreated and went back to the shop. He thought for a moment and decided to go there to take a look. He could leave all business matters to Tang Ruyan and Joanna, and have the dummy trainers do the normal training. As for the professional training, he could do it after he returned. After all, pet training usually took months, if not years. His training was already much faster than the average. He would have plenty of time as long as he told the customers in advance. Su Ping received a call right then. He picked up his phone and found it was a strange number. He hung up. Beep. Soon after, the same number called again. Raising his eyebrows, Su Ping decided to accept the call. Hello, is this Senior Su? The face which surfaced on his phone belonged to none other than O'Neill. It's you, Su Ping said. What's up? You've just learned about the divine residents in the Alliance, right? We're supposed to gather on the Red Fire planet tomorrow. Should we go there together? Said O'Neill with a friendly smile. He didn't look like a man whose grandson had been killed by Su Ping at all. Su Ping had mixed feelings because of it. Is it true that killing a mere grandson is nothing? That'd be great. It just so happens that I don't know how to get there. Su Ping gladly accepted the request. Okay, Senior Su, please take care of me in the mysterious realm, said O'Neill with an awkward smile. Su Ping nodded. You too, let's take care of each other. Yes, of course. Su Ping replaced Tang Ruyan and received the customers after hanging up the phone. An hour passed, all the openings had been occupied. Su Ping closed the shop but didn't take any rest. He simply went to the cultivation sites with his pets. Su Ping fought his way forward in the void debris. He was becoming increasingly familiar with the law of cutting. He also gained some understanding of other laws of space. His strength was increasing as a result. The next day. In the morning, soon after Su Ping returned to his store, O'Neill went to the store to pick him up. Aren't we supposed to gather at night? We'll arrive at night on the Red Fire planet if we leave right now, said O'Neill with an awkward smile, while he was inwardly surprised that Su Ping didn't know that. Is he a stranger to Zarapron? He looked at Su Ping's face and found that he didn't look like one of Zarapron's natives. Well, Su Ping finally remembered the time difference. He felt lucky he was going with O'Neill, or he wouldn't have set off until the afternoon. Wait a moment. Su Ping turned around and asked Tang Ruyan and Joanna to mind the shop. After leaving some instructions, Su Ping placed his pets into the summoning space and finally left with O'Neill. Senior Su, this way. There was a splendid spaceship with the Ryan family emblem, 20,000 meters above Wafat City, in the midst of clouds. Su Ping entered the spaceship after O'Neill's beckoning. The spaceship was quite luxurious, with a massive living room. Su Ping sat down on a couch next to O'Neill. He asked curiously, "How long will the trip take?" O'Neill said with a smile, "Considering the time on Rhea, it will be an hour." "That's not too long." Su Ping nodded. The spaceship had already been activated. He didn't feel anything except for some shaking at the moment of activation. It was so steady it felt as if it were on the ground. However, the scenery outside the spaceship was changing quickly. The clouds were soon gone, and the stars could be seen. "Senior Su, would you like some tequila? It's one of the finest." "No, thank you." "What would you like to drink then? I have everything here." "Maybe some northwestern wind." "Nothing, it's just a meme." "A meme?" "Well, it's just something fun that you say." O'Neill was silent for a moment. Feeling that the atmosphere was getting awkward, he coughed and said, "Senior Su, can I ask you to train my pets?" "Yes." "Which kind of pets are you best at training?" O'Neill grew interested when Su Ping accepted his request. He had never dared to ask earlier because he was afraid that Su Ping would decline him. After all, a Grandmaster trainer would never rush into action that easily. As for the pets in Su Ping's shop, he was obviously training them just for fun. However, the request of a Star State expert would mean something else. Every kind, basically, said Su Ping. He wasn't picky about pet categories. The system had all sorts of cultivation sites. Besides, he didn't have to train pets in their corresponding environments. A fire-class pet could still grasp a water skill if it were thrown into a world of water, as long as it was tortured enough. Every pet could be trained through torturing. If that wasn't possible, just torture it twice. Well, O'Neill felt that he had gone a bit overboard. Judging from his indifferent attitude, Su Ping was obviously unwilling to train pets for him. Is he still upset because of the previous offense? O'Neill was slightly angry. His own grandson had died, but he decided to let the matter rest and apologize. The guy seemed like an accessible fellow, although too petty in practice. My grandson died, but I'll let it pass. Though dissatisfied, O'Neill gave a courteous reply. Senior Su, you're truly awesome. Only a grandmaster can train any kind of pet. He couldn't have mastered an entire planet without being sophisticated. Category is just a secondary factor. Training pets is just like fighting. You can train any pet as long as you're brutal enough, said Su Ping. That was an already sincere reply. Su Ping considered the incident with the Ryans as water under the bridge. Since the head of the family wasn't bothered by his grandson's death anymore, he wouldn't hold a grudge because of their offense, either. You're right, Senior Su, O'Neill nodded and said. He was somehow puzzled by Su Ping's perplexing attitude. Well, an hour passed quickly. The atmosphere in the spaceship cooled down after the conversation. Su Ping finally had the time to appreciate the views outside the window. He saw a lot of planets flying by. They had different sizes and all looked remarkable. Su Ping had never thought that he would be able to see the universe that clearly. The spaceship approached a red planet soon after. It looked as red as the sun, but without emitting any heat. The redness was only the color of plants that had the largest coverage on the planet. The spaceship passed the checkpoint in space and entered the atmosphere. The vessel then stopped in a cluster of clouds. O'Neill left the spaceship and asked his men to watch over it. After that, he led Su Ping to a certain place. The Holy Light Palace was the headquarters of the most powerful organization on the Red Fire planet. The leader of that utterly powerful organization was respectfully standing outside of the Holy Light Palace to welcome esteemed guests. The new members of the organization were astonished. The master of the Holy Light Palace, who was as admirable as a star, was standing outside of the palace like a receptionist. Who are those people? Why is the palace master bowing to them? Oh my God, are they Star State experts? Of course they are. Why else would our palace master be so awed? Outside the palace, Su Ping and O'Neill arrived together. The master of the Holy Light Palace was at the peak of the Fate State, quite close to breaking through to the Star State. Seeing Su Ping and O'Neill, who openly released his Star State aura, he quickly bowed and greeted them. Senior Su, after you, O'Neill gestured at Su Ping. Having no time for such formalities, Su Ping simply walked in the lead. The master of the Holy Light Palace was instantly appalled. The Star State fellow addressed this young man as senior. Is he a Star Lord? Su Ping and O'Neill then entered the court of the Holy Light Palace. The place was spacious and beautiful, perfect for business and entertainment. The Star State men who had arrived earlier were in the company of gorgeous girls, whereas the women had a mixture of waiters and waitresses serving them. All of them had attractive looks. Su Ping was deeply impressed by the delicious food and the extravagant details. If Star State experts set their minds to enjoy themselves, they could truly get anything they wanted. Brother Zeus. Brother Zeus, you're here, have a seat. Who's he? This is Brother Heaven Destroyer, O'Neill introduced him with a smile. As they made their way over, he had asked for Su Ping's nickname in the group. Both Su Ping and O'Neill had changed their appearances. Some were too lazy to hide their true faces, but others chose not expose themselves. Some had even transformed their gender, which wasn't a complex thing to do for experts of that caliber. It even was an enjoyable experience for certain people. Su Ping coughed and chatted with the members of the Alliance of Stars, along with O'Neill. They had officially met in reality. Many of the members were quite friendly towards Su Ping. After all, the purpose of joining the Alliance was to expand their social circle, not to offend others. Chapter 806, Divine Lady of the Nine Heavens. O'Neill was already an old member of the Alliance of Stars. Being the master of Rhea, he was quite social and talkative in the group chat. He warmly greeted his group friends, since he had run into them. Many saw how close Su Ping was to O'Neill. They had detected that Su Ping was only a void state warrior, but ended up mistaking him for being in the beginning phase of the star state as O'Neill was. All of them thought highly of Su Ping for his ability to conceal his strength. Those who had noticed Su Ping weren't just O'Neill's friends, but also the experts in the middle and advanced phase of the star state. They were slightly surprised to see that Su Ping was only a void state expert, not because his level was too low, but because they couldn't see him through. His disguising method was rather powerful. Many old men in the middle and advanced phase of the star state looked at Su Ping solemnly. They even thought more highly of O'Neill, who came along with Su Ping. Those in the middle phase of the star state thought that Su Ping might be on par with them. Those in the advanced phase of the star state, however, thought that Su Ping also had a similar rank as theirs. After all, they couldn't see through Su Ping nor make any judgment recklessly. It was also quite rude to simply ask someone about their cultivation level, and no one would bother answering either. It was like asking people about their wages at a party. It was like a slap in the face. Nobody would answer that honestly. After some small talk exchanges, Su Ping had found that the star state members of the Alliance of Stars had different factions. Those who were familiar with O'Neill were mostly in the beginning phase of the star state. As for those in the middle phase, they were all chit-chatting with each other. 2 of the only 4 advanced star state warriors were talking. The other 2 were sitting alone, while those in the middle and beginning phases greeted them. Hierarchy was truly everywhere. It did make sense, though. It was completely unnecessary for those in the mid-star state to make friends with the weaker warriors, unless they had rare resources. When Su Ping was following O'Neill and meeting his friends, a middle-aged man suddenly came and said with a smile, "Brother Zeus, he must be the new member. I'm told that his name is Heaven-Destroying Celestial. That's an awesome name. The leader will definitely love it when she hears it." O'Neill and the 2 men next to him, named Demon Lord and Deity of 6 Realms respectively, were shocked to see the middle-aged man. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior Mighty Miracle God." The guy was a mid-star state expert and had been in the Alliance of Stars longer than they did. Su Ping nodded and greeted him. "Brother Zeus, do you have any more transcendence fruits? Can you give me some? I can exchange secret treasures for them or take you to the zone of meteorites for training. How does it sound?" The senior nicknamed Mighty Miracle God glanced at Su Ping, not saying anything else. "I might not be able to see you through, but so what? You can't be an advanced star state warrior, or you wouldn't be hanging around with Zeus. So you're probably in the beginning or the middle phase." He wasn't too passionate about making friends with someone of his own level. Most of the experts who had reached the star state were the proud sort. They hardly praised others unless they were truly impressed. Transcendence fruits. Su Ping narrowed his eyes after hearing that. O'Neill awkwardly coughed and said, "Senior, the transcendence fruits are very rare. I don't have any stock at the moment." The Mighty Miracle God raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Get some for me. I'll give you returns that you won't regret." "I'll definitely try my best," said O'Neill quickly and sincerely. He actually had a few fruits available. However, as he said, they were extremely rare. Why would he give them away so easily? As for the exchange of items, The man didn't have what he needed. If he exposed that he did have some fruits, the man would probably offer to exchange for something of less value and would get angry if he turned him down. "Please do," said the mighty miracle god thoughtfully. O'Neill quickly nodded. Su Ping stood nearby while keeping silent. He would have believed O'Neill if he weren't from Rhea. After the mighty miracle god left, O'Neill turned around and looked at Su Ping. They looked at each other and nodded. Then O'Neill led Su Ping to meet his other friends, who were in the beginning phase of the star state. He didn't tell anyone that Su Ping was a Grandmaster trainer, and was quite relieved after seeing that Su Ping didn't introduce himself as such. The fewer people knew of Su Ping's identity, the more advantages he would have. Otherwise, everybody would be sucking up to him, even advanced star state warriors. It would be harder for him to bond with Su Ping under such circumstances. While everybody was talking, someone counted and found that almost everybody was present. Only the leader and the deputy had yet to arrive. Several minutes later, two people appeared in the Holy Light Palace. They were exactly the leader and the deputy, openly releasing an unworldly aura as if they were moving in deeper space. They seemed visible but intangible. Seeing the leader and the deputy who came last, Su Ping put on a smile. "Are big shots always the last to show up?" The leader had fully revealed herself. She looked exquisite and no older than 20, with round cheeks that made her rather cute. However, her face was quite cold, making her seem like a deity that never walked on earth. Next to her was a brawny middle-aged man who had a broad chest. There was the wisdom of age in his eyes. He looked like a determined man. "Are they all present?" "Yes, they are." Standing on the stairs, the girl looked around and said proudly, "Since you're all here, let's get down to business. The divine residence is about to be opened. According to my intelligence, 3 ascendant state experts have shown up and carved up a path to enter the divine residence." Ascendant state experts. 3 well. So the rumor is true. The divine residence is truly an ultra-S mysterious realm that has attracted ascendant state experts. Tusk. Doesn't it mean we came here for nothing? Everybody whispered to each other inside the palace after hearing what the girl said. All the ascendant experts were all celebrities in the Federation. They were on the same level as the presidents of the 5 best academies. It was much harder for them to meet such figures, who were thousands of times more revered than emperors. No need to worry. That divine residence is extremely vast. The 3 ascendant states will only go after the ultimate treasures in the deepest level. The girl gracefully sat down on a chair and naturally crossed her legs. The middle and peripheral areas are too insignificant for the ascendant state experts. We can compete for treasures there. The girl said in a low voice, "We must thank the 3 ascendant state seniors for cracking the barriers of the divine residence. We can't enter the place as easily without them. We must express our gratitude to them if we meet them." Of course, the ascendant state experts are invincible in the entire universe. We all dream to reach such a realm. Leader, you found so much information. You're truly awesome. Leader, you're a genius on the verge of a breakthrough to the ascendant state. You will definitely reach higher levels in the future. Everybody in the palace accepted the order. Even the mid-star state experts, who were too proud to talk to the likes of Su Ping and O'Neill, were obsequious to her. O'Neill and the others also praised her in unimaginable ways. Su Ping wore a weird expression. He somehow felt he had mistakenly attended a motivational course. "Keep a low profile. You must not expose my identity so easily," said the girl, frowning. But there was a smile in her eyes. She obviously liked the treatment. Su Ping was rendered speechless after seeing the obvious delight on her face. Just as he expected, the weird behavior in the group was caused by the leader herself. Star State fellows like O'Neill were sophisticated and cunning. That was why they blindly adulated her. Next to the girl, the brawny deputy stood quiet and indifferent. "Once we get to the divine residence, listen to my orders and don't act recklessly. You will hand over all of your loot and I'll take care of the distribution. Those who make contributions will be generously rewarded. Mark my words, the girl said casually. Everybody shouted their support. Right then the deputy suddenly said in a low voice, "Leader, I think they're already starting." The girl was about to say something else, but stopped upon hearing that. She frowned and nodded sternly. The solemn expression on her young face made her look rather cute. The girl rose and made a decision. "Okay, let's go there first. We'll talk after we get there." Everybody wore a different expression. Are we going to the divine residence? The Ascendant State bigshots had opened the divine residence and were searching for the ultimate treasures deep inside. The items they didn't fancy were already precious enough for the others. Su Ping looked at the girl and asked O'Neill in a low voice, "Brother Zeus, what's the name of our leader? How should we address her?" O'Neill said with admiration, "The leader's name might sound intimidating. She is the Divine Lady of the Nine Heavens. Her full name is Divine Lady who was born in 9 heavens and 9 earths, Master of Justice and the Cycle of Life." Su Ping, I'm so scared. Keep your voice down. It's disrespectful to talk about the leader's full name, said the nearby deity of 6 realms with a determined tone. He was a fat middle-aged man. He didn't keep his voice down at all. Not only the Star State warriors, even those at the Ocean State could have easily heard him. After all, the palace wasn't too large. All their voices could be heard with ease, as long as they didn't deliberately keep it down. Su Ping instantly noticed that the girl on the main seat glanced at them. She obviously looked satisfied to see the loyalty and respect reflected on the deity of 6 realms' face, even though her face was still cold. Su Ping, let's go. The girl didn't seem to be interested in punishing them. While pretending that she hadn't heard a thing, she waved her hand, and a void vortex appeared beside her. That vortex led to the 4th space. She had easily broken through multiple spatial layers. Is that the power of a Star Lord? The people down the stairs were shocked. Even those in the advanced phase of the Star State were also shaken by this. The girl seemed to be satisfied when she noticed their reaction. She wore a gratified smile as she stepped into the vortex. The nearby deputy said as indifferently as a stone, "Keep up." The advanced Star State warriors were the first to enter the vortex while he stood and watched. One by one, the others followed them. The early Star State warriors, such as Su Ping and O'Neill, went last. Is this the 4th space? We would have probably died immediately if we entered on our own. This is exactly the magnificent power of our leader. Someone praised their leader again. Admittedly, while the girl was rather vain, she did have a horrifying power. Su Ping and O'Neill stepped into the vortex together soon after. Right past the vortex, a void channel had been established to block the chaotic torrents roaming in the 4th space. The channel wasn't too long. They walked out through another vortex. There was a space outside the other vortex. The group found itself in a vacuum, subject to powerful cosmic radiation. Ordinary people would have suffocated, and their skins would have cracked at a fast pace. However, everyone was a Star State warrior, except for Su Ping. They were able to manage the cosmic radiation with ease. They could also live off of the energy inside their cells without taking in oxygen. They could also make use of the power of laws and create a space where they could talk. Still, nobody talked. Telepathic communication was more convenient. They didn't even have to open their mouths. Su Ping had a lower cultivation rank, but his body was as strong as that of the Star State. He floated in space without being affected in the slightest. There were plenty of people besides Su Ping and the other members of the Alliance of Stars, as well as space warships, spacecraft carriers, and other military weapons which had surrounded the area. Only a Star Lord could have cut into the 4th space and led them directly into the circle with such ease. Is this the divine residence? Chapter 807, The Ascendant State Polaris. There was a vortex before those present, which looked like a collapsed black hole. The vortex was thousands of meters in diameter. Inside the vortex was an ancient, magnificent residence that was vaguely standing. A distant and holy air was spreading out from the vortex. The members of the Alliance of Stars looked around and communicate telepathically. It truly is a divine residence. A deity must have lived here eons ago. This building looks old. It surely was built in the ancient times. Are the three ascendants already inside this divine residence? So many people have been attracted to this place. The people who had already gathered in that location noticed the new arrivals from the Alliance of Stars. When they saw the invincible in universe displayed on the clothes of some of the star state experts, they instantly realized that the new arrivals belonged to the Alliance of Stars, which was rather unique in Sylvie. Look, the Thousand Feathers Alliance is right there. Those sons of bitches are here too. Look over there, the people of the Aohuang Alliance is here too. It seems that a fierce battle is underway. What are you scared of? Our leader is here. All of them will be killed if they dare to offend us. They communicated with each other via telepathy. Once he heard that, Su Ping looked around and saw two groups who had plenty of star state experts. There were even star lords in their armies. Do they have a history with us? Su Ping asked O'Neill. O'Neill nodded and replied, yes. The Thousand Feathers Alliance is an old nemesis of ours. Many of our members have been ambushed by them before. Try to avoid them if you ever go to chaotic areas. Of course, there's no need to fear them right now since we came in numbers too. What about the other group? They once mocked our leader's title, and our leader killed many of their people. We've had a bad relationship with them ever since. Is it still possible for me to quit? Su Ping was at a loss for words. He had hoped to expand his social circle and learn more secrets about the Star State by joining the Alliance, but as it turned out, he only made more enemies in the end. On the other side, the Star State members of the Aohuang Alliance wore grim expressions when they noticed their arrival. Then, mockery popped up in their eyes. The imbeciles from the Alliance of Stars are here. The Alliance of Stars was the weirdo among all the alliances. All their Star State members had strange nicknames, some of them outright insulting. Everybody knew the quirkiness of the Alliance of Stars. If it weren't for the Star Lord cultivation of both the leader and her deputy, they would have been destroyed because of their derisive nicknames a long time before. What a bunch of idiots. I wonder how they got to the Star State to begin with. Probably with their toes, because they don't have any brains. Never mind, don't cause any trouble. The divine residence is about to open. We'll settle the scores with them later. Indeed, looting resources in the divine residence is more important. An unowned ultra-S mysterious realm is hard to come by. All the secret treasures overlooked by the Ascendants are still priceless for us. The Thousand Feathers Alliance is here too. We may have to cooperate with the Alliance of Stars if necessary. That's true. While the Alliance of Stars is a group of morons, they're still easier to deal with than the cunning foxes of the Thousand Feathers Alliance. The members of the Aohuang Alliance were also communicating via telepathy. While they despised the Alliance of Stars and shared a bitter history, it was still a good option in case they needed to join forces. Those idiots are here too. Just as we expected. The Aohuang Alliance and the Alliance of Stars have a history. Maybe a chance will pop up to provoke them to fight each other. That way we can take advantage and loot more treasures while they are distracted. That's right, the Aohuang Alliance is made of a bunch of retards too. They claim that you'll be luckier if you join them. That's hilarious. Who can argue against this claim? Does any idiot on our level believe in luck? It's effort what really matters. What can you achieve with nothing but luck? They're just two groups of idiots. All the members of the Thousand Feathers Alliance all looked at the Alliance of Stars and the Aohuang Alliance with a vague disdain. Apart from them, there were other alliances. However, other alliances had little interaction with the Alliance of Stars in the past and only considered it as another competitor when it arrived. It was just the same as any other competing alliances to them. Besides the alliances, even more rogue experts showed up. There were also Fate State people who stood behind others, knowing that they could only fight for the leftovers. They would be easily killed if they went to compete with the alliances. The alliances didn't do anything to the Fate State guys. It was just like how the three Ascendants were only interested in the best treasures deep inside the divine residence. After all, the three Ascendants were also competitors. If any of them looted the cheap treasures, the others could get the better ones. That wouldn't be a good deal. The case was the same for the Star State experts. They weren't interested in the garbage that Fate State experts were attracted to, and they would kill them if they dared to compete for what was valuable. Why didn't they clear the Fate State guys from the area? The reason was simple. First of all, murder was forbidden according to Federation law, unless the victim had offended first. It was like how Su Ping executed the sheltered grandson of the Ryan family's leader, who committed acts of insubordination. Social hierarchy has a very important space in the federal law. Secondly, Fate State and Star State experts present had all sorts of forces behind them. It was quite complicated. Some of them were at the Fate State, but their fathers might have been at the Fate State or even Star Lords. If they were killed without a good reason, their murderer would be in trouble if their families got back. To clear the field, one would have to commit a massacre. No one was willing to do that. Ascendant State warriors didn't clear the field for their own reasons too. Some other warships and alliances showed up after Su Ping and his group arrived. There were also Star State individuals who ripped apart the void and jumped over. Half an hour later, an old man suddenly flew out of the vortex. He had a hunched back and white hair, eyebrows and beard. With a smile he said, "My master, General Polaris, said that this mysterious realm has been officially opened. You're all free to enter." General Polaris. Is he the one who returned from the expedition, right at the border of the Federation? General Polaris is one of the three Ascendants. Oh my God. Lord Polaris is so courteous. Not only did he lift the barriers for us, he even sent a guy to inform us that we could go in. Everybody was shocked to hear the name Polaris and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Some of them praised him blatantly. After all, nobody knew the methods of the Ascendant State. Maybe those guys were also able to overhear the compliments. The girl suddenly said to the Alliance of Stars group with glittering eyes, "That is General Polaris's battle pet." Everybody in the Alliance of Stars was shocked to hear that. Is this Lord Polaris's battle pet? So the guy has mastered the ability to metamorphose. Is this old man also an Ascendant warrior? Someone asked. Everybody was shocked. Is that old man an Ascendant State expert? Very likely. After all, most battle pet warriors would only sign pets of their own level. If the Star State used the Fate State pets in, the pets would be killed the moment they were deployed. They only used the lesser pets to watch over their homes, or for other errands when the Star State pets were temporarily unavailable. The old man looked around and said with a smile, "The barriers inside this divine residence have been removed, but there are still traps and lethal arrays in the dangerous places guarding treasures. It's very risky for you to go there. Please take care." There was no telling what power he used, but his lips were moving, and his voice was spread to everybody's ears in the vacuum of the universe. Such a power was beyond their imagination. After that, the old man slowly turned around and suddenly transformed into a gigantic, aggressive dragon that slithered into the vortex. The horrifying aura it released swept the place like a tornado, making the Fate State battle pet warriors on the spaceships and warships grow pale. Chapter 808, The Tree of Laws. It's indeed a battle pet. It's also a dragon. An Ascendant State dragon. Shouldn't it be called a dragon god? Everyone at the spot was shocked when the old man revealed his true self and left. Right after he disappeared, someone instantly took action and led their companions into the vortex. Damn it, let's go there too. Come on, hurry up. All the other people followed. The warships and spacecraft carriers at the edge didn't dare to move just yet, but their engines were already humming, ready to enter after the Star State experts did. Let's hurry up too. At the front, the young leader said quickly, "All of you come to my world." She opened her hands, and an illusionary world of birds and flowers appeared around her. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. The deputy leader was the first to enter. He stood in the middle of the beautiful illusion. The other people quickly followed upon seeing that. Su Ping had seen the worlds that the Star Lords revealed, but they had belonged to beasts. All were desolate and harsh. Those worlds had cracked soil and erupting volcanoes, completely unsuitable for survival. Whoosh! Su Ping and O'Neill both entered the illusionary world. Su Ping felt that the cosmic radiation had been blocked while inside that world. The coldness of the vacuum disappeared too. The place was extremely warm. He could smell the fragrance of flowers and could also see springs, waterfalls, exotic birds and beasts. Their leader suddenly moved after everybody entered her world, taking everybody into the vortex at a high speed. Humph! On the other side, the guys from the Thousand Feathers Alliance also took action. All of them entered one of their Star Lords' worlds before they jumped into the vortex, moving at dozens of times the speed of sound. The space inside the vortex was so turbulent that not even the Star Lords dared to use flash movements. If they did, they might accidentally step into the fifth space or even the sixth space. The sixth space was dangerous enough for Star Lords. They would hardly have the ability to return once they stepped into it. Nobody knew what was out there in the deep sixth space. Probably only Ascendants knew that. While in the girls' world, Su Ping and the others could see everything outside while they dashed quickly inside the vortex. The girl was obviously very fast. Just like a flying phoenix, she traversed 1,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye, thanks to an amazing technique. The ancient divine residence inside the vortex seemed to be close, but it was actually thousands of kilometers away. That vortex was as large as an entire continent. Several minutes later, the girl and the other Star Lords finally flew out of the vortex. In the world behind the vortex, an ancient divine residence stood in the middle of the illusionary clouds and appeared the same size. No matter how further they had pushed, it remained the same size and was covered in a mysterious power. Underneath the divine residence was a long corridor that was next to a lake of lotuses. It was more of a sea than a lake, as it was extremely vast. Many of the lotuses were blossoming. They were clearly unusual. Their leaves were almost 8 meters in diameter. Vague energy was spreading from the blooming flowers, and the lotus seeds were golden, emitting a divine brilliance. Are they the ancient divine lotuses? Golden lotus seeds. They must be the relic lotuses, aren't they? Relic lotuses. Exactly. It's said that it takes 1,000 years for them to bloom, 1,000 years to bear fruit, and another 1,000 years to be enlightened. 3,000 years are required for the relic's lotus seeds to be born. They contain an unparalleled level of divine energy and can significantly increase your power of understanding. It can also refine your body. All in all, they're ultimate treasures. There's this many of them here. Seeing the lake of lotuses, everybody was shocked. The knowledgeable Star State warriors recognized the relic lotuses and were thrilled by such a find. Their trip would be rewarding enough if they could get them. Immediately after, someone stepped out and flew towards the lake. Loot them! It was then that a horrifying aura was swept out, and a hideous creature leaped from the bottom of the lake, opened its bloody mouth. The first person to reach the lotus lake was instantly bitten and dragged to the bottom of the lake. The other explorers who intended to fight for the treasures were horrified and quickly stopped. There's a monster in the lake. It's at least in the advanced phase of the star state. Oh my God, did they leave such a terrifying monster to watch over the lotuses? I noticed that it's impossible to will the lotuses toward us. There's a special law inside the lake that blocks my power. Many people tried to pull the lotuses with tricks, but all failed, somewhat losing their cool. The treasure was right in front of their eyes, yet they couldn't have it. Leader. Many people who were early and mid-star state members of the Alliance of Stars, were beseeching their leader. Before the girl said anything, the deputy had said indifferently, "Let me have a try." After that, he immediately flew towards the Lotus Lake. A behemoth dashed from the bottom of the lake in response. It had cold, iron scales all over its body and sharp teeth in its mouth. The deputy snorted and raised his hand, slapping down the monster. A huge tide was raised, splashing everybody, but their astral shields prevented them from getting wet. The deputy then quickly picked the seeds inside the lake, defeating the incoming behemoths every now and then. The Star Lords of other alliances also took action. They also used quick moves to pick the seeds in the lake. They're just relics lotuses that only work for Star State experts. They would count as snacks for the Star Lords. The leader ignored the deputy who was picking the seeds and strode on. She was talking to Su Ping and the others with her usual condescension. Everybody was at a loss for words, as the girl described such treasures as worthless snacks. However, they had already witnessed the extravagance of their leader. The girl, nicknamed Divine Lady of the Nine Heavens, was said to be part of a powerful background. Was it possible that she did consider such treasures as snacks? What's wrong? Does the Alliance of Stars not want the lotus seeds? A young man in white flew close, while the girl led Su Ping and the others forward. His clothes weren't entirely white but had a silver thread at the edge. He looked graceful and attractive. "Humph, what's it to you?" snapped the girl while glaring at him. The young man was the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance and had a history with her. They had met again. "Huh?" The young man sneered and then sprinted forward into the corridor. The lotuses here were already valuable enough. Who knew what was behind the corridor? He intended to find out. However, his expression changed the moment he entered the corridor, as the space in the corridor became chaotic, and a strange power of laws was spreading out. He quickly snapped his fingers and launched a few streams of spiritual auras, destroying that strange power. Even this corridor contains a fatal trap. The young man was slightly cold. He would have been severely injured or even killed if he were merely at the Star State. What a weakling! By then the girl had already led Su Ping and the others into the corridor. She seemed to have seen it coming. An unusual power of faith surged from inside her body and blocked all the laws. The scene shocked everyone who had entered her inner world. Vain as the girl might be, she was truly strong. Nearby, the young man coldly unleashed his power and caught up to the girl. Bloody battles were bursting out of the lake next to the corridor. Unlike the people from the alliances, the rogue Star State warriors didn't care that much. The trip would be worth it if they could take the relic lotuses away, even though beasts were lurking in the lake. Many of them were fighting the strange beasts in the lake, but their battles weren't as fierce as they were supposed to be, since the power was restricted in that place. They weren't as destructive as they were in the outside world. The lake had been dyed due to all the bloodshed, and most of the lotus seeds had been picked. Those who had failed to acquire the seeds had dragged out the stems of the lotuses, hoping to sell them later. By then, the deputy leader had picked enough lotuses and caught up to the girl. There were another 7 or so people that were pressing forward with the girl, besides the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance. All of them were Star Lords from other factions. What's that? Behind the corridor was a garden, but most flowers and grass in the garden had withered. There were only a few trees left. Everybody fixed their eyes upon the giant tree at the center of the lake. The tree was laden with fruits that emitted an ancient and sacred aura. Is this the Tree of Laws? Someone exclaimed in shock. Chapter 809, Goddess's Right Hand. While inside the girl's world, someone from the Alliance of Stars asked in confusion, "What's the Tree of Laws?" Someone instantly answered excitedly, "The Tree of Laws is a legendary treasure. The fruits of the tree are complete laws. If you eat the fruits, you'll comprehend laws. If Fate State warriors acquire them, they'll reach the Star State." Exactly. The old fruits even contain laws that are almost close to the truths. They can enable a breakthrough to the advanced phase of the Star State. Such a legendary treasure has been placed right in front of the gate. No, it's not even in front of the gate. This is just a garden in front of the house. Oh my God, how rich was the master of this divine residence. I wonder what treasures are hidden further inside. They must be dazzling and unimaginable. All the people inside the small world were bursting with excitement. While the relic lotuses in the lake outside were also treasures, they weren't nearly as valuable as that tree of laws. The lotuses were only able to increase the power of understanding while in the star state, whereas the fruits of the tree could help in grasping laws directly. Every fruit contained a complete law. If they ate it, they could digest it for their own usage. Hearing the discussion, Su Ping thought quickly, a tree of laws. I didn't know that such treasures existed. Ascendant state experts do have a lot of treasures, so Anna is probably keeping a lot of the good treasures to herself. In a small store on Ria, a beautiful woman who was busy at work shivered, feeling that her back was suddenly cold, as if she were being coveted. With the tree of laws. This time it was the girl leading the alliance who became solemn. Although Star Lords didn't have to grasp more laws, the tree was still quite useful to them. The reason why the tree yielded loin-imbued fruits was due to being an advanced item. The tree itself was made of a complete path. Even Star Lords could benefit from it if they refined and transformed it into the elements of the path. This is good stuff, I'll take it. Suddenly, a person dashed out at 100 times the speed of sound. It seemed as if he were using flash movements. If the space in the divine residence weren't restricted, making it impossible to flash, someone would have flashed to claim the tree. However, the movement was as fast as the flash. You want to take it? Have you asked for my permission yet? Someone snorted, and several streams of power burst out. Although only one man had talked, several guys had taken action. The great power of faith in the aura chain stopped the man's dash. The sneaking man showed a slight change in his expression, angrily coming to a stop. Whoosh! Once the man stopped, someone else ran at an even higher speed, hopping to steal the treasure. But the other Star Lords reacted quickly. 3 guys instantly took action and stopped him. The man who was stopped a moment earlier had also launched a condensed sword aura in fury, forcing the guy to stop. The guy would be slowed down if he intended to block the attacks, so simply opted to stop. If I can't take it, you think you can? The first man to be stopped was none other than the leader of Thousand Feathers Alliance, who glared at the second guy, who was the Star Lord from another alliance. Humph! Hearing that, the second guy snorted but didn't argue with him. There's only one tree of laws. If you all want it, how should we split it up? Said a brawny Star Lord with a majestic indifference. Humph! It has always been the case that whoever has the largest fists gets the treasures, declared a short and muscular middle-aged man. Hee, if that's the case, you'll be the first to be kicked out of the game. You don't have large fists anyway. The leader of the Outwang Alliance chuckled. He appeared as a young man with a needle that looked like a toothpick in his mouth. He also had the fancy hairstyle of a hippie. Su Ping glanced at the latter, who in turn noticed and looked back at him. He instantly became solemn and surprised when he saw that Su Ping was just a void state warrior. He knew that the Alliance of Stars only accepted Star State members, according to their rules. Su Ping was hiding in someone else's world, which was something that the Star Lords were too proud to do. So, he could only be a Star State powerhouse. Still, he hid his real level this well. Do you intend to get killed for saying that? Said the stout middle-aged man, enraged. Do you want to have a taste of my fists? On the other side, a manly female announced proudly, Keep arguing. The Overlord's alliance is leaving. I'm not interested in this insignificant tree of laws. Her face was that of a beautiful girl, but she was solidly built and strong, with obvious muscles on her arms. There was an enormous saber on her back, even longer than herself. It was quite intimidating. After saying that, the woman led the members of her alliance to a trail not far off and left the garden. Another Star Lord laughed and followed the female overlord. Please continue. I will also take my leave. If such valuable treasures were in the garden outside the divine residence, What shocking treasures would be hidden further inside? Besides, there were almost 10 Star Lords there, and none of them seemed to be willing to back down. If they joined the fight, getting the Tree of Laws was uncertain. Therefore, they chose to search for other treasures inside the residence. It would be idiotic if the other treasures were more valuable than the tree. Some of the other Star Lords thought the same. Not just them. 3 more decided to leave and venture further in. In the blink of an eye, only 4 alliances remained. The Alliance of Stars, the Aohuang Alliance, the Thousand Feathers Alliance, and the Heavenly Fist Alliance behind the stout middle-aged man. Those sons of bitches are truly shameless. The stout middle-aged man, watching the other alliances leave, became angry and anxious. He was unwilling to abandon that Tree of Laws, but he didn't want to waste too much time on it either, or the treasures inside the residence would be taken away. Damn it, I'll take this tree. If there's anyone trying to compete with me, don't blame me for being merciless. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance became cold and charged forward. Exactly at that moment, the leader of the Aohuang Alliance and the girl attacked quickly and stopped him. Even if you're merciless, so what? I'm already angry with you. This tree is mine. Get the hell out of here or I will remove the seal on my right hand and kill all of you. The girl stepped forward with coldness and pride on her face. She laid her left hand on her right hand and was emitting a powerful aura. All the people inside her world were shocked to hear that. They exclaimed and cheered for her. Leader, you're the best. Leader, you're truly awesome. Who can possibly resist the goddess's arm? Who possibly can? Leader, conquer them with your right hand and show them the real godly power. Su Ping didn't know what to say. He had a very pure divine power in his body, and his senses were keen when wielding divine power. He didn't detect divine power at all in the girl's right hand. Hidden goddess's right hand, you're probably being a snob again. While Su Ping was at a loss for words, what the girl said intimidated the leaders of the Aohuang Alliance and the Heavenly Fist Alliance, who both turned their heads in suspicion. The leader of the Heavenly Fist Alliance, in particular, was looking at the girl in shock with constricting eyes. Goddess's right hand. Is her right hand in the ascendant state or even higher levels? Is the leader of the Alliance of Stars this strong? My goodness. She has a goddess right hand. Is it an implant? She's so horrifying. The people of the Heavenly Fist Alliance were dumbfounded. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance, however, sneered and said with disdain on her face, Last time, you threatened that you would absorb me into the hellish vortex that's hidden in your left eye, but what happened? Can you stop acting like a child all the time? You're hilariously idiotic for someone who is at the star state. The girl's eyes turned cold and she said, You truly deserve to die. Last time I benevolently spared your life, yet you do not repent at all. You spared my life. Were you really capable of killing me? The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance lost his cool. He couldn't have cared less about his manners. The people of the Thousand Feathers Alliance were all crazy braggers. You question my ability. It's time I show you the real divine power. The girl narrowed her eyes and slightly raised her right hand. The most powerful aura burst out of her body and it gathered into a golden brilliance on her right hand. At that moment, the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance, who was disdainful a moment earlier, changed his expression and became nervous. Does this girl mean it? He had heard that the leader of the Alliance of Stars had a powerful background. Could it be? The leaders of the Heavenly Fist Alliance and the Aohuang Alliance were also shocked, as they detected an overwhelming divine power. While still in the small world, Su Ping was also able to sense this. He was shocked. It was real and pure divine power, significantly purer than that of the Star State fellow from the Hu Mia Academy who had challenged him. Is she serious? Exactly at this moment, the girl roared and seized her right hand with her left. In the next moment, the divine light in her right hand disappeared. She soon calmed down and breathed heavily. While her hair was dangling from her forehead, She looked up to stare at the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance and said, "Good thing I contained myself, or you would have been reduced into smithereens." The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance almost vomited blood. "Are you kidding me? You're saying that such a tiny bit of divine power is the goddess's right hand? Everybody these days has some divine power." The leaders of the Heavenly Fist Alliance and the Aohuang Alliance were also rendered speechless. "What is going on?" "I'll give you one last chance. Get the hell out of here," said the girl coldly to the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance. "You think I've never been threatened before?" The latter rolled his eyes and said, "Just release the power in your right hand. I'm very interested in finding out how you'll kill me with that goddess's right hand of yours." "I don't need to do that in order to finish you off." The girl coldly stepped out, and a longsword appeared in her palm. The longsword emanated a colorful light, as if made of glass and crystals. She suddenly slashed. A horrifying sword aura was gathered and launched like a roaring dragon. Had it not been for the restrictions of the divine residence, the attack would have been powerful enough to cut a path open to the fifth space. Such a horrifying sword made the leaders of the Aohuang Alliance and the Heavenly Fist Alliance reassess the situation. They realized how extraordinary the girl was. Whether or not the goddess's right hand was real, the power she unleashed with her attack was enough to cut a planet apart. It was beyond horrifying. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance changed his expression and took out a fan to use as his weapon. He waved the fan and invoked a lot of wind blades. Each wind blade contained a law of wind. A single wave of the fan could have easily wiped out many people in the advanced phase of the star state. Dozens of wind blades were interwoven into a furious dragon that collided with the sword aura. After a boom, the space shook and the girl stepped forward without retreating, seeming even more intimidating. Still in her small world, Su Ping and the others sensed a magnificent energy rising. It was the power of faith that was flying out of her small world. The power of faith was gathered on her blade, unleashing a brilliant light. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance became cold and made use of the power of faith too on his fan. Another clash was about to happen. All the Star Lords who had left earlier returned. "You haven't split it up yet. Haha, I knew it." "Great, let's all split it up together." Everybody was relieved to see that the Tree of Laws was still intact. "Why are you back?" The leader of the Aohuang Alliance was stunned to see them and fell into deep thought. "There's a barrier ahead that blocks our way. Cracking it will take a lot of time. Until then, let's figure out a plan to split up this Tree of Laws," said a young Star Lord, shaking his head. The female overlord who carried a saber on her back announced majestically, "What's there to be split up? You were given enough time, and yet you can't divide it. This tree is mine now. Get the hell out of here. You want the treasure after you just came back. Who do you think you are?" "Enough, stop arguing. It's better to fight than to argue. Since nobody is willing to give in and it's pointless to fight for a tree, how about this? None of us will take action. Instead, each of us will send 5 champions. This tree will belong to the party whose champion stands to the end," proposed someone. Not a bad idea. The enigmatic alliance is truly cunning. No, smart. "Humph, I heard that multiple members of the enigmatic alliance are at the peak of the star state. What a nice plan." "I agree with the idea. Let's each send 5 men out, no need to draw lots. They'll just fight each other. The tree will go to the party whose man stands to the end. I propose that we kick the enigmatic out of here first. What do you think?" "Excellent idea." The leader of the enigmatic alliance was gloomy. "Excellent. It's my idea and you're kicking me out. That's outrageous and unfair. Tusk, that's not something that people of our level should say. Do you really want to discuss fairness? It's an excellent proposal anyway. I'm all for it." Indeed, the Overlord's Alliance agrees with it too. The Heavenly Fist Alliance agrees. The Aohuang Alliance agrees too. We're always the luckiest. We'll definitely have the tree in the end. "Is that so? Let's finish off the Enigmatic Alliance first and then take over the Aohuang Alliance. What do you think?" Good idea. Chapter 810, Su Ping Whom Nobody Sees Through. What the heck? The leader of the Aohuang Alliance lost his cool too. You're ganging up against those who are the strongest. Can you be even more shameless? The answer was yes. All the other people agreed. The alliance who made the proposal and the Aohuang Alliance were already public enemies, and it was almost certain that they would be kicked out. It sounded like a joke, but it was inevitable. It was impossible for the minority to resist the majority's decision. The former often held the truth, but the latter held the power. Let's do it. Each party will send 5 champions for a 3-minute unrestricted battle. Is it long enough? Asked someone. Nobody disagreed. More and more Star State experts were approaching. It would only be a waste of time if they stayed longer. More treasures were awaiting them inside the residence. The Star Lords were unwilling to start a bloody fight and expose their trump cards ahead of time. They preferred to let their lackeys do the fighting. It would be great if they won the tree, but even if they couldn't, they wouldn't be too regretful. After all, so many alliances were competing for the same tree. The girl turned around and looked at the people in the small world before she chose her champions. You. The 4 advanced Star State men were all chosen, but there was still one vacancy. She glanced across the crowd. Many people avoided eye contact with her when she looked at them. They knew full well that it wasn't a good thing to be chosen. They might get killed in the chaotic battle against that many champions of the alliances. There was also the fact that all advanced Star State warriors had been chosen, meaning that the battles would be in that level. The ones with early or middle phase level would be easily beaten. Suddenly, the girl's surprised eyes stopped for a moment. The void state. She examined the guy carefully and found that he was still at the void state. She had scanned him thoroughly and even detected divine power in his body. It was profound, seemingly of an even greater purity than hers. There are people that even I can't see through. The girl observed him in surprise. What's your name? Me. Back in the crowd, O'Neill, the deity of 6 realms and the others around Su Ping turned around and looked at the latter, not expecting that their leader would notice him so easily. Those at the mid-phase of the Star State ahead of him were relieved, but still turned with surprise in their faces. My name is Heaven-Destroying Celestial. Su Ping blushed when he reported his name under the scrutiny of many. Heaven-Destroying Celestial. The girl was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes glittered and she said, "What an excellent name. You're very good. Come on and fight for me. I will reward you." Well, Su Ping was at a loss for words. I was chosen just like that. Well, O'Neill was rendered speechless too. So many people were ahead of Su Ping. Why was he chosen? O'Neill knew that Su Ping was strong, but the young man was just a trainer. He had defeated Garland and the others probably because his level was high and he had powerful secret techniques. He had probably acquired many top battle techniques as a grandmaster trainer from the experts he was familiar with. However, Su Ping couldn't have been higher than the middle phase of the Star State. That was O'Neill's judgment. Besides, even if he was, he couldn't compare to the others at the same level, who were real battle pet warriors. The combat ability gap couldn't be compensated with secret techniques. Experience, methods, and other abilities were all of critical importance to their performance in a battle. But in the end, since the leader had picked Su Ping, O'Neill would not dare utter a word, only dropping a hint at him, asking him to stay safe. If you win this tree of laws by managing to stand until the last moment, I will give you all the fruits it has. In addition, whether you win or lose, I will give each of you a reasonably good secret treasure later. Whoever stands until the end will get to pick the fruits of laws first. This is an opportunity for you. If you seize it, you might be able to soar all the way into the Star Lord state, the girl announced proudly. Everybody was quite shocked when they heard that. None of them expected that joining the battle would have that many benefits. They would be given a treasure even if they lost. Since the leader said that it was reasonably good, it couldn't be garbage. I would have signed up for it if I had known about the rewards. Give me a break, you'll only get yourself killed. The leader wants people who can fight. I admit that I'm not a capable warrior, but I'm surely stronger than the new member, am I not? It's hard to say. Didn't you notice that the new member is concealing his cultivation so we see him as a void state warrior? I can't tell his real level. If he has such a powerful concealment technique, his other battle techniques must be just as powerful. Is that so? Is he pretending to be weak when he's actually an advanced star state big shot? Everybody noticed Su Ping and gossiped about him. Some were jealous, but they couldn't sense Su Ping's level, so they kept their jealousy hidden. It would be natural to be chosen if Su Ping was indeed such a big shot. Also, the leader must have picked Su Ping because she saw through his real level. Su Ping didn't know what to say after hearing their discussions. He finally understood why he had gotten chosen. Pretending, this is my real level, all right. He had never concealed his real level, yet nobody believed him. How dark do they think the world is? Su Ping shook his head and walked forward. He had to admit that the leader's reward was rather tempting. His combat ability would soar if he had a chance to pick a fruit from the tree. If any of the fruits contained the law of space, he would be able to fill his bridge and ascend to the fate state. The 4 advanced star state men also noticed Su Ping. They were quite solemn. None of them was able to see through Su Ping's real level, which made them realize why their leader had picked him. The girl extended her hand and sprayed divine brilliance on their head before she announced proudly, "In the name of the goddess, I bless you. Fight my warriors." The brilliance seemed spectacular, but it was absolutely useless. Su Ping was again speechless. This leader must be mentally ill. The other alliances were also picking their champions at that moment. Guys, have them fight in our small world, so that we can intervene in time to prevent casualties, someone suggested. Nobody objected. Having decided, they joined their hands and connected some of the areas in the small worlds to construct a battlefield. "Go, my warriors," the girl cried again. Su Ping sweated hard as he followed the other 4 experts into the small world. More and more unaffiliated star state experts were arriving at the site. Some of them noticed the Tree of Laws and exclaimed. Soon after, the number of people who learned about the Tree of Laws grew, causing an uproar. Star state warriors were extremely tempted by the tree. If they acquired it, they would even have a chance to become Star Lords. However, seeing that the alliances and some Star Lords had surrounded the area, they could only sigh with jealousy and regret. The stronger experts always claimed the resources. They could only eat the leftovers. The battles began once the champions of each party entered the small world, while overseen by a Star Lord. Everybody charged against the Aohuang alliance from the very beginning, including the alliance that made the proposal. However, someone charged too fast and was ambushed by other alliances, soon causing a chaotic battle inside the small world. Chapter 811, Enhancement. "Let's work together," said an old man. He was one of the champions that the girl had picked. His nickname was Father Time. That moniker often made people think that he had grasped time-related laws, but he actually didn't know any of them. He simply liked the sound of it. Another middle-aged man nodded and said, "We have to stand together if we want to hold on until the end." His nickname was Hades, which was sort of related to O'Neill's Zeus. However, they weren't as strong as Hades and Zeus were. "We're old friends. Father Time, focus on defense. Shenong's 3 punches and I will take care of the offense. Hades, you'll be responsible for commanding and enhancing us." "New member, what are you good at?" asked a woman whose face was covered in mist. Her nickname was Queen of the Night. She was originally going to call herself Goddess of the Night, but since the leader's name was Divine Lady of the 9 Heavens, she simply changed it to Queen. Shenong's 3 punches was a muscular man whose nickname fitted him perfectly. His secret technique was of the boxing kind. Few people of his level could resist his 3 punches. "I can do a lot of things," said Su Ping honestly. It was naturally a better choice to fight in a team than to fight alone. "Is that so? You can cover enhancement and reinforcement along with Hades. Right, you're obviously good at disguising. What about your perception? If possible, you can detect any danger that comes our way, suggested Queen of the Night. Su Ping nodded, okay. High-level senses could detect the enemy's level and predict their moves. It was possible to sense the enemy's attack before it was even launched. He would be the eyes of the team. While they discussed, some people roared at a distance. What are you doing, guys from the Alliance of Stars? Go. They want to take advantage of us. I think we should kill them first. They raised their heads, only to find that it was the Thousand Feathers Alliance who had conflicts with their leader. After hearing that, the other champions looked at the Alliance of Stars in an unfriendly manner. All of them were fighting, while the Alliance of Stars was watching the show. Su Ping and the others turned cold once they heard the Thousand Feathers Alliance's instigation. Father Time sneered and said, "Is the Thousand Feathers Alliance really attacking? You're also saving your strength. Everybody knows that your alliance is always the most cunning." Exactly. Come here, Thousand Feathers Alliance. Let's have a fight and see who's stronger. Shenong's 3 punches bumped his fists and declared proudly. Nearby, the champions of the Aohuang Alliance who were being attacked shouted loudly, "Alliance of Stars, will help you finish off the sons of bitches of the Thousand Feathers Alliance. We're coming too, we'll help you." The champions of the alliance that had made the proposal also wanted to join the winning side. Hearing that, Su Ping and the others felt like vomiting blood. "You can hardly keep yourselves safe. Can you please keep away from us?" As he expected, the other people looked at the Alliance of Stars more and more angrily, and were about to attack it instead. The Alliance of Stars intends to cooperate with them. Let's kill them first. They're so arrogant that they call themselves demon lords and divine ladies. That's too outrageous. Attack them. The men of the Thousand Feathers Alliance charged at the Alliance of Stars first. Those sons of bitches are truly shameless. Hades spat on the ground and said, "Everybody, set up a formation and kill them all. Die. Spare no mercy to those bastards. I've been angry with them for a long time. They have no respect for Shenong's 3 punches at all. I'm going to shatter their teeth." Everybody summoned their battle pets. For a moment, the pets in the advanced phase and even peak of the star state stepped out and unleashed a daunting aura. Some pets glowed and merged with their masters, and some released the power of laws towards the champions of the Thousand Feathers Alliance. The space of the small world was restricted and couldn't be torn apart. However, the outburst of the power of laws unleashed a horrifying energy, tantamount to nuclear explosions. The high temperature and the radiation were enough to kill some of the Ocean State battle pet warriors. Seeing that they had gone on a rampage, Su Ping didn't hold back. He summoned the little skeleton, the dark dragon hound, the inferno dragon, and the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon. Having been trained by Su Ping, the white dragon already had star state combat ability and had reached the peak of the void state. Merge! Su Ping merged with the little skeleton, and then with the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon. Of his 4 pets, the young dragon was the weakest. Although it had star state strength, it could be wounded or even killed in such a scenario. After all, its opponents were all in the advanced phase or even the peak of the star state. Boom! Su Ping unleashed a powerful aura after the dual fusion. Father Time and the other people in front of them also merged with their own pets. They rose to the peak of the star state, and each of them was as brilliant as the sun. "Take this punch," roared Shenong's 3 punches, who had a muscular body. He suddenly punched, and the space trembled. His fist glowed, surrounded by 8 laws. It was so powerful that the other members of the alliances were shocked. 8 laws had been combined in one fist. It was very powerful. Su Ping solemnly realized that Shenong's 3 punches had fused the power of laws in a neat way, leaving nothing to waste. The power of his fist was even greater than that of Hell of 4-dimension sword technique. He was just one of the experts in the advanced phase of the star state. The 5 champions of the Thousand Feathers Alliance didn't give in either. They instantly unleashed sword and spear auras to destroy the punch. Enhancement, Astral Power Spring. Enhancement, Speed. Enhancement, Rage. Hades, who stood at the rear of the team next to Su Ping, instantly controlled his battle pet to use enhancement skills on the fighters. Very soon, they were further strengthened, almost to the peak of their level. Seeing that, Su Ping used the enhancement skills too. Although he had never specifically learned enhancement skills, he had seen a lot of them in his battles and had grasped some. Enhancement, God of Wind. Enhancement, Skin of Dragon Scales. Enhancement, Thousands of Eyes. Enhancement, Killing Intent. Su Ping quickly took action and launched his share of enhancement skills. All of the other people felt that they were much lighter, and solid dragon scales that contained the god of lightning's power grew on their skin. When they were enhanced by the killing intent, Shenong's 3 punches, Father Time and the Queen of Night began to feel passion erupting from their hearts. Their thirst for blood was triggered, and they almost couldn't wait to unleash all their power and tear everything into shreds. Apart from them, the pets they had summoned, which had been ready to attack, all showed bloodshot eyes because of the killing intent enhancement. I feel like I cannot conceal the demonic energy in my body any longer. I really want to kill someone. Kill the bastards of the Thousand Feathers Alliance. All of them looked aggressive and exasperated. Their daunting auras left the champions of the Thousand Feathers Alliance stunned and cold. They felt that the guys from the Alliance of Stars were obviously determined to fight and kill them. All of them were champions fighting for someone else's sake. Do they really have to try so hard? Chapter 812, Mr. Xing. What kind of enhancement is this? Has it triggered the deepest brutality in their hearts? Next to Su Ping, Hades was surprised to see their 3 comrades go into a fit of rage. His enhancement could only boost them so they could fight harder and resist the enemy's mental influence. However, Su Ping's buffs had turned them into bloodthirsty, loyal soldiers. Roared. The 3 of them dashed out brutally and aggressively. Their eyes were filled with brutality, but they were also clear deep in their hearts. They didn't really lose control. Instead, they had adjusted themselves to be at their best status with Su Ping's enhancements. Shenong's 3 punches was the first to charge out. He had practiced multiple laws, and he attached them to his fist. His punches were so shockingly powerful that many observers outside the battlefield were astounded. Queen of the Night and Father Time didn't wait to make a move. They had both been focusing on one law. However, they had grasped them to such a deep level that they could even influence other people's laws. Darkness blinds you just like light does. Law of Darkness, Devour. Queen of the Night raised her hands, and rays of light disappeared around her. Darkness rolled like waves. All senses and laws were restricted in the darkness. Only she could sense and control everything. It was the upgraded version of a law and had almost transformed into a small world. If she made further progress, she would be able to establish a dark world of her own, based on that law. When the dark field was unfolded, the champions of the Thousand Feathers Alliance instantly lost their senses. All wore grave expressions. An expert stepped forward and roared, "Law of Fire, Melting Sun." Noises of burning fire resounded against the void. A hole was left in the darkness by the burning fire, which illuminated the faces of the members of the Thousand Feathers Alliance. One of them was as brilliant as the sun, and scorching vines were appearing on his body. His body matched his law of fire, allowing him to unleash power that was as great as that of Queen of the Night. He soon removed the darkness around him, before he charged at her with a giant burning axe. He had also been enhanced by various skills, which made him unbelievably strong. Are they all in the advanced phase of the star state? It's so unbelievable that they're making use of the power of laws so skillfully. Are they fighting for the Tree of Laws? I don't think we have a share in that, do we? What are you thinking? The Tree of Laws will definitely be carved up by those alliances. Rogues like us would never get a share. Look, a pet has just perished. Oh my God, Isn't it a star-swallowing dragon that was in the advanced phase of the star state? Many rogue star state experts gathered outside the battlefield. They kept on commenting on the fierce battles while feeling jealous and helpless. The ultimate treasure was right in front of their eyes, yet they couldn't have it. That feeling was truly frustrating. The new members' enhancement skills are so good. They even boosted the advanced star state pets. He's definitely an advanced star state expert. He did a great job concealing his true power. How did Zeus make friends with such a big shot? To think we treated him a bit coldly when he greeted us earlier. Look, the Aohuang Alliance is about to be screwed. The members of the Alliance of Stars whispered about the battles and felt rather scared by the intensity. Every star state warrior had a handful of powerful pets. Some even had 10. The small world began to feel crowded since all the pets were out. The outburst of skills and laws had also caused spectacular views everywhere. Someone was taken out 3 minutes after the battle started by the Star Lord backing him. They saved their champions with their domination over the small world. At the same time, the champions lost the qualification to continue fighting. The leading girl crossed her arms and commented while she observed the battle proudly. "Humph! You think the worthless scumbags of the Thousand Feathers Alliance are qualified to compete with us? You're just a bunch of shameless men who try to mislead others." The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance sneered and said, "Let's see how much longer your idiotic, arrogant subordinates can endure. All of you assist the Alliance of Stars. Knock out the Thousand Feathers Alliance even if you lose," shouted the leader of the Aohuang Alliance. His words reached his remaining 3 champions in the battlefield. They were still struggling to resist attacks. They didn't know what to say after hearing that. "We can hardly resist our opponents. How could we attack?" However, since their leader had just said they didn't have to seek victory, they could just as well try their luck. "What's your problem?" The Thousand Feathers Alliance nearly vomited blood after hearing that. "Why do you have to take me to hell with you? Although I don't like the morons of the Alliance of Stars, I dislike the scoundrels like you even more," declared the leader of the Aohuang Alliance proudly. He obviously had no respect for him. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance was rendered speechless. It was true that birds of a feather flock together. Those 2 groups of morons had finally reached a consensus on a subject. "Damn it!" The leader girl, however, raised her eyebrows coldly. "Who are you calling morons? Do you think I can't easily beat you up?" "You just admitted it," said the leader of the Aohuang Alliance with a snort. "You should thank me, or I can easily ask them to attack the Alliance of Stars." "Let them try. Do you think I'm scared of you?" The leader girl didn't give in at all. The leader of the Aohuang Alliance grew solemn and said, "Since you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being brutal. You." He was about to give another command when he suddenly changed his expression. His men had been surrounded by the other factions when they attacked the Thousand Feathers Alliance. They would get killed if he didn't rescue them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The only 3 survivors, as well as their battle pets, were rescued by the leader of the Aohuang Alliance. Ha ha. Seeing that, the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance burst into laughter. The leader girl chuckled too and said teasingly, "Come on, let your men show me what brutal means you have." The leader of the Aohuang Alliance's cheeks twitched, but he only snorted in the end. He would only embarrass himself even if he kept on speaking. There would be a chance to get back at them later. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance, on the other hand, suddenly changed his expression, and the man who had just used Melting Sun appeared next to him. The man was heavily wounded at the moment, with blood on his lips. "Haha, he's truly an idiot for choosing to take Shenong's 3 punches attacks the hard way. You think your men are any smarter than mine?" The leader girl laughed after seeing that. They had been watching the situation in the small world while they talked. The man would have been killed if the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance hadn't intervened. "That guy is from the Fist God planet, isn't he? He's indeed something." The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance became cold. The Fist God planet was a Tier 1 planet in the Federation. It was 1,000 times bigger than Rhea. Rhea, on the other hand, was dozens of times bigger than the Blue Planet. An Ascendant State expert emerged on the Fist God planet and became its master. It was one of the major forces in the Federation. Your eyes are keen enough to see through his fist technique, the leader girl chuckled. The battle in the small world became even fiercer. 5 minutes later, another pair of champions from the Thousand Feathers Alliance were rescued, and Queen of the Night became the first loser of the Alliance of Stars. 8 minutes later, all the champions of the Thousand Feathers Alliance were gone, as the other alliances had ganged up on them. While the Star Lords outside were talking and laughing, the rule of the jungle dominated the small world. Whoever got wounded first would get killed. Ha ha ha, you thought the Thousand Feathers Alliance could laugh to the end. Do you feel like crying now? I'm so happy. The girl laughed happily when the Thousand Feathers Alliance lost the qualification, and the leader of the Aohuang Alliance also mocked. I thought you would have endured longer. You should have quit the competition earlier to watch the show. The girl giggled and gloated. They're also heavily wounded. How pathetic. They're truly unlucky to have you as their leader. The Thousand Feathers Alliance's leader had the gloomiest face, but he couldn't come up with anything to say in response. He soon concealed his fury and sneered. Another pair of Star Lords were quietly watching the battle on the other side of the battlefield. When they heard the jokes and laughter from the opposite side, they solemnly looked at the source and then speechlessly withdrew their gazes. It was hard to imagine that the conversation was among several Star Lords. They were too childish. The leader of the Alliance of Stars seems to have a powerful background, but she doesn't have much worldly experience. Humph, they're just 3 idiots. They have no idea that the Tree of Laws will fall into our hands in the end. Yes, this rule is almost tailor-made for us. Mr. Xing must be very happy to find this many free sparring partners here. It's hard to imagine that someone with a Fate State cultivation would be strong enough to beat advanced Star State opponents. He must be aiming for the championship of the Universe Geniuses contest, isn't he? Who could argue with this? But the champions of each Universe Geniuses contest are just as strong as him. Such people will definitely reach the Ascendant State as long as they don't die. The gap between some human beings is truly huge. Some people are simply born to illuminate the entire universe. They talked while always focusing on a man in the small world, not daring to lose sight of him for a moment. They would have to immediately relocate him if he was in danger, as they were tasked to keep him safe. If anything happened to him, the punishment would be too much for them to bear, even if they were Star Lords. However, they didn't think that anything would happen to him, considering the guy's abilities. After all, he wouldn't have gone to that divine residence in the first place if a bunch of Star State warriors could threaten his life. As time went by, more and more people were rescued from the battlefield along with their pets, losing their right to keep fighting. Half an hour later, only 8 men were left in the small world. Only 2 of the Alliance of Stars champions were left, namely Su Ping and Father Time. Hades was heavily wounded when he filled in the offensive position and was rescued. Father Time was devoted to defense skills and had mastered defensive laws. He was so sturdy that he endured the attacks of 5 men. However, he was also approaching his limits too. He had endured for such a long time mainly because Su Ping had been healing him and covering his back. Finish off the Alliance of Stars first. His turtle shell is so sturdy. That's true. Someone shouted and chose the Alliance of Stars as the target. After all, Father Time had only shown defense abilities in the battles so far. Such opponents were no threat to them. Even if they couldn't break his defenses, they wouldn't get wounded either. It would be safe. Come on and give it a try. Father Time breathed heavily, with sharpness glowing in his eyes. Su Ping stood next to him while being silent. However, divine power surged inside his body. He would replace Father Time if the man failed. He didn't launch any reckless attacks because there were too many opponents. He might be singled out and collectively attacked by others if he showed his real strength. However confident he was, he didn't have the courage to fight against dozens of advanced star state experts. He was only a void state warrior after all. Whoosh! The two men who had just spoken charged along with their pets at Su Ping and Father Time. Father Time's eyes were cold and his heart was bitter, but he didn't retreat. He had endured for such a long time because he wanted to obtain the Tree of Laws and get a chance to become a Star Lord. Roar! Dragon patterns appeared on his body and spread out to create a gigantic turtle that enshrouded both himself and Su Ping. A tensile law had been condensed on it, although it was nothing special, just the law of solidity of the rock class. The dark dragon hound had also grasped that law, but its understanding was nowhere nearly as deep as Father Time. That law of solidity was so powerful that even if it was imposed on thin paper, the paper would be hard enough to resist fate state attacks. Hualala. It was exactly at that moment when chains clattered, and the two incoming star state men trembled. A dark chain darted over as quickly as lightning and pierced through one of the men's shoulders. Once the man's shoulder was pierced, the chain was spun, swinging the man into the small world's ground, producing a huge pit. Huh! His partner was shocked. He turned around, only to find that the chain was being controlled by a young man wearing a purple robe. Silver light was condensed in his eyes as he spread out his senses. Then, he narrowed his eyes in shock. According to his perception, the young man was only a fate state expert. Chapter 813, Divine Constitution. He's a fate state warrior. How is it possible? He's survived for such a long time, even though he's only at the fate state. He really seems to be a fate state warrior. What's going on here? More and more people noticed the purple-robed young man after he took action. The rogue cultivators outside of the battlefield observed him with shock and suspicion. Is the man using a disguise technique, or is that his real level? Fate state. The leader girl and the leader of the Aohuang Alliance both narrowed their eyes. Very soon, someone recognized the purple-robed young man and said in shock, "It's him. I heard that someone stepped into the 8th floor of the Phantom Lightning Tower and caused a burst of power in the Sea of Lightning. That's exactly him. I've seen this guy before. He seems to be the disciple of a certain Ascendant State expert. Why is he here? Is one of the 3 Ascendants inside the Divine Residence his master? He entered the Phantom Lightning Tower, so he's really at the Fate State. How is it possible? The previous strike contained the power of laws and was quite sophisticated. Even so, you're telling me that he's only at the Fate State." The Star Lords were more or less shocked. They looked at each other in bewilderment. It was rather unbelievable to have the disciple of an Ascendant State expert exploring a mysterious realm together with them. It was also of note that the guy was only a Fate State warrior. He was still so weak. Why not keep a low profile? Was he not scared of getting killed? However, even more unbelievable, the guy had heavily wounded someone in the advanced phase of the Star State. Even if he's a disciple of one of those ascendants, it's still nothing remarkable, the leader girl snorted and said, after hearing the whispers. There was disdain on her face, but her eyes were full of solemnity. He was only at the Fate State, but he was already able to fight advanced Star State experts. He would definitely grow much stronger if he acquired the Tree of Laws. She remembered that the Universe Geniuses contest would soon be held. The guy surely joined the exploration partly because of that. She had also participated in the Universe Geniuses contest years back, but her result wasn't very satisfactory. Inside the small world, everybody looked at the purple-robed young man in shock except for Su Ping. This can't be real. Fate State warriors can't be that strong. Even the geniuses from the 5 best academies can only manage to fight early Star State experts. I can only sense that he's a Fate State warrior by using my secret technique. Even if he disguised himself, he's still horrifying enough. He's too dangerous. Let's finish him off first. Guys, let's take him down then. It's too dangerous to keep him alive. someone suggested loudly. The others didn't say anything, but they turned and gazed at the purple-robed young man, considering him a primary target. He seems to truly be a fate state expert. While standing behind Father Time, Su Ping also looked at the purple-robed young man who suddenly intervened, although confused. He couldn't see through the guy's level, but his intuition told him that the guy wasn't at the star state. He. Hearing the loud roar, and seeing that he was already a public target, the purple-robed young man remained impassive. Chains surged from underneath his sleeves and pants, surrounding him like snakes. Now that I've decided to take action, I'm not afraid of being collectively attacked by the lot of you. Come on, help me with some warm-up exercises. How arrogant! The partner of the person who was wounded by him earlier roared and attacked him. An aura spear flew out with the powerful law of destruction condensed in it, enabling it to penetrate anything. His power was doubled as divine power burst out from his body. Plus the power of his constitution, his attack was so terrifying that it could have destroyed a city or shaken a continent in the outside world. A mere elemental constitution. The purple-robed young man smiled casually, and his body suddenly glowed, emanating an abundant divine power. He looked like a dazzling god. Everybody inside and outside of the small world was shocked. A divine constitution. Oh my God, it's the best divine constitution. Only one person in a million has that. No wonder he's so strong. He's unparalleled with this divine constitution. As the purple-robed young man revealed his constitution, he released the dazzling brilliance of a star and swung his chains, which were imbued with the strange power of laws. After a boom, the chains pierced through the aura spear and then pressed on. Help me! The advanced star state expert was shocked and roared loudly. Nobody attacked him while he was in trouble. They had no time to figure out if the purple-robed young man was truly a fate state warrior. The divine constitution alone was enough to make everybody fall in awe. Very few battle pet warriors in the Federation had a constitution. The divine constitution was the best constitution, the absolute dominator, just like the dragons among pets. The divine constitution was so rare that it would be lucky for 1 or 2 people to be born with one in a whole galaxy. Roared. Some dragons roared and dashed out, and some battle pet warriors also moved out. They used all kinds of secret techniques and launched attacks that contained different laws and elements, determined to kill the purple-robed young man. The scarred land collapsed and fell apart on the ground below the chaotic battle. The small world was shaking, as if 100 nuclear bombs would have been detonated in the same area. Even the small world seemed to have loosened. The purple-robed young man, however, sneered. A divine deer that had eyes all over its body appeared behind him. The divine deer turned into light and melted into his body, making the divine brilliance on his body even more dazzling. Then, his chains turned into pure gold. The chains were collectively a special treasure made of the power of laws and many special materials. They could easily rip apart the laws that were less hard. After a boom, his chains were condensed into a ball that surrounded his body when he was drowned by all the attacks. There was a deafening noise. Dozens of chains darted from the chaotic energy towards the men and their pets who had just attacked. He's still alive. Father Time and Su Ping were observing. Father Time slightly widened his eyes. Even though he wasn't confident of resisting the crazy barrage just then, all the survivors at the moment were all distinguished cultivators in the advanced phase of the star state who had special methods. They could easily kill anyone at their level with a joint attack. And yet, this guy, who was only a fate state warrior, managed to resist the attack. Not only did the scene shock the champions in the small world, but the rogue cultivators and star states outside also changed their expressions and became grave. The leaders of the Thousand Feathers Alliance and the Aohuang Alliance were no longer in the mood for bickering. They were so serious that they acted as if they were different people. Both of them were equally scared of such an intimidating junior. More importantly, The man had a powerful background, and they couldn't just eliminate him. If his master was one of the three ascendants deep inside the divine residence, one of them would always keep an eye on the situation. 100 ghosts bind. After his roar, the chains that darted out of the chaotic energy flashed and tied up 5 pets as well as the 3 battle pet warriors. The chains were absolutely unpredictable. Apart from the horrifying power of laws they were also part of a sophisticated technique. The way the chains are used seems to be a legendary technique. I heard there's a chain technique that can tie up a galaxy when fully grasped. Any of the chains can pierce through a planet and summon billions of ghosts to help you. The chains emitted red light while under the watch of the Star Lords. Then, the pets and battle pet warriors that were caught by the chains screamed miserably. Red light surged from their skin. Then, the red light was condensed to a human shape and was then hauled back by the chains. The bodies of the victims helplessly fell down. The chains were able to confine souls. Fight for me. The purple-robed young man smiled casually and unleashed an even more daunting aura. He was able to fight those in the advanced phase of the star state when he was only a fate state expert, partly because of the techniques and laws he knew, and partly because his divine constitution provided infinite energy for him. That was why he could launch so many powerful attacks. After the purple-haired young man gave an order, the red souls that were tied up by the chains roared and charged at Su Ping, Father Time, and the other survivors. Father Time slightly changed his expression and defended himself with the law of solidity. The red souls, however, screamed devastatingly, which would cause mental damage. Father Time seemed to be in considerable pain. Su Ping frowned. While facing the sharp sonic blades that were piercing into his brain, he roared in his heart with killing intent flashing before his eyes. He was imitating the roar of a certain undead creature in the chaotic realm of the undead. His soul shivered when he heard the roar at a distance back then. It left a deep impression on him. After multiple tests, Su Ping discovered that the roar could intimidate ghosts. Chapter 814, Parasite Beast. After several explosions, the sharp sonic blades in Su Ping's head were shattered. He stared at the imprisoned red souls with eyes burning like candles. Little skeleton. Su Ping summoned the little skeleton and asked it to take care of them. The little skeleton had slain and devoured countless ghosts in the cultivation sites. It had developed a special aura that ghosts found intimidating. After the little skeleton stepped out, the red souls quickly flinched and marched to the others. Huh! The purple-robed young man sensed the fear of the red souls and raised his eyebrows before he looked at Su Ping. He was slightly surprised when he detected that Su Ping was only at the void state, but he recovered quickly. He was never good at detection, and it wasn't unusual for those in the star state to conceal their real strength. After all, he was one major level underneath them. It would have been horrifying if he dwarfed those in the advanced phase of the star state in every aspect. Destroy. The purple-robed young man unleashed his chains towards Su Ping and Father Time with a thought. Father Time changed his expression and raised an indestructible wall in front of him. Not even the explosion of a planet would have shaken it. However, the wall trembled when the chains darted close. Cracks spread out on the wall. The horrifying tearing force on the chains quickly destroyed the laws that the wall contained. Adding the law of destruction that the chains contained, the wall gradually decayed, producing a gray mist. The wall was completely unable to resist it any longer, falling apart into pieces. Father Time roared and green light surfaced on his body. It was his healing constitution, related to the elemental class. Pairing his constitution and the law of solidity under his possession, his defense was among the best. Few people in his level were able to defeat him. Some of the pets behind his back were good at applying enhancement skills. They would cast buffs on him, making him emit green light and turning him into a strong beastly man. His dry body was replenished when the healing constitution was activated, and a tremendous amount of energy was spread out of his cells. He waved his hands and blocked the piercing chains by raising more walls. Great defenses. Tusk. I don't think many Star State warriors can defeat him quickly, right? He will probably become a super turtle shell when he becomes a Star Lord. He's so sturdy. Unfortunately, he has to count on his team. He can't acquire treasures and adventures with sturdiness alone. Even if the beasts guarding the treasures can't beat him, he can't beat them either. He needs teammates. All the onlookers outside the battlefield were amazed by Father Time. He deserved to be one of the men who had endured such a long time. His constitution matched his laws perfectly. If he ever met anyone whose level was higher than his own, he could probably just stand there and allow the attacks to land. God of Lightning's law, vitality, heal. Su Ping was amazed by Father Time's sturdiness too. He wouldn't be forced to attack and would have the chance to preserve his strength. He made use of the God of Lightning's law again, which was both destructive and healing. Su Ping asked the little skeleton to absorb the undead aura in the void and transform it into vitality that was later directed into Father Time's body, further boosting his constitution. This feels good, Father Time laughed with joy, sensing Su Ping's reinforcement. Far away, the purple-robed young man grew cold. Next to him, a roar suddenly burst out, and an enemy suddenly emerged from his shadow, cutting his neck. A weird claw appeared on the purple-robed young man's back and caught the weapon. While holding the weapon, the monster's upper half-body rose from the purple-robed young man's back. It was a monster with the torso of a woman and a snake's lower half of its body. Its face was utterly hideous, and it slightly opened its fang-filled mouth. Its eyes were dark gold and full of thirst for blood. A parasite beast. That's an eye demonic snake. An eye demonic snake with a Star Lord bloodline. Oh my God, it's one of the best parasite beasts. It's said that the eye demonic snakes serve the Asura kings in hell, feeding on ghosts and blood and residing in undead creatures and skeletons. They're as expensive as some of the small galaxies. Everybody outside the battlefield was shocked. Parasite beasts were pets with the unique ability of residing inside the battle pet warriors. They could enable a dual fusion for the battle pet warriors. Those pets were quite rare. Although unremarkable if their levels were too low, they would fetch the highest prices of the pets in their level if they were in the star state. Not even the popular dragon pets could compare with them. Well, the leader of the Aohuang Alliance and the other Star Lords had twitching cheeks after seeing that. Even they felt jealous of a parasite beast with such a bloodline. The leader girl frowned even more solemnly. No wonder he was able to unleash such a horrifying energy, having that pet reside in his body. All the laws and techniques he performed depended on energy. The energy from his divine constitution and the fusion wasn't enough to power them. But everything was explainable since the eye demonic snake had shown up. Bang! In the small world, the eye demonic snake suddenly craned its head and broke the weapon that attacked him. Then, its other claw snatched and pierced the undead pet that had just ambushed him. Blood splashed out, and the undead pet turned into a mist while trying to flee, but it seemed to be stuck to something and could only struggle hard. Humph! The purple-robed young man's face was cold. Sensing his will, the eye demonic snake on his back instantly opened its mouth and bit the undead pet with dazzling light emanating from its eyes, ready to swallow the pet whole. Seeing that, an old man cursed gloomily and angrily, "Damn it, release my pet." The purple-robed young man raised his brows and sneered, "You should be prepared to die if you choose to fight me, or you can get lost right now." You! The old man looked awful and could only grit his teeth. He wanted to surrender, but would not dare to violate his leader's order. Outside the small world, a Star Lord heaved a sigh after seeing that. Never mind, just give up. He knew it would be virtually impossible to get the Tree of Laws while the purple-robed young man was there. Even if the old man continued to fight, he could hardly stand to the end without allies and his pets. Hearing that the old man was relieved, he quickly said, "Let go of my pet, I give up." He, the purple-robed young man chuckled but simply ignored him. The old man changed his expression and demanded furiously, "What are you doing?" He hurriedly summoned his battle pet, but the contract bond was blocked by a weird law, not allowing him to retrieve his struggling pet from the snake's month. "My young friend, you're being outrageous." The Star Lord outside of the small world was gloomy. "You're only a Fate State Junior. Don't push it too far. I would have smashed you to death had it not been for the Ascendant State expert behind you." After a hum, the snake's mouth became empty, and the pet in it was taken out. However, the pet had quite the scary look at that moment. It was already half rotten and dying. It was clearly affected by a lethal poison and would die if it wasn't treated soon. The Star Lord had a contorted face. He released an ivory-colored energy that covered the pet. The wounds it had were gradually healed, while the poison was temporarily suppressed. Whoosh! The old man left the small world and looked at his pet. There was hate in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. That young man was a genius. It was foolish to show the desire for revenge when he was incapable of putting it into practice. "Thank you very much, leader." The old man thanked his leader sincerely. "The venom has been suppressed for now. You can treat it somewhere else later." The Star Lord waved his hand. Humph! Inside the small world, the purple-robed young man narrowed his eyes angrily when the Star Lord intervened, but he soon masked his feelings. It had already been his best to defeat advanced Star State experts. It was impossible for him to fight the Star Lords. After all, there was a gap of 2 major levels between the Fate State and the Star Lord State. He had been cultivating passively when he was still in his mother's womb. She took a lot of nurturing herbs when her mother was pregnant, and some experts polished the fetus veins and body with energy back then. After he was born, he was ahead of his peers all the time, and he had infinite training resources. He was the best in every aspect. That was the reason why he could beat those in the advanced phase of the Star State when he was only a Fate State warrior. He was one of the strongest in his generation in the entire Federation. Only the Universe Geniuses contest would give him a chance to reveal his extraordinary power to the world. "You'll be mere ants after I break through to the Star State." The purple-robed young man coldly withdrew his gaze from the outside world. His pride made him crave strength even more. He wanted to do even more extraordinary things. "Let me show you a real technique." The purple-robed young man fixed his eyes on the people in front of him. A dense red mist appeared around him. It was an ancient technique he had practiced, one designed to deal with Star Lords. All his cells rejoiced when the bloody mist was spread, and his strength multiplied. This is the Bloody Demon Immortality Technique. It's said that the technique dates back to the age of deities and demons. It is weird and horrifying. It is said that immortality can be achieved if you fully grasp the technique. That's something that only an Ascendant State expert can do. "This is unbelievable. What's his background?" The people outside the small world were astonished. Even Star Lords were shocked. That Fate State guy had even more treasures than they did. They didn't have such a high-ranking technique. Techniques were the core when it came to battle pet warriors. They could decide the speed of astral power absorption, the efficiency of astral power transformation, elise speed, etc. Some of them had special applications, such as absorbing astral power from plants or blood. There were also techniques that could significantly enhance a person with an array of pets. That was why the top techniques were extremely rare. They were even more expensive than the top pets themselves. "Demonic blood that destroys the world, obey me." The purple-robed young man rose to the sky in the small world and looked down at both the participants and the shattered land. He raised his hand, condensing a ball of surging blood in his palm. The demonic blood seemed to be alive, quickly spreading its chains. The chains instantly clinked in delight and became red. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, the chains were darting at everybody like snakes and spears. 3 of them were aimed at Father Time, but they were blocked by his protective wall. However, the wall soon exploded. Moments after, a second wall continued resisting the chains. Su Ping was quite serious too. He had never seen anyone that strong in the Fate state. If the guy were a pet, he would have definitely had high-level aptitudes, considering his actual performance. The purple-robed young man selected and attacked a lot of targets. Many pets were pierced by the chains, ending up heavily wounded. The battle pet warriors weren't any better. Some dodged, some counterattacked, and some simply hid themselves with special techniques. However, they were soon forced to get out of their shelters, as the chains seemed smart enough to detect the places where they were hiding. "You're just a Fate State warrior. Don't get too cocky." "Die!" Someone roared and released a shocking aura, which caused a streak of sparks on the chains before it moved towards the purple-robed young man. The AI demonic snake on the purple-robed young man's back rose and blocked the aura, but it was quickly pressed back. The other battle pet warriors also shouted and attacked. They were in the advanced phase of the star state anyway, and they performed their ultimate techniques. The purple-robed young man managed to block some of the attacks with his chains, and the AI demonic snake helped block some too. However, the snake was better at offense than defense. The purple-robed young man seemed to be losing after consecutive attacks and was heavily wounded. "Roar!" The purple-robed young man bellowed furiously. His divine constitution became even more brilliant. He charged at the battle pet warriors with a bloody mist surrounding his body, choosing to fight melee battles with the help of the chains. Surprisingly enough, the latter was quite good at melee skills. His moves were brutal and unpredictable. It didn't take long for a pair of battle pet warriors to be knocked down from the sky. A battle pet warrior, seeing that Father Time and Su Ping weren't hurt, could not help but shout in shock and fury, "Why aren't you attacking?" Father Time cried, "We're only capable of defending. How could we attack?" "Block his attack for me then." "I don't know you." "What the heck?" The battle pet warrior was so furious he rolled his eyes. Profiting from that distraction, the purple-robed young man punched him in the face and smashed him to the ground. "I'll take care of you later." The young man glanced at Father Time and Su Ping coldly. After watching the fierce battles, Father Time realized that the vicious young man had obvious advantages, and the other champion's failure was only a matter of time. He turned around and asked Su Ping, "Should we just surrender later?" "Why should we?" Su Ping was stunned. Father Time was almost speechless. "Why? Do we have a way to defeat him? There would have been a chance for us if 3 punches were still here, but only the 2 of us are left. I can only defend and you can only heal and enhance. We'll only be beaten for a longer time even if we stay. What's the point?" "I can also attack," Su Ping said. "I've only been preserving my strength." Chapter 815, Taunting. Father Time almost vomited blood. "You can attack. Stop saving up your strength. We won't be able to beat that guy on our own when all the rest lose." Su Ping understood that logic, but he felt that the other Star State fellows had yet to use their trump cards. After all, so many people were watching. Unless they were certain of their victory, why would they expose all their trump cards? They were just acting as champions anyway. They weren't fighting for themselves. Still, they weren't fools either. If only 2 or 3 people were left in the end, they would probably try their best, because they would only be 1 step away from winning. Roar! The battlefield presented shocking changes when Su Ping was about to attack. The bloody mist around the purple-robed young man was absorbed into his body, and an even more dazzling light emerged. His aura became stronger than that of any other person on the battlefield. He roared and swung his chains like whips and sharp blades that could cut the land apart. Some of the pets were instantly shattered after being hit by them, falling down right after. "Is the advanced phase of the Star State so worthless?" the purple-robed young man bellowed. His eyes were bloodshot and brutal, but he remained absolutely calm. He charged at an old man and covered himself with the chains while he compressed some of them to form a spear. The old man was shocked by this. He raised multiple shields and activated 2 defensive treasures. One of them was a wheel and the other was a twig. The wheel was pierced through and exploded. Its surrounding light was gone, wasted. The twig, however, boasted an amazing power that blocked the chains, but not for long. It crumbled into pieces and turned into ash in the end. You! The old man was so regretful about the destruction of his secret treasures that his eyes became bloodshot. However, he gritted his teeth and quickly retreated, not daring to confront the young man. Where do you think you're going? The vicious young man ignored the others and blocked the old man's escape, stabbing with the spear of chains which was ablaze and bloody. Shocked, the old man cried quickly, "I give up." He had other trump cards, but he was unwilling to use them. Some were very costly. He would have to sacrifice his longevity or even exhaust his constitution, which would affect his cultivation in the future. Whoosh! Hardly had the old man said that when he disappeared from the small world. He was relocated by the Star Lord. The purple-robed young man quickly paused when the spear missed its target and looked at the remaining participants. He then grabbed a section of the chains and spun them. The chains, like mountains, forced the enemies around him to retreat. One of them was hit by the chains and instantly vomited blood. He was flung tens of thousands of meters away until he was picked by his pet. After forcing them to retreat, the purple-robed young man hovered in the sky proudly and shouted, showing no respect for anyone. Who's next? The rogue cultivators outside of the small world, including those in the star state, were silent. They were too shocked. Was it really something that a fate state warrior could achieve? He had crushed someone in the advanced phase of the star state. The three phases of the star state had as huge differences among each other as that between the star state and the fate state. The young man had gone across 3 levels in a row. He's an example for all of us. Far in the distance, the forces that had entered the divine residence on spaceships saw the battle in the small world too and were shocked. The fate state passengers were even more excited. Those in the star state had been on the top of their worlds like mountains. Nobody could have defied this order. However, the high and mighty star state experts had been trounced by a fate state fellow. Nobody was able to defeat him. How awesome was that? Huh? The purple-robed young man sneered as he looked at the remaining star state opponents who were catching their breath at the moment. Star state warriors should be able to travel the universe and survive while in the void of space. Unfortunately, you're too weak. You're not true star state experts at all. You will know what it really means to dominate the stars when I enter the star state. The star state champions looked awful once they heard his claims. The rogue cultivators outside the small world were angry after such a provocation. You may be strong, but what you said is too demeaning. Damn it, this guy is too cocky. Father Time was also furious, but was unable to say anything. It was truly degrading to have been suppressed by someone who had such a low cultivation. The most infuriating thing was that there was nothing they could say in their defense. They were exasperated. Father Time suddenly noticed that there was nothing but peace and even a look of appreciation on Su Ping's face. He asked weirdly, "Why aren't you angry?" Su Ping was stunned by the question. He asked back, "Why should I be angry?" "Aren't you angry because of what he just said? That boy is too cocky. He's offending all of the Star State warriors." "Oh," Su Ping replied casually. "He despises all the Star State warriors. Is it any of my business? Besides, I agree with what the guy said. Shouldn't those in the Star State travel the universe and dominate the stars?" Father Time was lost for words about Su Ping's shamelessness. He wasn't angry at all after being slapped in the face. Even if that young guy was strong enough to back such remarks, it was still infuriating to be insulted. "Junior." A middle-aged man stepped out furiously. "You're too arrogant. I'll admit that you're strong if you can resist this attack." "Bring it on," the purple-robed young man chuckled and said in disdain. Infuriated by such a response, the middle-aged man unleashed a series of violent lightning bolts. He clearly had an elemental lightning constitution, and the energy suggested that it was an advanced lightning body. He raised his hands and concentrated all the lightning bolts on his hands. Then a dark red saber appeared in his palm before it was covered by lightning, turning into a lightning saber. Someone recognized the middle-aged man's technique and exclaimed in shock, "The ultimate technique of the Lightning God Mountain, Lightning Wave Saber." Lightning God Mountain was a major force in the Federation. It was called a mountain, but it was actually bigger than a star. Many ascendants lived there. It was such a powerful organization that even the 5 best academies had to kneel before them. The Lightning Wave Saber was a combination of the Lightning class and the Light class, both of which were famous for their speed. That technique was best known for how quick and brutal it was. The purple-robed young man raised his eyebrows and became solemn, but eventually sneered and said, "Interesting, but you haven't fully grasped this technique yet." In the next moment, he waved his chains and gathered them in front of himself like a web. However, exactly at that moment, the purple-robed young man's pupils shrunk. After a boom, an explosion burst out. The dazzling and scorching saber was still being gathered in front of the middle-aged man, but a golden rune flew in front of the purple-robed young man and was torn apart. It almost seemed that the purple-robed young man had been ambushed. However, none of the Star State experts had taken any action. It was quite a weird scene. Moments after, someone noticed a secret treasure that looked like a water ball behind the broken rune. The water wall was shaking, revealing the dazzling saber aura inside. The lightning inside the saber aura made the water sphere boil. It was exactly the lightning wave saber. On the other hand, the scorching aura in the middle-aged man's hand was already gone. As it turned out, he had launched the real saber aura faster than anybody could see. That was the Lightning God Mountain's ultimate technique. There was a loud boom, and the water ball exploded under the surging lightning bolts. However, the beads of water fell at a high speed and crashed into the shattered land down below, making resounding noises. Every drop of water was like a meteor. However, the water sphere blockage gave the purple-robed young man enough time to react. He swung his chains and minced the saber aura that didn't have much momentum left. "You ruined 2 of my secret treasures. You deserve to die." The purple-robed young man narrowed his eyes and stared at the middle-aged man. The mature warrior's expression changed slightly, feeling frustrated. He had already used his ultimate skill, but still failed to defeat the young man. The young man was not only strong, but also a member from a super-rich family. The 2 broken treasures from moments before were the best ones used for defense in Star State battles. There was no telling how many more such treasures the guy had. It wasn't hard to imagine that the big shots behind him had surely prepared more than those 2 treasures to keep him safe. The rest of the people watching realized this too, and their gestures changed. All of them heaved sighs. It was truly a slap on their faces. A Fate State guy had stomped the faces of all the Star State warriors, yet nobody could fight back. Never mind, it's pointless to fight someone like him. The golden rune seemed to contain a higher power. I'm almost sure it was created by an Ascendant State expert. He'll be absolutely unbeatable if he has other defense treasures like that. It's unfair that such a man would compete over the Tree of Laws with us. Outside of the small world, all the Star Lords shook their heads and gave up on the idea of competing. First of all, the purple-robed young man had horrifying combat ability. He was almost invincible while having all those defensive treasures. The Star Lords could definitely suppress him, but there was no way that they could offend a guy with such a background just to get a Tree of Laws. If his master were one of the 3 Ascendant State experts inside the Divine Residence, they would probably be killed before they did anything. Is this what a genius should be like? He's terrifying. He's also too arrogant. I'm so angry. All the Alliance of Stars members moaned in regret. Su Ping and Father Time had a certain advantage since they had endured for such a long time, but they would have to give away the Tree of Laws since that genius had shown up. What a shame. Shenong's 3 punches and Hades, who had already been eliminated, also heaved sighs. Whoosh whoosh. More and more champions were relocated by the Star Lords backing them, straight away quitting the competition. The leader girl puffed her cheeks angrily, but she also knew it would be pointless to keep fighting. I would have crushed you if I had met you years ago. But I can't beat you now. It's boring to beat someone whose level is so low. The leader girl was quite angry. Once he saw the girl's look, the deputy smiled and said, "Miss, don't feel bad. Geniuses like him are rare, and too many of them have perished as they try to grow. Very few can reach the ascendant state in the end. You only need to accumulate your strength and break through sooner. People like him can only aspire to be your students." "Well, that's true, but I don't want arrogant students like him," declared the leader girl proudly. The deputy couldn't help but smile. "If we're talking about arrogance, you are the real spoiled kid here, don't you think? Have you finally realized the truth? Hee hee. They're all gone. Do you want to be beaten some more?" The purple-robed young man looked at the relocated champions and knew that their leading star lords had yielded. He had a strong sense of achievement after forcing the star lords to retreat. It was nothing unusual for him to kill someone at his level. It couldn't bring him any gratification. "I'll be able to step on the heads of star lords when I reach the star state," the purple-robed young man thought and looked at the last two men impatiently. He couldn't wait to claim the tree of laws and absorb its fruits, which would further strengthen him and make it even easier for him to suppress those in the advanced phase of the star state. "He's too arrogant." Father Time was fuming but didn't dare to say anything back. Even those 4 words were only said telepathically to Su Ping. After all, considering the abilities the man had shown, he was destined to radiate in the entire Federation. It wasn't wise to mock and offend such a genius. "Indeed he is," Su Ping nodded and said. "It's our turn. The Tree of Laws will be ours if we defeat him." Father Time was going to say, "Let's retreat." He almost vomited blood when he heard Su Ping's reply. He asked in shock, "What nonsense are you talking about? You think we can beat him? Didn't you see the guy's defensive treasures? If there's no one else distracting his firepower, even I might not be able to endure his attacks, much less defeat him." "If you're not going, I am," said Su Ping. The Tree of Laws was right in front of his eyes. There was no way that he would miss out on getting such an ultimate treasure. The fruits of laws would solidify his foundation and even enable him to break into the fate state. Su Ping had stepped out as he spoke. Father Time was only capable of defending and could not offer more help. Seeing Su Ping's action, Father Time was instantly flabbergasted. "Damn, you're really going." The leader girl was about to take Su Ping and Father Time out when she saw Su Ping's movement and became puzzled. Does he still want to fight? Huh. The deputy frowned too. He suddenly realized that he couldn't see through the new member. The void state. Everybody noticed Su Ping at that moment. All the star lords of the alliances scanned him and were left in a daze. Chapter 816. Su Ping's Constitution. Seriously? The void state. Even I can't see through him with my eyes of delusion. I didn't notice it before. Is this guy really a void state warrior, or is he concealing his strength? Many Star Lords were shocked and suspicious. Their perception technique was definitely above the star state, yet they couldn't detect Su Ping's actual level, which was rather weird. Some of them even examined Su Ping with the power of the small world, but they still couldn't detect any star state aura in his body. He seemed to be in the void state from every perspective. However, only 3 men were left in the small world, and one of them was in the void state. Apart from the Star Lords, the unaffiliated cultivators in the star state were also shocked and suspicious. Many people in the Alliance of Stars had noticed Su Ping's level and simply thought that he was good at disguise. They were rather surprised to hear the whispers. Is nobody here able to see through Su Ping's disguise? His disguise abilities are truly astounding. Look, all those Star Lords are saying that Brother Heaven Destroyer is in the void state. What is going on? Seriously, not even the Star Lords can detect Brother Heaven Destroyer's real level. Well, who exactly is this new member? Many people in the Alliance of Stars looked at O'Neill. O'Neill was at a loss just like them. He knew that Su Ping was very strong, but he didn't know that Star Lords also had a hard time seeing through his cover. Is Su Ping at the peak of the star state? But if it were so, he wouldn't have let Garland or neither of his fellows get away earlier. O'Neill felt confused. He couldn't figure out the reason, but there was a shocking conjecture he didn't dare to confirm. If true, then Su Ping would definitely be much more horrifying than the purple-robed young man who had crushed all those Star State experts. After all, Su Ping's main focus was pet training, a grandmaster trainer at that. Still within the small world, the purple-robed young man noticed the aura Su Ping unleashed too. He slightly raised his eyebrows but didn't pay much attention. The void state. I can easily take care of that guy if that's his real cultivation. If it was fake, it wouldn't be a big deal. He was never good at scanning. Advanced Star State warriors could have easily disguised themselves in front of him. After all, he would be a real monster if he was better than them in every aspect. If you want to fight, don't hide your cultivation and show me your real strength. The purple-robed young man chuckled. All the contestants had been knocked out except for the two sturdy guys. He didn't consider them a big deal at all. In fact, he was delighted since he was ready to take the Tree of Laws. You see through me. Su Ping was surprised. Then he didn't hide his strength anymore. That purple-robed young man was quite tricky to deal with. Even he wasn't confident of beating him, depending on how many trump cards the other guy had. With a thought, he summoned the little skeleton, calling him for a dual fusion. Swoosh! The little skeleton quickly disappeared into Su Ping's body. White bones soon grew out of his pores and spread on his arms, neck, chest, and face. All his vitals were covered in bones. Then, after merging with the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon, he looked like a skeleton dragon. His pointy tail was swept in midair and pushed the air out. If they were in the outside world, that tail swing was enough to tear open the secondary space. Su Ping grew significantly stronger after the fusions, like a rising sun. He emitted an expanding aura. Swoosh! As he breathed, Su Ping felt like the air he exhaled could penetrate the void. His eyes became solemn and sharp. Dual fusion, that seems to be a parasite beast. That skeleton seems to belong to the Skeleton King's family. Those aren't parasite beasts. They're battle pets strong in offense that are also capable of emulating the parasite beast's ability. Skeleton Kings. But that skeleton doesn't seem to be the same as the Skeleton Kings I know. It's not as large, is it, an inferior mutant? He seems to be in the Star State. Nobody in the Void State carries such an aura. His disguise technique is truly horrifying. That's true. Even I fail to find out exactly how strong he is exactly. He must be using top Star Lord secret techniques, or even of the Ascendant State. He has really been keeping a low profile. He must hail from a powerful background. Outside of the battlefield, the Star Lords kept on whispering in astonishment. Given that they sensed Su Ping's aura, which was close to the advanced phase of the Star State, all had thought at first that they had made an error when gauging his level, as it wasn't something that anyone in the Void State could achieve. Maybe Su Ping wasn't really an advanced Star State warrior, but he was undoubtedly in the Star State. A Skeleton King. The purple-robed young man narrowed his eyes at Su Ping and then said casually, "You can only reach the advanced Star State with the dual fusion, so you must be originally in the beginning phase of the Star State. You may be a genius, but you're not good enough." He suddenly launched an attack as he talked. An overwhelming number of chains were slapped on Su Ping's head. The chains were glowing. They contained the purple-robed young man's power of laws and constitution, which were able to cut the land apart. Su Ping didn't say anything. He certainly knew that the dual fusion wasn't good enough, which was why he performed it at the beginning. Not using your strength isn't good enough either. Su Ping suddenly threw a punch of his own. Billions of vortexes revolved inside his cells, unleashing a horrifying power that could rip planets apart. His astral power instantly rose to the peak. The refined divine power in his acupoints were gathered and compressed on his fist, to then be launched with an attack. Boom! The fist glowed like the sun, releasing an overwhelming power when it collided with the chains. The entire small world instantly began to shake. The shattered land also trembled. The chains were flung back by the punch, and the divine light on the chains started to dim. The power of laws were also shaken and thrown back to the purple-robed young man like dozens of dead snakes. Su Ping had actually won on that first collision. All the observers outside the small world were shocked and filled with disbelief. The punch was so brilliant and majestic, seemingly strong enough to shake the planet. This fist technique. It's so fierce and unstoppable, as if able to destroy everything in its way. In the Heavenly Fist Alliance's corner, Shenong's 3 punches looked at Su Ping in shock. He had been familiar with all sorts of fist techniques, but the attack that Su Ping had just demonstrated was still an eye-opener for him. It was quite similar to the fist technique he practiced. They were both brutal and domineering. However, Su Ping's fist technique was even more domineering. If he managed to learn something from Su Ping's technique, his fist would become even more powerful than before. The purple-robed young man retrieved the chains and became cold. Anger and killing intent surfaced in his eyes. He had planned to finish off the guy quickly, but the latter had shown remarkable strength. However, does he really think he can win the competition with that? Bloody Demon Immortality Technique. After a boom, the purple-robed young man performed his technique again. Deep red mist of blood rose from his body and was spread out over his chains. The divine light covering the chains, mixed with the blood, became red and golden and looked rather evil. Su Ping retreated his fist and gazed at his opponent coldly. His fist was really powerful because he had made use of his own technique. Some techniques could enhance a person's astral power, some could invoke the potential in their own blood, and some could transform metals into energy. The chaos star chart that Su Ping practiced, on the other hand, helped him gather a horrifying and explosive power. Su Ping was better able to notice how remarkable the technique was as he rose to higher levels. It was one of the reasons why he was confident of fighting that man. Thousand-lock star-piercing spear. Rage appeared in the purple-robed young man's eyes. He performed a technique that he hadn't used yet. Boosted by his divine constitution and his techniques, plus the law of destruction he had thoroughly grasped, he swung the chains like hundreds of snakes and gathered them to form a golden spear. It was one of his strongest attack techniques. It abandoned all defenses and was fully focused on offense. Together with the destructiveness of the chains themselves, it could pierce through even a sturdy advanced star state pet. What an intimidating aura! The Bloody Demon Immortality Technique seems to be an ancient evil technique. I didn't expect that the guy would have such a method. Didn't he use it before because he had to defend against our attacks? This guy is even more terrifying in a duel. The people outside of the battlefield changed their expressions when they saw the chain spear that gathered bloody aura and divine light. All the champions who had been relocated earlier felt fortunate for not staying in the same world with such a monster. It was almost like staying inside a cage holding a ferocious beast. Brother Heaven Destroyer. Father Time's expression also changed. He sensed a dazzling and unstoppable power that he had never encountered in his life. He wasn't at all confident of resisting the following attack. It was mind-boggling to consider that the attack had been launched by someone in the Fate state. Su Ping became solemn when he saw the horrifying spear. Vortices trembled inside his body, and infinite astral power flowed in his veins like rivers, making him much stronger than before. You have a constitution, and so do I. Su Ping's eyes became completely black. The sclera was also replaced by darkness. He had rarely used his constitution in the real world, but he decided to do so this time. It was the divine constitution invoked after he passed the tests in the Golden Crow's world, known as the Sorcerer's divine constitution. Sorcerers had been the dominators of the world during primordial times. The rays of light around him were gone after Su Ping activated his constitution. Infinite darkness surged from the void. The rays were not swallowed, but drowned in the flood because they had no time to escape. A constitution. Is it a demonic constitution? No, what a horrifying aura. It's indeed a demonic constitution, too scary in fact. 3,700 demonic constitutions are recorded in the Federation, and only 22 are considered the best. I think this is one of the best demonic constitutions. He disappeared in the nothingness and can't be detected any longer. What a weird constitution. All the people outside the battlefield were astonished by such development. Divine constitutions were the best of all. There were 700 different types of divine constitutions in the Federation, while 9 of them were the best overall. People with any of the 9 constitutions were seen as super geniuses in the entire universe. Then there were the demonic constitutions. There were more than 3,000 kinds of them, and 22 kinds were the best. Down below were the elemental constitutions, which included tens of thousands of kinds. Although Su Ping's constitution was not a divine one, it seemed as intimidating as the purple-robed young man. If it were one of the best demonic constitutions, it would easily crush the normal divine constitutions. Sword technique, hell of 4 dimensions. Su Ping took out the little skeleton's bone saber. His own sword had already lost the power of laws. Although made of hard materials, it was clearly not as good as the purple-robed young man's chains and would probably be shattered with ease. But the bone saber was different. It was made from the remains of a massive fang which would have belonged to an indescribable creature in the chaotic realm of the undead. It had existed for countless years. Su Ping had never seen anything harder than that. God of lightning, boom, annihilation, and cutting. The 4 laws were all compressed on the saber, which was ablaze in brilliant light. Break now. Su Ping rose to the sky and roared while carrying infinite darkness. He then went against the brilliant spear like a devil from hell. He waved his saber. The entire world was silent. Given the accelerated attack, the saber aura was unbelievably fast, almost appearing like lightning. The man who had launched the lightning wave saber earlier widened his eyes when he saw Su Ping's attack. He didn't know how Su Ping had achieved it, but that moment of super acceleration was exactly what he had used in the lightning wave saber. Looking at the devilish Su Ping, the purple-robed young man was infuriated. He then roared, "You merely have a demonic constitution. Break now." His divine spear came piercing down from the skies, as if it were about to rip apart the small world. If the spear ever stabbed a planet, it could have pierced it through. After a boom, a saber aura covered the world. All sound was lost at the moment of collision. Then, horrifying sonic waves and blasts were spread out. The earth was shaking, and a sandstorm was raging. The brilliant spear was shattered and reduced to chains. The chains were then dispersed. Some fell to the ground, leaving pits hundreds of meters deep, and some were flung far back into the sky to later disappear. Chapter 817, Tripe Hellish Saber. Thanks to the blockage of the small world, the observers outside weren't too greatly affected, but all of them sensed how horrifying the collision was. It was hard to imagine that the battle was at a star-state scope. Its aftermath could have broken through the void. Fortunately, it happened inside the small world of the Star Lords, or it would have destroyed the environment. Restrict. The purple-robed young man quickly took action and consolidated the space. Then, the dispersing chains were stabilized, gathering once more in his hands. The expression worn by the purple-robed young man had a sudden change when the chains were recalled. One of the chains had lost its light and the power of laws. There was a cut deep enough that the chain was almost falling apart. It was a peak star state secret treasure. The complete law of tearing that was attached to the chains was able to pierce anything. They had also been enhanced by his own divine power. How could they end up this badly damaged? His opponent's weapons would always end up destroyed every time his weapon collided with them. What's with the saber he's holding? The purple-robed young man raised his head and looked at the plain-looking saber in Su Ping's hand. The saber was small and didn't even have a grip, but he stared at it gravely. It seems that you're still not trying your best. The purple-robed young man slightly narrowed his eyes and then looked away. he discovered that he couldn't see through Su Ping's real level. It was still the void state. While fighting in such a fierce battle, the man was still able to conceal his level with a disguising technique, which meant that he wasn't using all his strength. For the very first time in his life, his opponent wasn't fully devoted to the battle against him. He took a deep breath. 3 battle pets appeared behind him. All of them were in the beginning phase of the star state. 2 of them were dragons, and 1 was a demon pet. The 3 pets had been trained multiple times. They had a high aptitude and would be able to fight opponents beyond their level, just like the purple-robed young man. "You forced me to become serious in a duel. Even though you're in the star state, you should feel proud of yourself," said the purple-robed young man. He was praising Su Ping, but he still sounded arrogant. He looked down on the star state when he was only in the fate state. His arrogance made the star state cultivators outside of the small world strongly uncomfortable, especially those who had attacked the young master but had to be rescued later. The purple-robed young man didn't summon his pets when he was collectively attacked, and yet, at that moment, he claimed that he was getting serious. He was quite blatant for someone in the fate state, yet he truly had the capability to do so. Su Ping stayed silent while staring at him. He simply raised his hand and gathered a saber aura that was even more brilliant and scorching than before. The vortices inside his body trembled again after a pause, unleashing the power of billions of stars. Boom! A river of astral power surged inside his body, and divine power radiated again. Augmentation. Degradation. Scourge of demons. The purple-robed young man made preparations when Su Ping attacked. He had summoned the 3 pets not to have them fight for him, but to fight with him. The higher level a battle pet warrior was, the stronger they were. Some of them could even be more terrifying than their battle pets. Instantly, halos of enhancement appeared from a green-scaled dragon and strengthened the purple-robed young man, who became twice as strong. His astral power rose from his body like bubbles. In the meantime, another red dragon used skills to weaken Su Ping. The demon pet shrieked and launched a weird attack, which was going to break into Su Ping's head and eliminate his soul. "Dark Dragon Hound," Su Ping roared. The dark dragon hound behind Su Ping jumped out and let out the most daunting and magnificent roar that awed the world. Such a roar was beyond what the star state beasts could muster. Earlier on, the dark dragon hound had been unable to imitate the roar of such strong creatures, but it recently became able to since its level had risen. Enhancement and purging skills were launched after the dragon roar was spread out, and the laws of degradation that the red dragon had initiated were blocked. The law of solidity that the dark dragon hound had perceived was set up in front of Su Ping as energy shields, along with other laws. At the same time, it enhanced Su Ping. Such enhancement skills were very exhausting. While Su Ping's aura rose quickly, the dark dragon hound quickly lost its astral power. A soundless competition started. The dark dragon hound was resisting the 2 early star state dragons by itself. The dark dragon hound even seemed to be winning the competition. It had suppressed the 2 battle pets. Su Ping's pet had to be a peak star state creature according to the onlookers, so it was nothing unusual. While that purple-robed young man was strong enough to beat enemies higher than his level, his pets would be an unavoidable weakness. The early star state would never compare those at the peak of the star state, unless he trained his pets and made them as talented as himself. But how would that be possible? That was why the purple-robed young man had been fighting on his own without summoning his pets. He couldn't beat his opponent even if he did. While the dark dragon hound resisted the other dragons, the demonic pet's attack penetrated its defenses and struck Su Ping's mind. It was like an attack from another dimension, which hauled Su Ping's consciousness into a dark world where demons were screaming and dragging him into an abyss. "Inferior creatures, get the hell out of here." Su Ping's soul let out a roar of disdain. The force field appeared deep inside his soul. The aura of the great ancient undead creatures in the field drove away the darkness. While facing the ancient undead creatures, The caster of the skill felt that they were standing right in front of them. How magnificent! It was like an ant looking up to see a giant whose body reached the sky. The demonic pet next to the purple-robed young man screamed and trembled. Dark blood flowed out of its 8 eyeballs at the same time. It was a skill recoil. In fact, Su Ping didn't launch any attacks. The pet was simply intimidated by the scenes in the force field. The force field could only save what one had seen with one's own eyes, which meant that the human being had seen those great beings before. When the demonic pet cried, it gazed at Su Ping in fear with eyes that were still shedding blood, as if he were a horror that should not exist in their world. The purple-robed young man who was about to attack was slightly surprised at his pet's emotion. His demonic pet had always been brutal and ferocious. How could it possibly become this scared? However, Su Ping was about to attack at the moment, and he had to counterattack. There was no time for him to think. Double sword technique, hella 4 dimensions. A surge attacked again. He withdrew his gaze from the collapsed darkness back to reality without any delay, as if the previous scourge didn't happen. He continued his attack and pressed his astral power in an unstoppable manner. The power of laws was manifested. This time, there were not 4 laws but 8. He was able to use Little Skeleton's laws when he merged with it. He borrowed those laws and combined them with his own. So, he essentially had 8 laws. Since the laws overlapped, it wasn't as hard for Su Ping to combine them, given that it would have to combine 8 different laws. Sky-slashing chain. Seeing that Su Ping was growing in strength by the minute, the purple-robed young man knew that his guess was correct and the guy wasn't trying his best. Infuriated, he roared and attacked. This time, his chain revealed its true self. All the branches of those chains were gone, and there was just one thick chain. He held the chain as if it were a sword or a rod before he swung it, aiming toward the sky. The end of the chain at the front had 2 laws that destroyed everything in its way. Boom! Another explosion burst out, and the small world shook. There were even more cracks on the shattered land. The air was hot, full of mixed elements. Unordered pieces of laws were splashing everywhere. To everyone's astonishment, the chain was flung back, and the saber aura slashed at the purple-robed young man again. The latter roared and broke the aura with one slap. The saber aura was just an empty shell that was easily broken, but the scene still shocked everyone. Go to hell. The purple-robed young man was truly furious. He took action again after breaking the saber aura. He activated his constitution and healed his wounds before he charged at Su Ping with a horrifying power. That was the advantage of a powerful constitution, which could quickly restore one's strength. However, when he marched toward Su Ping, the latter simply stood in midair with cold eyes, just like a great devil. Black air rose from his body, placing him in the middle of darkness. While staying in that space, even the restrictions of the small world seemed to loosen and become corrupted. Little Inferno Dragon, merge with me, Su Ping whispered. While inside his body, the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon was dismissed, and he was quickly weakened. But the Inferno Dragon, which had been waiting for a long time, turned into a stream of fire and melded into Su Ping's body. After a hum, Su Ping's aura was no longer dropping, but rising at an even higher speed than before. His strength soared to an appalling height. The strength advancement that a pet could bring to a battle pet warrior depended on the pet's strength. Triple sword technique, hella 4 dimensions. Su Ping activated his constitution. Not just the sorcerer's constitution, but his solar bulwark as well, which also glowed brilliantly. An advantage of the solar bulwark was that it posed no obstacles to divine power or demonic power. They could circulate easily. All in all, 12 laws appeared on Su Ping's bone saber. Su Ping had passed the 4 laws he had learned on to the little skeleton and the Inferno Dragon. He borrowed the laws from the Inferno Dragon and combined them, thereby tripling the technique's power. The purple-robed young man was shocked by Su Ping's soaring aura, wondering what kind of constitution the guy had to restore him that quickly, making him even stronger than before. Was Su Ping still preserving his strength? At that moment, he noticed that Su Ping was still in the void state. This person, the purple-robed young man, was seething with anger. He gritted his teeth. For the very first time, he felt humiliated. Although the man was a star state expert, he still found it humiliating to have been defeated. You should die. He gritted his teeth and took out a mirror. The frame of the mirror was black and white. It contained a strange power of laws that was able to make the environment tremble ever so slightly. What's that? Is it a Star Lord's secret treasure? How is it possible? Fate State warriors can't even hold a Star Lord's treasure, not to mention using it. Outside of the small world, all the Star Lords looked at the mirror in shock and suspicion. Chapter 818, Trump Card. Su Ping slightly narrowed his eyes. The strange mirror gave him a hollow feeling as if it were a shadow. It could be seen but not touched. Mirror mysteries. The purple-robed young man was not in the mood of letting out arrogant remarks anymore. He felt awful since he was forced to use this ultimate treasure. He wouldn't feel happy even if Su Ping was killed. A black air surged on the frame of the mirror when he released it, which later moved to its back. Then, it penetrated the mirror and gathered in front of him as a black mist. In only 1 second, the black mist condensed and formed a hideous dragon, whose skin and scales were gradually revealed. It looked identical to Su Ping. Everybody was shocked. Even the Star Lords' faces changed and became solemn. Real Star Lords' treasures were untouchable, even for those in the Star State, not to mention the Fate State. They would not be able to use them. However, the power of faith was flowing out of the mirror. Even if it wasn't a Star Lord's treasure, it had to be a top Star State treasure. Such a secret treasure could be even more valuable than the normal Star Lord's treasures, but it didn't demand a lot of power from its users and could be harnessed by Fate State warriors, such as that purple-robed young man. The Star State experts were also amazed by Su Ping's replica. They felt that the clone was almost identical to Su Ping himself. Die! The purple-robed young man gloomily sent out an order, and the clone was quickly set into motion. The clone revealed an astonishing astral power the moment it dashed forward. It launched 4 laws, which were exactly those which Su Ping had used earlier. The mirror could even copy the target's laws. All the Star State warriors were shocked by this. Anyone could be invincible with nothing but that treasure. How could they possibly beat him? However, someone soon found that, even though the clone had used the same laws as Su Ping did, it didn't carry any air of constitution. Huh? The purple-robed young man noticed it too and was rather shocked. His trump card was so horrifying that it could copy creatures below the Star Lord state in every aspect. It could even copy the laws that were very close to the ultimate truth. Therefore, he could let the enemy fight himself by using that mirror. Still, the mirror failed to copy Su Ping's constitution. That didn't make sense. The guy's constitution was so powerful that the mirror was unable to copy it. The purple-robed young man was astounded. His own divine constitution was copyable, which was a slap in his own face. The difference suggested that his constitution was not as good as Su Ping's. The guy only had a demonic constitution, yet it was better than his divine constitution. Therefore, it had to be a rare and top-quality constitution. Is that all? Su Ping slightly raised his eyebrows as he watched the copy approach. It was indeed amazing in its own way, but not nearly enough to beat him. He suddenly stepped out and performed the triple hellish saber again with glowing eyes. The saber aura swept out like a golden galaxy. The clone performed the same saber technique, which contained a tremendous amount of both astral and divine powers. Seeing that the copy attacked, the purple-robed young man quickly commanded, "No." But it was too late. The clone was fighting based on the copied battle experience. That move was indeed the most perfect for a counterattack. However, the clone didn't have a constitution, so it was not nearly as strong as Su Ping. After a loud boom, Su Ping's saber aura pressed forward and cut the clone to pieces. Su Ping found while he attacked that the clone didn't copy his constitution, nor the solar bulwark. He felt he had just cut into tofu. If his solar bulwark would have been copied, even if it still wasn't enough to survive, he would have at least felt some resistance, and at least a body would have been left behind. Come again. Su Ping gathered his strength and performed the triple hellish saber once more. The violent saber technique was swept out. Everybody was astounded by his magnificent storage of astral power. That must have been his ultimate skill. How could anyone perform ultimate skills again and again? Not even the Star State people present thought that they had enough astral power to perform the skill that many times consecutively. The purple-robed young man looked awful as he watched the incoming saber aura. He gathered astral power in his palm and roared, "Die!" The mirror rose to the sky and glowed brilliantly. The black and white air on the frame suddenly slithered and broke free before it moved toward Su Ping. The black and white air tore the small world apart, revealing the gray, deep space behind it and ignoring the restrictions of the small world. Power of faith. It's indeed the air of faith, and there's two streams of it. What is the mirror made of? It can store the power of faith. The faces of many Star Lords contorted, as the attack was powerful enough to hurt them. And yet the purple-robed young man was only a Fate State warrior. How terrifying! All the Fate State experts on the spaceships were dumbfounded. The black and white air struck across the small world sky like meteors through deep space, heading towards Su Ping. Damn it! Outside of the small world, the face of the leader girl changed. It was the power of faith which was way beyond the Star State. He has such a secret treasure. How shameless! The leader girl was quite angry. Su Ping was already winning without the secret treasure. However, such a trump card had changed the result of the battle. It was impossible for him to resist. However strong Su Ping was, he would not resist a power at the Star Lord level. She was about to order the ship to rescue Su Ping, but then her eyes widened with disbelief. The other Star Lords noticed it too. All of them looked at the source and were left astounded. A dazzling light was bursting out like a flame in Su Ping's hands, and the gray plain-looking bone saber emitted a horrifying aura. It evinced 3 streams of the power of faith. Is that bone saber a top-secret treasure too? All the Star Lords were rendered speechless. It was completely quiet outside of the small world. Now Su Ping roared. He waved the bone saber and launched the power of faith streams with the aura of the triple hellish saber as protection. Su Ping was incapable of directly controlling the power of faith. He had to use the bone saber to influence it. Likewise, the purple-robed young man was also incapable of controlling the power. He could only push it with the secret treasure. It was like a tennis game where the secret treasure was the racket and the power of faith was the ball. Once the ball was pushed out, it was no longer possible to change its trajectory. Whether or not it could hit the target depended on aiming. Sky-blocking lock. The purple-robed young man had already taken action before the black and white air flew out. His chains were designed to restrict the enemy so that the attack could hit the target. He couldn't adjust the trajectory, but he could influence the enemy's location. What? The chains had already reached Su Ping and were about to tie him up, but the purple-robed young man was astounded when he saw the incoming 3 streams of faith power. While still in shock, the 2 faith attacks had struck through deep space and collided even faster than a flash. The world was quiet and soundless at the moment of collision. Sonic waves couldn't travel in deep space, but everybody saw that the deep space itself was collapsing. The blast was spreading from the 4th space to the tertiary space. A Star Lord realized what was going on and roared, "Hurry!" The other Star Lords realized what he meant. They quickly took action and strengthened the small world. Chapter 819, Domination. Boom! The blast was instantly spread in the small world, as if thousands of thunders were rumbling at the same time. The horrifying shock made the land crumble and the rivers go off course. A pit thousands of meters deep was left on the ground, just like a super pot. A streak of golden light dashed out in the midst of those rumbling noises. It was none other than Su Ping. He flew at the edge of the blast, and the bones and dragon scales on his skin kept falling apart and regenerating as it worked to block it. The attack was beyond what the star state could muster, easily able to kill any creature of the advanced star state. However, Su Ping managed to weather through it and was ready to counterattack, thanks to the bloodline abilities that the little skeleton had just perceived, the Inferno Dragon Scales, and the God of Lightning's Law. His bone shield and dragon scales were destroyed again and again. His solar bulwark was glowing as it received the shock. The golden crow illusion behind his back seemed to be screaming. If he were anyone else, he would have focused all his strength on defending himself. However, Su Ping went all out and charged brutally. Triple Hellish Saber. Su Ping roared in his heart while he stared at the purple-robed young man on the other side with bloodshot eyes. Golden runes were appearing around that young master. Earlier on, the golden runes had blocked the lightning wave saber. Just one of the golden runes had reduced its power by half. The golden runes were flying out like cheap toilet paper at that moment, flashing around the purple-robed young man. They were quickly torn apart by the blast, but there were so many in number that they formed a shield and protected the young man behind them. Nobody expected Su Ping to keep attacking during the blast, which could have wiped him out easily if he wasn't cautious. However, he managed to resist without using any secret treasures, and he was still attacking. Is he crazy? He's mad. He seems determined to kill that guy. I have to say, it's an excellent opportunity for offense as long as he endures that attack, but still, he's too bold. Look at the Fate State guy. Isn't he too extravagant? Damn it, he's using such top defensive secret treasures like plain paper. Does his family own a paper factory? He was surely born in a rich family. Him competing over the Tree of Laws with us is beyond unfair. Outside of the small world, all the cultivators in the star state had complicated feelings. They were shocked by Su Ping's madness and jealous of the purple-robed young man's lush display of wealth. Right then, Su Ping was moving at the edge of the blast in a weird route. His triple hellish saber was aimed at a weakness and reached the purple-robed young man instantly. The latter, still behind the golden runes, had no time to detect what was going on outside, but he had a strong premonition and narrowed his eyes when the saber aura reached him. Then, through a gap in the flying runes, he saw that Su Ping was charging straight at him with brutality and resolve in his eyes. This guy is a lunatic. That was the purple-robed young man's first response. He was shocked by Su Ping's relentless way of fighting. Is a Tree of Laws really worth it? He was also angered by this. Ever since childhood, he had always gotten everything he wanted. A Tree of Laws wasn't worth fighting with his life on the line, but he loathed failure. You think I'm a flower that grew up in a greenhouse? Just bring it on. The purple-robed young man roared with blood surging in his eyes. He fully activated the bloody demon immortality technique and even ignited his constitution. A bloody fire rose to the sky and surrounded his body. Bloody stripes appeared and entangled him, making his skin red and his hair flutter. I will suppress all lives with demonic blood, the purple-robed young man roared. The almost complete laws on his chains were burning fiercely. This time, he borrowed the laws of his pets. However, due to the limits of his own cultivation, his pets didn't understand the laws as well as he did. Even though they were ultimate pets, they only had limited aptitudes after all. Boom! A chain descended towards Su Ping from the sky like a sharp saber. It had a combination of multiple laws, ablaze in bloody light. It happened too fast. The bloody chain was deviated and weakened by the blast when launched. It was very hard to control. On the other hand, the laws and aura of Su Ping's triple hellish saber were quickly falling apart too. They also had trouble enduring the blast. Nevertheless, the two attacks still collided, as both parties had tried their best to control them. Come again. Kill, Su Ping roared. The vortices inside his cells revolved fast, unleashing furious astral power. He also made use of the blast's astral power and absorbed it. Not caring about the result, he launched the triple hellish saber again and again. Su Ping moved forward, cutting a path open with the saber auras, quickly approaching the purple-robed foe. The purple-robed young man's chain dispelled Su Ping's saber aura and won in that collision, but he was shocked to see Su Ping's new attacks. This guy has enough astral power to repeatedly throw such powerful attacks. Is there an ocean of astral power inside his body? The rich youngster gritted his teeth and controlled the chain again. It was evenly matched with the following saber auras, but was later flung back. The bloody light and the power of laws it had were gone, indicating that the secret treasure had been heavily damaged. It would have to be reforged and nurtured. The purple-robed young man gazed at Su Ping with a hideous face, deep killing intent flashing in his eyes. Great, I'll show you what melee skills are. He pocketed his chain and then put on a pair of claw-shaped gloves, also top-secret treasures. Melee skills were very important in the Federation. Many battle pet warriors had learned them. Astral power, merging techniques and melee skills, could grant extraordinary strength when a warrior was able to grasp them. Some of the smaller planets were too imbalanced. Some were focused on melee skills, some on merging techniques, and others, such as the blue planet, were devoted to astral power. Very few warriors excelled in melee skills. The blast was finally dispersed, only leaving some lingering effects. The aftermath was so hot that it was able to melt rocks or vaporize a sea, just like the core of a planet would. The air inside the small world was twisted by the high temperature. The purple-robed young man resisted the heat with his techniques, but Su Ping simply strode towards him and ignored it with his body's resistance to heat. Even though the high temperature was also hurting him, the damages caused were automatically healed by the god of lightning's law. He didn't need to do anything. Swoosh! The young contender aimed his fist towards Su Ping's face. It was fierce and fast, like a dagger. While he punched, his body shook and became 3 clones that lunged at Su Ping at the same time, throwing countless punches. Su Ping widened his eyes and divine light burst out. He suddenly turned around and kicked. Then, all the illusionary fists were gone, and the purple-robed young man was kicked thousands of meters back. A golden rune on his chest had blocked Su Ping's kick for him, but its force had still left him in pain. How was that possible? The young man was shocked. Nobody could have identified his true self that fast. The people outside the small world were also shocked, not expecting Su Ping to be that good. The guy's fist technique and clones were flawless, and still he was seen through. How did he find that guy's true self? I felt like he attacked without even paying attention. Oh my God, are they super geniuses in melee skills too? The Star State onlookers found it hard to believe. Many people practiced melee skills, but they had other priorities. It was impossible for them to become adept at everything. However, it didn't seem to be a problem for the 2 contenders. Was that what made them geniuses? Look, that man is still displaying a void state level, which means that he's not trying his best. FCK, that's true. What a horrifying monster. We're both in the star state, but why is our gap so huge? I feel like killing myself. Stop talking about the star state. His fate state opponent is already awesome enough. He has to save the dignity of the star state for us. Inside the small world. After Su Ping kicked the purple-robed young man away, bone spikes grew all over his body and on his hands. He strode over with divine light. He approached his target, then suddenly used a super acceleration with strength and speed enhancements. Boom! He became significantly faster and punched his opponent in the face. The young man's pupils shrunk. He raised his hand as he tried to block the punch. In the meantime, the demonic snake on his back moved and opened its mouth to attack. Su Ping, however, made a flash move to the side before he punched the demonic snake's head. The beast obviously didn't see it coming, that the human would foresee its attack and even retaliate. There was a boom, then the bone spikes on Su Ping's fist penetrated the demonic snake's scales. the beast could only scream. The purple-robed young man was even more enraged. He felt that his moves were being easily read. He tried to recall the demonic snake, but Su Ping suddenly seized it and opened his mouth, launching a shocking roar. Obviously, the purple-robed young man didn't expect that Su Ping was capable of performing sonic techniques. His head was dizzy for a moment. A secret treasure in his head removed the dizziness moments after, restoring his rationality. Su Ping had already punched the demonic snake multiple times during that brief pause, making it bleed profusely. The young man was incensed as he fought back, while Su Ping easily dodged his attacks thanks to the super acceleration. It was definitely a marvelous skill for melee battles. Besides, Su Ping had tons of fighting experience in the cultivation sites. Only the ancient gods of rules such as Joanna could best him in terms of combat. Is this what you're confident of? How childish. With disdain in his eyes, Su Ping punched the purple-robed young man multiple times with overwhelming strength. A golden rune flew out and blocked each of the punches to protect him. The young man was shocked and infuriated. He was unhurt thanks to the golden runes, but it was still humiliating. He had been crushed in terms of melee skills. All his attacks had been seen through. It didn't make any sense. Don't be too cocky. I'll slay you like a chicken when I break through to the star state. The purple-robed young man was flung hundreds of meters back by Su Ping's punch, and he looked awful. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and sneered. Let's see if you're capable of advancing your cultivation. Considering the purple-robed young man's abilities, Su Ping could ascertain that he wouldn't have been a match if his opponent was indeed in the star state. However, Su Ping was also growing. That was why he wanted the Tree of Laws so desperately. The purple-robed young man was so angry that he stopped talking and took out his chain again. Having been crushed by Su Ping in the melee battle, he would rather use it until the end. He had almost run out of his golden runes. He would have to reveal his trump card if they were used up. But if he exposed that trump card, someone might covet it and try to kill him to get it. Su Ping simply swung his bone saber and counterattacked after seeing the chain. He had a profound amount of astral power. The star vortices inside his hells had been absorbing the wandering power in the air. The melee battle a moment earlier didn't consume too much energy. It was actually an opportunity for him to replenish his reserves. The little skeleton had also been helping him absorb the power of the undead from the void, then transform it into astral power. The chain and the saber collided again. Another fierce bout took place inside the small world, but this time, neither did Su Ping nor the purple-robed young man display other techniques. They simply launched their most powerful attacks again and again. Both of them wanted to defeat the other, but they were evenly matched. It would be hard to make the kill with one attack. This was a time when energy storage was the most important, since the most powerful attacks were being launched continuously. The people outside the small world were shocked to see such a long-lasting battle. They felt that the battle wouldn't end until one party ran out energy. However, both men seemed to be monsters with inexhaustible reserves. Any Star State expert would have been exhausted by then. You think you have more energy than I do. With disdain in his eyes, the purple-robed young man took out a divine fruit and swallowed it. Soon after, the fruit nurtured his dried internal system like an elixir and filled him with astral power again. Su Ping was slightly gloomy after seeing this, but simply kept silent and attacked again and again. 5 minutes later, the purple-robed young man ran out of astral power again. He grimly took out a second divine fruit. 9 minutes later, he looked awful as he took out a third divine fruit. Chapter 820, You Don't Deserve to Know. Half an hour later, the purple-robed young man had already swallowed 7 divine fruits. He had enough of them, but the more frequently he ate them, the less effective they would be. The last divine fruit was used up in only 2 minutes. Damn it! The purple-robed young man forced Su Ping to retreat with the chain, but felt angry and frustrated when Su Ping came back aggressively. is that the profound storage of energy in the star state. He had already swallowed 7 divine fruits, yet Su Ping still seemed to have inexhaustible astral power. For the first time, the purple-robed young man realized the huge gap between the fate state and the star state. The gap was exasperating to him. He even thought that he would have killed his opponent if the latter weren't a level higher than himself. He had never used his level as an excuse for failure before, which he thought was only what weaklings did. Still, he was thinking that at the moment. The very emergence of such a thought was what infuriated him the most, because it meant that his proud heart was giving in. "Go to hell!" The purple-robed young man roared in anger and swung his chains, unleashing laws. He was determined to go for attrition. He had divine fruits and other medications. He was confident to see it through. Bang! Su Ping was still attacking with his full strength. He knocked the chain again with the triple hellish saber and pressed close to the purple-robed young man. His pores opened when he attacked. The star vortices in his cells were revolving, releasing astral power and absorbing the nearby astral power into his body. The Chaos Star Chart gave him much more astral power than people in his rank were able to get. Moreover, Su Ping had been through 100 heavenly tribulations, which purified and condensed his astral power. One stream of his astral power was enough to punch through a mountain. In terms of amount, he had 100 times as much astral power as someone in the void state normally had, and 20 times as much as the fate state did. Although the purple-robed young man's divine constitution and the materials used for his upbringing gave him much more astral power than people in the fate state normally had, he didn't have nearly as much astral power as Su Ping did. Bang bang! With glowing eyes, Su Ping waved his saber and fought with increased fierceness. The little skeleton continued transmitting astral power into him. It had made use of the law of death to take in a tremendous amount of undead energy, to then transform it with the god of lightning's law, which almost gave it inexhaustible energy. It could also absorb the energy of the undead from the deeper voids, with the bloodline abilities of the Skeleton Kings if it were in the outside world where space wasn't locked. The skeleton could be infinitely resurrected with undead energy. Bang! The purple-robed young man hurriedly blocked the attack. His chain was quivering. He felt he was running out of astral power again. Again, he was forced to eat another divine fruit. Hardly had he eaten the divine fruit when his body trembled painfully. His astral power was gradually restored, but his body didn't seem able to take it any longer. How is this possible? My divine constitution is declining first. The young man widened his eyes in shock. He had run out of physical strength, and his body couldn't withstand the stimulation brought by the divine fruits any longer. The foundation of his constitution would be affected if he continued. On the other hand, Su Ping was still fighting like a ferocious, tireless beast. Is this the difference between me and a Star State warrior? The purple-robed young man gritted his teeth in frustration. He didn't think he would be weaker than Su Ping if they would have been on the same level. He looked at the tree of laws far away. All the fruits on the tree contained laws. The young man seemed regretful. It was the very first time he couldn't get what he wanted. Do I have to use my secret treasure? However, that item is mostly for defense, and if I expose it. The purple-robed young man looked at the Star Lords outside of the small world. It could be a useful trump card, but it was an ultimate treasure which could invoke the Star Lord's jealousy. Exactly at this moment a loud roar burst out. You dare to let your mind wander, on your knees. The purple-robed young man suddenly raised his head and saw Su Ping kicking him. He hurried and waved his chain to block the attack and respond with hundreds of punches. After a loud boom, the chain was knocked aside and all the fist auras were gone. He was flung back, then he fell to the ground. Su Ping was blown hundreds of meters back, but then he came back at an even higher speed. Die! The purple-robed young man quickly blocked him with his chain. Su Ping waved his bone saber and knocked the chain aside. Not only was the bone saber hard and sharp, It also contained powers that were incomprehensible and intangible, which caused a deep crack on the extraordinary chain. The purple-robed young man was devastated when he saw the crack. He shouted, "What's your name?" "You don't deserve to know." The young man almost vomited blood. It was the first time anyone had ever said that to him. "I don't deserve it. My master is an ascendant expert." And it wasn't just his master's backing. He would also be able to fight against Star Lords by the time he advanced into the Star State. Once he became a Star Lord, he would be able to subdue his peers and talk to those in the Ascendant State on equal terms. It was safe to say that he had a promising future. He was destined to be a new star that would illuminate the entire Federation. And yet this guy claims that I don't deserve it. "You're too arrogant," said the purple-robed young man, gnashing his teeth. As he looked down at him, Su Ping said, "I'm only stating a fact. You may know my name when you're capable of fighting me without external help." "You," the purple-robed young man said angrily, "say that to me again when my level is the same as yours." If he weren't a level lower, would he have needed the items or the divine fruits? Well. Su Ping looked at him as if he were an idiot. "If your level were the same as mine, you couldn't have endured one attack from me." The purple-robed young man was so infuriated that he almost lost his mind. Is it really something to beat someone with a lower level? He had already shown marvelous techniques and defeated many Star State experts. Did this guy not see it? Once he reached the Star State, he would be 10 times stronger than he was at the moment. "Do you dare to tell me your name? I'll fight you again when I reach the Star State," said the purple-robed young man furiously. "Our battle will be more enjoyable to me by then." Su Ping nodded and agreed. "However, you don't deserve to know my name yet. Wait until you reach the Star State." "You." The purple-robed young man was so infuriated that his face turned blue. He took a deep breath and stopped asking. Given his background, he could easily find out who Su Ping was based on the alliance he came from. "Do you think I can't identify you if you don't say your name? I'll remember you. I'll give this tree of laws to you so that you grow faster. I hope you won't disappoint me as my sparring partner when I reach the Star State," said the purple-robed young man coldly. "So that I grow faster." Su Ping raised his brows and rolled his eyes. This guy is too cocky. There was nothing else he could do, yet he had to end it by showing off. "Say that again when you reach the Star State. You're not good enough yet," Su Ping sneered. The purple-robed young man looked at him thoughtfully and repressed his fury in silence. Well, outside the small world, everybody was still shocked by the recently finished battle. They didn't expect that the battle would last that long. It had to be noted that the two guys had fought while using ultimate skills the whole time and having their constitution fully activated. It seemed that they had stayed in their peak statuses for too long. Su Ping was even more shocking. The purple-robed young man swallowed 7 divine fruits, yet Su Ping still won the war of attrition. It almost seemed like he had an inexhaustible storage of astral power. Is that guy connected to a sea of stars? It's over, it's finally over. Phew, I feel like it's been an entire year. That was so fierce. Are the battles at the peak of the Star State all like that? The guy who failed should be proud. He was only in the Fate State. Indeed, considering his strength, even some of the people at the peak of the Star State might have been defeated by him. It's so horrifying to see how someone in the Fate State crushed so many Star State experts. But that Star State big shot is awesome too. He didn't even go all out to suppress that monster. Indeed, it's a good thing that he won. It would have been humiliating if a Fate State warrior would have routed all the Star State contenders. Tisk tusk, I feel like watching that battle was better than training in seclusion for 100 years. I've learned so much. Yes, what an eye-opener. All the Star State warriors who saw the fight made astonished remarks. The battle was over. Both Su Ping and the purple-robed young man had amazed them. The latter remained arrogant after being defeated, but nobody dared to underestimate him. It was terrifying and even unbelievable for someone in the Fate State to achieve that. Such a genius was bound to glow and receive everyone's attention in the Federation. Of course, provided that he didn't accidentally get killed during his growth. Mr. Xing has failed. His opponent is also a monster. Although the guy had the advantage of his star state cultivation, few of his peers are as strong as him. No wonder we can't see through him. Indeed, I'm sure he was as strong as that guy when he was in the Fate state, another monstrous genius. There are too many horrifying guys in this world. All the Star Lords were solemn, as they conversed with glittering eyes. Some people treated Su Ping solemnly, committing his face and aura to memory. While the purple-robed young man was talented, he was only in the Fate state anyway, and still had a long way to go. On the other hand, Su Ping was enigmatic, but obviously in the Star state. He was only one step away from the Star Lords. All of them had the firm belief that Su Ping would never be stuck in a bottleneck that would prevent him from becoming a Star Lord. Once he broke through, he would definitely distinguish himself among the Star Lords. I didn't know that such a big shot had joined our alliance. He's definitely a genius in the Star state. Tisk, we have another person we can count on. The heaven-destroying Celestial. Is that his nickname? He truly has the power to destroy heaven itself. Almighty Heaven Destroyer. Almighty Heaven Destroyer. The members of the Alliance of Stars were thrilled and cheered happily. Their celebrating ruckus made the members of the Outhuang and the Thousand Feathers alliances glanced at them, angry with all the uncomfortable flattery being spouted. However, they had to admit that the guy in the small world was indeed a terrifying man. We've got the Tree of Laws. The leader girl didn't expect this at all. She could tell that the purple-robed young man had a powerful backing and would surely have other trump cards. If an ascendant warrior was his protector, his hidden aces would definitely include more than just a secret treasure able to contain the power of faith. He should also have a defensive secret treasure that could keep him safe from Star Lords, or some massive destructive treasure. She was actually quite familiar with such treasures. After all the seniors in her circle had trained their juniors in the same way. It would have been demeaning if they didn't prepare such gifts for them. Whoosh! The leader girl relocated Su Ping and noticed Father Time, who had been hiding inside a golden turtle shell in the small world. She went, and she rescued him too. The collision of the power of faith had terrified Father Time, who fled faster than ever before to hide in a corner of the small world. There he managed to stay safe, trying his best to protect himself. He had felt that his turtle shell could have been destroyed if he got involved in the last battle. Everybody, according to the rules, the Tree of Laws belongs to me now, declared the leader girl earnestly after relocating Su Ping. The Star Lords looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. It was impossible for them to go back on their word. They had to keep their dignity. Besides, even if anyone did have second thoughts, getting benefits was not guaranteed. After all, there were many people interested in that tree. The leader girl ignored them and raised her hand, invoking a magnificent stream of power of faith, which plucked the Tree of Laws as well as the soil around its roots and relocated them inside her small world. Many Star Lords narrowed their eyes and felt intimidated when they saw the magnificent power of faith she had released. New member, job well done. I'll remember your name. Ha ha. The leader girl turned around to Su Ping and laughed without caring about her image. I'll keep the Tree of Laws for now in case anyone covets it. I'll look for you later to give you the fruits. Well, Su Ping looked at her but had to accept the proposal. There were too many Star Lords present. Even if he made a run for it with the tree, he would still be in danger. If some of the Star Lords were insane enough to abandon other treasures inside the divine residence and choose to secretly chase after him, there would be nothing he could do to resist them. Nobody could rob the tree since the leader girl was keeping the tree for him. Chapter 821, Blackmailing. You three worked hard too. You'll be rewarded later. The leader girl chuckled as she looked at Shenong's 3 punches and the others. She raised her hand, summoning 4 glittering star state treasures which were gloves, armor, a sword, and a saber. Obviously, she had prepared them for Su Ping and his allies. The 4 treasures flew to them, and the leader girl gave the saber to Su Ping. She said, "While this saber is not as good as your secret treasure, it's a fine Star State secret treasure nonetheless. If it's useless to you, you can sell it for money, astral crystals, or secret techniques." While those treasures were valuable, they wouldn't be appealing to the Star Lords, so she simply offered her treasures to them. "Thank you." Su Ping nodded and accepted it. The saber may be useful. He could give the bone saber to the little skeleton and use the new saber himself, unless he merged with the little skeleton at critical moments. "Thank you later." The other 3 thanked her, and then also cupped their hands before Su Ping in admiration. If Su Ping hadn't won, they couldn't have possibly gotten any of the fruits of law. At the same time, the purple-robed young man returned to an alliance. His amazing performance had attracted a lot of attention. Everybody saw which alliance he returned to. "Mr. Xing, no need to be bothered by such an insignificant contest." One of the Star Lords comforted the grim purple-robed young man. The other Star Lord also nodded and said, "Indeed. In my opinion, if you had used all your trump cards, you might have gotten the Tree of Laws. Besides, that guy was a level higher than you anyway. The gap between the Fate State and the Star State is huge." The purple-robed young man remained sullen and silent. "The gap was huge. Of course I know this." However, ever since his childhood, he had always challenged and beaten opponents beyond his level, until this day. He could comfort himself with the level gap, but he was still regretful. If he were stronger, he might have been able to suppress such a Star State genius. "Not enough, I'm not strong enough." The purple-robed young man coldly gazed at the man far in the distance. Well, at this moment a Star Lord suddenly said, "The barrier is loosening." The other Star Lords sensed it too and looked at the depths of the garden. They immediately sent their followers back into their small worlds and marched forward. "Let's join them," the leader girl quickly said. She waved her hand, and Su Ping and Father Time instantly flew into her small world. She then moved forward and traversed 1,000 meters in one step. All the other Star Lords also moved out. As they went down the trails in the garden, they eventually saw a colorful, shivering barrier that blocked the end of the road. There, 2 Star Lords were cracking the barrier with glowing astral runes on their skin. "What about it? How much longer will it take?" someone instantly asked. One of the Star Lords who were cracking the carrier opened his eyes and said, 30 minutes at most. This is a barrier from the primordial times. It is only recorded in ancient classics. We couldn't have cracked it if we hadn't read as many books and joined efforts." "Thank you for your hard work," said the leader of the Outhuang Alliance courteously. The other people also thanked them while acting politely. The Star Lord, however, said with indifference, "No need to thank us. We're not doing this for free. Actually, we don't need much. All of you are free to enter if each of you give me 2 Star Lord-ranked secret treasures, which will be a reward for our work." All the Star Lords changed their expressions, from appreciation to anger. "You're too greedy. Even people like us don't have many of them, and you want 2 treasures from each of us. That's too much." "Exactly. You're too greedy, 2 for each of you. If we do as you say, each of you would get 10 Star Lord treasures." "I thought you were being altruistic, not this shameless. Are you blackmailing us using the barrier as a bargaining chip? Isn't it too demeaning? You're risking offending all of us." All the Star Lords seemed dissatisfied. "Cut the nonsense," the Star Lord who was cracking the array said with an angry and solemn tone. "Give us what we want if you want to get inside, or we can all just stay here. We've been cracking this array and practically giving it away to you when you were fighting for the Tree of Laws. Now you decide to be petty about the ticket fees. We can afford the wait. Feel free to crack the barrier on your own. Let's just wait until the divine residence is closed and the ascendant state experts leave. Then we can just return empty-handed." "Yeah, let's," said a Star Lord furiously. "Let's all return empty-handed," someone echoed resolutely. The leader of the Outhuang Alliance said casually, I can afford the wait too. After all, even if you don't get anything in the end, I'm sure I won't return empty-handed with the goddess of fortune's favor. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance looked at him as if he were a moron, and then snorted. The leader girl remained casual and peaceful. After all, she had already won the Tree of Laws. It should be others who felt anxious. The people inside the Star Lord's small worlds looked at each other in bewilderment, not expecting that pair of seniors to blackmail them. Was the journey to the divine residence going to end at its gate? That would be hilarious. However, nobody dared to say anything at the moment. That was a Star Lord business. Many rogue Star State cultivators were digging in the garden at the rear. The soil discarded by Star Lords was a treasure to rogue experts. The nourishment able to grow the Tree of Laws was extremely rare. Although 90% of the energy in the soil had been absorbed, the remaining 10% wasn't ordinary either and would be worth the trip. As time went by, more and more parts of the barrier were cracked. 20 minutes later, both of the Star Lords stopped and watched the other Star Lords casually. Their implication was obvious. If the others wanted to go in, they would have to accept their requirements, or all of them would be stuck there. The two experts weren't just opening the gate for free. That was how the world moved. When you do something good, other people might thank you on the surface but secretly mock your stupidity. Are you really going to do this? We're all dignified people. Why are you so greedy when it comes to such trivial treasures? Well said. If they're just trivial treasures, why don't you give them to me? Everybody was caught in an impasse. Half an hour later, a deafening explosion was spread out from the depths of the divine residence. The rumbling thunder sounded like the roar of an ancient beast. It could also signify the appearance of an ultimate treasure. The noise came from the distance, and everybody outside of the barrier was able to hear it. The faces of all the Star Lords changed as they looked at the magnificent divine residence. However, they seemed to be too far from the residence. They could not see a thing. Damn it. Fine, we'll give you the secret treasures, but it's only going to be one each. You can split them up between yourselves. Indeed, just one. Don't cross the line or we'll just work together and kill you. We'll attack if you don't accept. This is making me so angry. All the Star Lords were angry. They felt as if someone were strangling them. The two Star Lords looked at each other and finally gave in. They accepted the new proposal. They originally demanded 2 secret treasures because they wanted to leave room for negotiation. They were also tempted by the noise deep inside the divine residence. In any case, they were capable when it came to secret barrier techniques. They might be needed again if there were other locks in the divine residence. Furthermore, they could get secret treasures that other people couldn't. Being stuck and haggling with those guys wasn't that convenient. Soon after, the Star Lords submitted their worst secret treasures. Some of them had redundant items. They wouldn't regret giving them away. Inside the small world, Su Ping watched the 2 Star Lords accept the secret treasures and crack the barrier. His eyes glittered. He was familiar with the barrier, but he wouldn't say it out loud. Joanna had taught him the refined arrays from the primordial times. Their mechanisms were rather similar to that of the barrier. He felt capable of cracking it too if he had more time, but he certainly wouldn't do that. Those who could crack arrays were bound to get more secret treasures from the divine residence. Everybody knew that. He preferred to keep a low profile. Su Ping suddenly felt as if someone was gazing at him. He turned around, only to find it was the purple-robed young man who had competed with him earlier. The man was standing in the middle of the Star State group, but he was obviously different from the others, plus he was giving him a cold glare. Su Ping raised his eyebrows and his middle finger. Bring it on. The young warrior snorted in fury, and his eyelids twitched before he looked away. The nearby Father Time said to him telepathically, "Brother Heaven Destroyer, you should be careful. That man must have a powerful background. He may be backed by a force beyond the Star Lord State." Several advanced Star State men from the Alliance of Stars were standing next to Su Ping at the moment. O'Neill had been pushed aside. He could only smile bitterly as he watched this happen. It was true that real gold always glitters. Even those advanced warriors were extremely courteous to Su Ping at the moment, which made it harder for him to get close. He then felt lucky for not having made an enemy of Su Ping. Otherwise, his entire family would have been destroyed because of his grandson. A family that had ruled over a planet for 1,000 years had a huge population. Whoever could cause its downfall would definitely be a black sheep of the family. He probably just captured Garland because he wanted the others to inform me, so that I would leave him alone, O'Neill thought and heaved a sigh. That was the world of a big shot. They didn't care about retaliations at all because all the rest were ants to them. He probably would have been slapped and killed had he retaliated. However, the man was too lazy to slap him, so he simply warned him. "Don't bother. I don't care even if his father is in the ascendant state," Su Ping said to Father Time. He had considered the situation when the young man was dominating the small world and crushing star state opponents. Also, he realized that the ascendant state big shot behind that fellow couldn't be one of the 3 guys exploring the divine residence. Such a big shot was definitely not there, or he would have simply plucked the Tree of Laws remotely. It would be unnecessary to ask a junior to compete for it. Was the fight to make a demonstration? To whom? There would be a better opportunity to shine in the Universe Geniuses contest. With that in mind, Su Ping wasn't afraid of pissing that guy off. After all, as long as he returned to his store, that ascendant backer would be unable to do a thing. Besides, Su Ping didn't think that such a powerhouse would fight for that. It would be embarrassing. Father Time was shocked by the response, becoming solemn afterwards. The way Su Ping talked, is there an ascendant state expert behind him too? It made sense. How could a genius such as Su Ping not have an ascendant state teacher? Even if he was from one of the 5 best academies, his talent was such that he would be protected by the academy even after he graduated. The other ascendant state experts would have to talk with his backer first if they wanted to deal with him. At this moment, both of them heard an ambitious and refreshing voice which belonged to their leader. "You're right. A real man shouldn't be afraid of anything, not even the ascendant state. I admire your courage." Su Ping was stunned and surprised. "You can hear us." "Of course. Nothing is a secret to me in my small world," replied the leader girl, chuckling. "Su Ping, so you even know the color of my underwear. That's so shameless." Su Ping looked around to see all the people present and felt like his blood was freezing. The moment he thought that so many people were practically naked in the eyes of their leader, he had a weird feeling. How horrid. Huh. The leader girl frowned as she found that Su Ping's eyes looked weird, but she couldn't tell why they were weird. Right then the barrier flashed and disappeared. "We made it, it's open," the Star Lord who cracked the array said in relief. He then became vigilant and looked at everybody. Since the barrier had been destroyed, he could only flee if the other Star Lords were keen on getting their treasures back. Although he was outnumbered, he was also a Star Lord and could hardly be killed if he was determined to flee. That was one of the reasons why they had the guts to blackmail that many people. "What's that?" The other Star Lords were clearly aware of that too. None asked for their ticket fee back. Besides, their attention was drawn by the views beyond the broken barrier. Chapter 822, Stairs of Ancient Corpses. The clouds behind the barriers dispersed, and broad stairs appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The stairs looked like a bridge that connected the sky and the earth. The end closest to them was at the garden, but the other end was in a temple of the divine residence thousands of kilometers away. The world inside the divine residence resembled the void. Lonely temples were floating like islands. They were mysterious and glamorous, with vague starry formations appearing now and then. The divine residence wasn't as beautiful and enjoyable as everybody had expected. Instead, it was eerily quiet, as if it were already a wasteland. The divine residence isn't close to us at all. It must be the power of a law. No, it may be the power of a deeper level, something we can't comprehend. Why am I feeling the scent of death? My ghoul is agitated. Something seems to be hiding here. There may be ancient traps in these remains. Everybody be careful, someone reminded the group. All the Star Lords were suspicious and solemn. They didn't see any danger, but they somehow felt the chills, as if they were in the middle of a graveyard at night. There's another barrier. Inside the small world, Su Ping keenly noticed the traces of an invisible array. At this moment, there was a change in the faces of the two Star Lords who had just cracked the barrier. One of them whispered, "There's another barrier." Huh. A few of the other Star Lords were stunned, their faces showing concern. The rest, however, didn't show any surprise. They also seemed to have noticed it. "Since you've already charged us for the service, why don't you crack that too?" suggested one of the Star Lords. The other Star Lords quickly nodded. All of them were unwilling to pay a second time. The two men didn't intend to charge either, mainly because they realized that the second barrier wasn't as complicated as the first one. "Let me do it," said the fatter of the pair, and instantly broke the array. Astral runes appeared and fitted the ripples in the void like keys. The revolving streaks looked like a huge plate. The ancient illusion array was dissolved in only 15 minutes. As the array was dispelled, the world revealed its true appearance, as if a curtain had just been lifted. The noisy crowd became silent when they saw the real view. Everybody held their breath and widened their eyes in disbelief. The views were the same. The palaces were still there, and a bridge-like flight of stairs. The only difference was that bodies were scattered everywhere in the void. All those bodies had died in battle or other miserable ways. Some were small humans whose blood was already dry, and some were beasts that were as massive as mountains. The blood covering their furs was already rigid. Only skeletons remained of other bodies, while others looked half-rotten. This silent place of the deities was full of bodies. Everybody felt like their blood was freezing. Is this the true view inside the divine residence? Some of the less courageous men in the Star State trembled, weak in the knees. Su Ping had a stern look. What happened in this ancient divine residence? Did all the owners of these corpses perish together with this place, or do they belong to previous intruders? Far in the distance, the rogue Star State cultivators who had dug the soil in the garden approached them, and were just as astounded by what they saw. After several minutes of silence, a Star Lord stepped forward and said, "Since the barrier is already broken, I'll go first." Then, he jumped across the void into the area where bodies were floating. He pushed the still bodies away with his astral power before he flew towards the temples. The bodies moved away easily, giving way to his prodding. They couldn't be more dead. The others snapped out of their stupor after seeing one of them take action. Although shocked and intimidated, their greedy nature made them move forward at a fast speed. The world behind the barrier was vast. They didn't have to stick together any longer and could search for their own treasures. Boom! Suddenly, a thunder rumbled and someone roared. Everybody looked. They saw that the Star Lord who had moved first had flown above a cliff. A lightning bolt appeared before him and struck. The Star Lord performed multiple attacks to offset the lightning, but he was still thrown back hundreds of meters. What's going on? Everybody was surprised by the uncanny lightning strike. Other than Su Ping and the purple-robed young man, all of them were in the Star State and could easily tell that the lightning contained the strange heavenly tribulation power. It wasn't normal lightning. Whoosh whoosh. More and more Star Lords pushed the bodies away and reached the cliff. Some Star Lords quickly noticed the anomaly and said, "There seems to be a strange law locking this space. No, to be more exact, this is the space of another world that we're not allowed to enter. How is it possible? When a person dies, his small world collapses unless the master of this space is still alive. Maybe he sealed his small world in this place when he was still alive. Maybe we're already in the small world that the master of the divine residence constructed. I heard that Ascendant State small worlds exist forever. This should be an example." The Star Lords gathered at the cliff and whispered to each other. Why has nothing happened to the bodies? Someone noticed that a lot of bodies, including those of dragons, phoenixes, humans, and giant beasts, were floating above the cliff. All of them had been mutilated. Some had broken wings, some had a hole on the chest, and some looked like specimens in iron water. Weird. Is it because they're dead? This law can distinguish the living and the dead. It seems that it's not just one law, but a complete path that contains many laws. Let me have a try. A Star Lord suddenly invoked a creature that emitted the horrifying air of the undead. It was hideous, made of rotten flesh and bones. The pet roared and several skeletons rose from the ground. The skeletons had wings on their backs and sabers in their hands. All of them were strong, senior skeletons. It was also of note that the summoning didn't use the bodies on the ground. It was an advanced technique. Whoosh! The summoned skeletons instantly flew beyond the cliff. But the moment they did so, several lightning bolts struck them to pieces. Their remains fell deep under the cliff. A cold wind was raging from the depths, as if some horrifying being was blowing at them. All of them were undead creatures, but they can't move forward. Why? Some Star Lords frowned, as their conjectures had just been disproved. The summoned skeletons were no different than the other non-breathing creatures. It was weird to find that they had also triggered the heavenly tribulation. Inside the small world, Su Ping frowned and looked at the floating bodies with horrified expressions. Is this even a divine residence? I feel like it's no different from hell. So many bodies have been preserved for such a long time. Is it because of the barrier, or because they were too strong when they were still alive? Shenong's 3 punches and the others whispered, slightly intimidated by the bodies around them. I think that all those bodies died by suicide. Su Ping observed the bodies and felt cold. At this moment, outside of the small world, the Star Lords tried many different methods. Some who mastered the laws of darkness attempted to cover themselves with the power of the undead, but they were still seen through and struck back. Some tried to weather through the heavenly tribulation. It worked at first, but when they moved dozens of meters forward, the lightning strikes became so powerful they had to go back. At this moment, some Star Lords noticed the stairs above the abyss. There's heavenly tribulation on the stairs too, but not as powerful. Some Star Lords started to climb the stars and were moving forward. The same heavenly tribulation was affecting the stairs, but it was less powerful and could be resisted. The rest decided to try the stairs upon seeing that. Boom! A Star Lord was trying to climb, but then a fierce lightning bolt struck him. It was as powerful as those near the cliff. The Star Lord's expression changed quickly as he resisted the strike. He had to retreat. The other Star Lords were puzzled, as the previous Star Lords didn't suffer such a fierce attack. Boom! A Star Lord that was next to the guy was also struck by lightning, but the attack had no power. Haha, I said I was the lucky one, but you didn't believe me. The Star Lord was none other than the leader of the Aohuang Alliance, who casually repelled the lightning strike and laughed at the man who was forced to retreat. Then he strode on. The other Star Lords looked at each other in bewilderment. Was it really a matter of luck? The Star Lord who had been forced to step back moved forward again, only to encounter the same fierce lightning strike. The Star Lord couldn't help but roar in fury after having to step back again. What is going on? He could not believe it. He might be unlucky once, but why twice in a row? Was the heavenly tribulation biased these days? Nearby, the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance remarked casually, "Let me tell you, it's all about handsomeness." He had walked 6 stairs before he was met with the first lightning strike, but it wasn't powerful. He easily handled it with his fan. The leader of the Overlord's Alliance, who was a female overlord, laughed and said, "Haha, I think so too." Although she was tall and strong, she did have a charming face. Is that so? The leader of the Heavenly Fist Alliance was suspicious. He had been struck by a powerful lightning moments earlier. Is it really all about appearances? He instantly adjusted his muscles and changed his face. His face became much more handsome. He got on the stairs again. Boom! Another fierce lightning struck and forced him to retreat. Damn it! The leader of the Heavenly Fist Alliance was exasperated. Am I being singled out? Isn't the heavenly tribulation supposed to be a lifeless thing? The people inside the small worlds were also surprised. The situation on the stairs was too weird. Some Star Lords walked 10 stairs before they encountered the first lightning strike, while others couldn't even take the first step no matter how many times they tried. Obviously, it wasn't a random situation. There seemed to be some sort of pattern, and some people were being targeted. Something's wrong. Why are they fine? Damn it! The Star Lords who were being discriminated against jumped in fury near the stairs. It would have been fine if everyone would have suffered equally. And yet only some of them were treated unfairly. It's so infuriating. They were all anxious when others were striding forward, as the treasures further ahead would be taken first. The 2 Star Lords who had cracked the barriers were gloomy. They had also fallen prey to the heavenly tribulation. The further they went, the more powerful the lightning strikes were. They could only go back. Otherwise, they felt they would have been killed. It was even more powerful than the heavenly tribulation they endured to become Star Lords. They were completely unable to catch up with the others. What's the difference between us and them? Is it our background? That can't be true. How can the heavenly tribulation tell a person's background? Besides, their backgrounds aren't entirely the same. As far as I know, the leaders of the Aohuang Alliance and the Thousand Feathers Alliance are from different galaxies. That's odd. Have they eaten the same food? That's impossible. Wait, does the heavenly tribulation depend on your strength? The stronger you are, the more powerful the lightning strikes will be. Isn't it like what happened during our advancement? It does make sense. So to speak, all those who are forced to retreat are stronger. That's music to my ears. However, let's hope that the truth isn't the opposite. If the lightning strikes are more powerful for those who are weaker, then the Star Lords who couldn't do anything had to wait in front of the stairs. Very soon, the leaders of the Thousand Feathers Alliance, the Overlords Alliance, and the other alliances were forced to step back by the escalating lightning strikes. Dozens of steps ahead, the leader girl was still stubbornly moving forward. The heavenly tribulation she had gone through was dreadful enough. It contained such great horror that everybody in her small world, including Su Ping, was frightened. Su Ping was not frightened by the lightning strikes, but of the possibility that the girl couldn't endure them. Besides, the corpses in that place gave him a creepy feeling. He felt like someone was watching him. Damn it! After moving dozens of steps forward, right when she finally reached the 38th step, the leader girl couldn't endure any longer and had to retreat. She looked at the divine residence ahead of her. At first it seemed to be as distant as if it were thousands of kilometers away, but the divine residence was really close when standing on the stairs, as if just 100 steps away. And yet, those 100 steps were exactly the most difficult. Chapter 823, Aptitudes. It took less than half an hour for all the Star Lords to be forced back to the start of the stairs. Which step did you reach? The 18th. The 9th. I reached the 32nd. The stairs are rather weird. It's not entirely true that your heavenly tribulation will be powerful if you're weak. Some people are quite strong, but they encountered a path-level heavenly tribulation too. Everybody frowned and thought hard. All the Star Lords had revealed their strength on the stairs, so they knew each other quite well. The guys who retreated within the first 10 steps are all weak. The leader of the Heavenly Fist Alliance is strong. His power of faith is perfectly integrated with his small world. He's definitely a strong Star Lord, yet he was also blocked within the first 10 steps. That didn't make sense. The leader girl slightly frowned in confusion. The ancient stairs were indeed perplexing. There has to be a pattern in the heavenly tribulations. They're not random. Indeed, no matter how many times I went there, the intensity of the lightning strike on each step was the same. I'm thinking, since it has nothing to do with strength. Is it related to age? Age? The Star Lords looked at each other in bewilderment. That was indeed a possibility. Those of you who made it past 30 steps, how old are you? One of the Star Lords asked. They had already been divided into several echelons. The first echelon included 6 people who had gone beyond the 30-step mark. One of them even reached the 40th step. You'd better report your own information first, said the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance in a casual manner. He was also in the first echelon. Although he was a guy, he didn't like being asked about his age. Humph, what's there to hide? Age is just a number for us. Nobody is old until they've lived 10,000 years, said a Star Lord and snorted. He was in the second echelon and had only managed to reach the 20th step, but he was very strong. He was observing the guys in the first echelon. According to his estimation, he was as strong as them. Moreover, after piecing together through all the discussions, it was obvious that the stairs were not judging them based on their strength, so he didn't mind, even if the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance was in the first echelon. Someone stood out and tried to soothe the atmosphere. Everybody, this bridge is our only chance to enter the residence. I hope we can work together and figure out the pattern of the heavenly tribulations, so that we can all make it through and be able to look for treasures. After all, we're here to hunt treasures, not each other. Don't you agree? The others showed their contempt. They didn't accept the idea, but they didn't express disapproval either. None of the Star Lords were willing to listen to orders of another Star Lord. They would only listen to Ascendant State warriors. Indeed, everybody, let's all report our age just to be fair, someone suggested and then added, I'm more than 9,000 years old. I don't remember the specific number. I think I'm in my 6,000s, said another Star Lord. If we're talking about physical age, I should be about 12,000 years of age. What do you mean by physical age? I've explored some mysterious realms where time flows at different speeds. 1,000 years in those worlds equate to 1 day in reality. While you've lived several years in the Federation, I have spent thousands of years over there. So, my physical age increased by several thousand years. That's true. Tusk, you're all rather old. I'm only 3,000 years old. I'm planning to prepare a big birthday celebration this year. I think I'm around 5,600 years old. It seems that you're all juniors. I've lived more than 100,000 years. Haha. Very soon, all of them reported their ages. The Star Lords were almost immortal and could reforge their bodies in their small worlds. They virtually wouldn't die until they lost their faith. It was easy for them to live hundreds of thousands of years, long enough to witness the rise and fall of a civilization. Humph, is that a big deal? You're just a Star Lord like me. You're not in the Ascendant State yet. Exactly, you're still a Star Lord after living for 100,000 years. If I were you, I would have reached the Ascendant State a long time ago. What do you know? You think you can just reach the Ascendant State without permission from the heavens? There's a good chance you'll spend the rest of your life as a Star Lord. The oldest Star Lord said coldly, only 1 in 100 can reach the Ascendant State. I became a Star Lord before I was even 2,000 years old, but I'm still one at the moment. There's a good wait ahead of you. Humph. Another Star Lord endorsed him. That's true. I also reached the Star State at around 2,000 years old. I've lived 30,000 years and I've made little progress. The gap between the Star Lord State and the Ascendant State isn't as simple as you think. It's 100 times more difficult than the leap from the Star State to the Star Lord State. You think the awe-inspiring Ascendant State experts grew up so easily? The faces of the other Star Lords changed slightly. Many of them became Star Lords when they were 2,000 years old or even older. Did it mean that they had to stay in that level for tens of thousands of years? It felt unimaginable. Hearing that, the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance sneered and said, "What a bunch of old fogies. I'm 800 years old and I've been a Star Lord for more than 100 years. What you said is just the norm, and geniuses are destined to break it." He was implying that the other Star Lords were just mediocre. The other Star Lords present were angered by his remarks. especially those who had lived more than 10,000 years. However, their expressions changed when they thought of his age. It took him 700 years to become a Star Lord. He's indeed a rarely seen genius. "I'm 629 years old," said the tall and brawny female overlord. She looked at the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance with obvious contempt on her pretty face. "You think you're young? I'm even younger." She was rather proud of herself. After all, she was very strong for someone her age. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance changed his expression. Only a bit over 600 years. He became quite solemn. He had seen the female overlords attack several times, which indicated a significant amount of power of faith. It didn't seem that she had just cultivated for only a few hundred years. The power of faith had to be collected, and that required time. The longer it took, the more one could collect. Unless she had a powerful believer who provided a great amount of power of faith for her. "Haha, you're truly weaklings." Nearby, the leader of the Outwang Alliance laughed and said, "I'm only 580 years old. I must be the youngest Star Lord here. Haha, it seems that all the Star Lords I know are older than me. Is training really so hard? Don't you just grow stronger by eating and sleeping?" The others were slightly shocked. 580. The man wasn't even 600 years old yet. It had to be noted that most people of that age had yet to reach the fate state. Some geniuses had barely made it to the star state at such an age, and not many could achieve that. That guy was definitely extremely good at cultivation. The lips of the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance twitched. He didn't expect that the idiot he had never liked was that young. Didn't it mean that the man was even more talented than him? How unfair. The face of the female overlord also changed. She frowned and then snorted. She was somewhat angry after finding out that she was older by several decades. Even though several decades were just the blink of an eye in their entire cultivation life, she was slightly slower anyway. At this moment, the leader girl suddenly opened her mouth. "Are you all done?" She wore a strange expression, which was a mixture of excitement and pride. The contempt and condescension in her eyes, plus the curled lips on her face, suggested that she couldn't wait any longer. "I didn't know you were all this lame. Back off, it's time for me to dazzle you." "Huh?" All the others looked at her. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance had a bad feeling when he saw the unusual excitement on the girl's face. He became even gloomier. "Why, are you even younger than me?" The leader of the Outwang Alliance looked at her in surprise. That was the first time he had encountered a younger Star Lord. There was no longer the teasing look in his eyes, and he was rather solemn. He seemed crazy and unreliable, but he was actually quite calm and knew what the age meant. Maybe they would be Star Lords for tens of thousands of years, but to become a Star Lord at a younger age would usually mean that they had a greater talent. The journey would depend on the future opportunities. Some people were gifted, but they could die accidentally. Some people might be untalented, but they could later be enlightened by sages. Well, well. The leader girl smiled in disdain. She couldn't have looked more arrogant. She laid her hands on her eyebrows and spoke in a lowered and cold tone. "I'm 89 years old right now." Silence. Nothing but silence. Everybody looked at her as if she were crazy. 89 years old. 89. All the Star Lords were shocked. The people in the Star State traveling in their small worlds were also wide-eyed, jaws almost hitting the ground. The girl is only 89 years old. Fine, she was technically not a girl anymore, being 89 years old. However, considering a Star Lord's longevity, she was almost an unborn baby. The leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance had seen it coming, but he still blurted a response in shock when he heard her age. "That's impossible." Even if she had started training back when she was still a fetus, she couldn't have become a Star Lord in less than 100 years. Besides, the girl had a significant amount of power of faith. She could have hardly found any believer in such a short amount of time. How could she have collected power of faith? Well, well. The leader girl was very satisfied after seeing their responses, flashing a scornful smile. Su Ping was at a loss for words when he saw how snobbish that girl, or maybe grandma, was. 89 years old. Are you sure? You're already ancient, and yet you're as juvenile as a kindergartner. But very soon, Su Ping understood. Her young age suggested that she was not only talented, but also quite diligent. Nobody could succeed with just talent, leaving hard work out. That was the cruel reality. If she had been devoted to training, it was reasonable to see her act as a child in other aspects, since she hadn't truly grown up yet. 89 years old, I was still in the void state back then. Oh my God, she must be lying, right? I reached the fate state at 100 years old, and I was already a super genius. But those in the star state could only sob silently, devastated. Comparison could really be hurtful. The other star lords looked at each other and fell silent. 89 years old, if you're not lying, then you're truly awesome. Although age didn't represent strength, many people felt awed by her unusual talent. What the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance said was partly right. Geniuses were bound to break the norm. Maybe the girl wouldn't stay in the Star Lord realm for tens of thousands of years as they did. After a brief silence, everybody resumed the business and continued reporting their ages. Then, they found that the three echelons might have truly been decided by age. It wasn't true in every case, but it was definitely a tendency. All of the people in the first echelon were of a young age, such as the leader girl, the leader of the Thousand Feathers Alliance, and the leader of the Aohuang Alliance, except the one who reached the 40th stair. He was already 2,000 years old. However, the age order didn't apply to the second echelon. Someone in the second echelon was 30,000 years old, while others were 70,000. In the third echelon, there were people who were only 7,000 years old. Age does not seem to be the only factor, but those who are younger are indeed ahead of the others. I think it may be something related to age. Wait, does this order depend on your talent? Everybody was surprised by that sudden insight. They had gone to many mysterious realms, some of which had been left by ancient experts who had set up tests to ensure that only the talented heirs would inherit their gifts. That was not a rare occurrence. After all, the concept of inheritance was in the genes of human beings and all the other intelligent creatures. Reproduction was just one form of inheritance. It was a habit that had been etched deep inside their souls. Do the stairs test your aptitude? Are the legacies of the divine residents at the end of the stairs? Someone couldn't help but guess. The moment they thought that, everybody's eyes were glittering with madness. The legacies of the divine residents were right over there. They couldn't begin to believe it. There might not be any legacies. Maybe this is just a test for us to enter the gate. In any case, we can just see if it's true with our pets, someone proposed. Nobody else objected. Instantly, someone summoned a pet and sent it to the stairs to try that theory. Chapter 824, Sprint. Battle pet aptitudes could be measured with testing pillars. After several tests, everybody confirmed that the stairs were indeed judging their aptitudes. The more talented a person was, the fewer and weaker the heavenly tribulations they would endure. If they were untalented, they would be struck the moment they set foot on the stairs. Even the deities from the primeval times would be considered worldly in modern times. That's just the reality. I think I've been scorned by the stairs. Be more confident and drop the "I think." So to speak, they have the highest aptitude. In fact, all of them have become star lords before the 1,000 years of age. They're equal to us now, truly talented. Indeed, this one in particular is only 89 years old, Tusk. Even my great-great-granddaughter is older than her. Although the reason for the discriminating lightning strikes was discovered, nobody felt happy about it. Those who were untalented had to be treated unfairly. Why wasn't strength the criterion so that those who were weak would be eliminated? They would have a chance to fight. Some people weren't happy, but they couldn't say anything. After all, it was a fact that they weren't as talented. Damn it, I know the reason now, but how can I pass this place? There's no time for me to improve my aptitude. Is this the only way in? How did the three ascendant experts go in? We might be able to take a shortcut if we figure out how they did it. Don't even think about that. Their methods are beyond our imagination. They could have torn their way into deeper spaces to enter. We can't go into the spaces they can. What do we do now? Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. The stares were so realistic that they could only sulk, even if they had known the reason already. At this moment, a voice from one of the Alliance members was heard. Is aptitude the deciding factor? Two Star-Lords looked at each other. Then, the purple-robed young man, who had previously crushed many Star-State opponents, walked out of their small world. He had been frustrated ever since he was defeated by Su Ping, thus losing the Tree of Laws. He was devastated. However, he currently felt he had an opportunity. Aptitudes were what mattered. He admired very few people in that aspect, except the champions of the universe geniuses, contests, and the distinguished Ascendant State experts. Some of the Ascendants had been born to be geniuses with top divine constitutions. They grew up rapidly and defeated every opponent in their way as legend went. He admired those people. However, the others were just mortals, not worth mentioning in his eyes. Mr. Xing, are you going there? One of the Star-Lords was quite surprised to see him. The other Star-Lord quickly persuaded him. Mr. Xing, the heavenly tribulations on the stairs should not be underestimated. You are indeed strong, but this is still an unnecessary risk. Let me have a try. You can pick me up if anything goes wrong, said the purple-robed young man. He wasn't blindly confident of his capabilities. After all, that ancient divine residence had a lot of weird things. The bodies in the void, for example, were extremely strange and wicked. The two Star-Lords looked at each other. They had no choice but to accept the arrangement. The remaining Star-Lords also noticed the purple-robed young man. He was only in the Fate state, but none of them dared to underestimate him. They were treating a Fate state warrior with the utmost solemnity. If he were another person, they would have felt proud of this for the rest of their lives. This kid might be able to achieve something. If aptitude is the only criterion, maybe he can climb 40 steps or even further. Indeed, he's even more talented than us. I'm sure there's an ascendant expert behind him. Of course, no matter how talented you are, you cannot accomplish anything if you don't have enough resources. You'd still starve if you don't have food, even if you have an awesome constitution. The others looked at the purple-robed young man curiously, wondering how far he could go. The leader girl slightly raised her eyebrows at him. At that moment, the young lord reached the front of the stairs. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the leader girl. Then, he gazed at the small world floating around her, or more exactly, at Su Ping who was inside it. Humph! The young man sneered, deciding not to say anything. He placed a foot on the first step. Su Ping raised his eyebrows. Why did you have to smile at me before climbing the stairs? Do you suffer from epilepsy? Su Ping was observing. It was better to let the man be the lab rat. He intended to find out whether the lightning he would invoke was in the Star-Lord state or the Fate state. If the lightning strikes on the stairs depended on each individual, maybe he could have a try too. After all, such a requirement was too harsh for most people, but it was also an opportunity for others. An opportunity must never be missed. The purple-robed young man had already set foot on the stairs at that moment. The first step. Everybody narrowed their eyes. However, nothing happened on the stairs. Not a single lightning bolt fell. The two Star-Lords, who were the purple-robed young man's chaperones, were secretly relieved, but they still observed anxiously. Their young lord raised his eyebrows and continued his walk forward. He wasn't met with lightning on the second, nor the third step. All the way forward, no lightning strikes on the 7th, 8th, and the 25th step. Such a smooth journey had never happened before. Even a genius such as the leader girl had experienced her first lightning strike on the 23rd step. Humph! The leader girl was quite angry after seeing that. Noticing the change, the deputy quickly consoled her. "No need to be angry, miss. You were as talented as him when you were in the fate state. Aptitudes are tested based on your level. He will probably not be as talented as you are if he becomes a Star Lord like yourself. He'll probably won't be as talented a Star Lord as you are." "Humph," the leader girl snorted, but finally looked better. It was then that the first lightning fell over the purple-robed young man. The lightning bolt grew above the stairs. There were no clouds, as if it would have been brewing in the void. It hit him the moment it appeared. The young man had seen it coming. He raised his eyebrows and punched, shattering the lightning bolt, which was much less powerful than the first one received by a Star Lord. It seems that the lightning's intensity depends on your cultivation. Someone exclaimed in shock and jealousy, "Oh my God! If that's the case, he'll go through the complete flight of stairs, won't he?" If the divine residence's legacies were right on the other side, that guy would claim them all. The other Star Lords also showed awful expressions. They felt the world was unfair. How could they compare to a man who was more talented than them, and who was about to have more treasures than they did? On the stairs, the purple-robed young man was finally relaxed after enduring the first lightning strike. He flashed an excited smile. As expected, the stairs had been tailor-made for him. Aptitude was the only criterion. "Mr. Deity, I do love you." The purple-robed young man was agile as he moved forward. Lightning constantly fell, and the purple-robed young man crushed them easily. They didn't become as powerful as those in the star state, not until after the 35th step. However, that wasn't a problem for the purple-robed young man at all. Being able to execute men in the star state, he could easily make lightning strikes of his own. He sprinted forward and soon crossed 40 steps, breaking the current record so far. Then he dashed forward again and went to the 50th step. He had already covered half of the stairs. His fast progress made the Star Lords hold their breath anxiously. They were even more uneasy to see that someone else was about to get the treasures. Boom! A chain appeared in the purple-robed young man's hand and shattered a lightning bolt that contained powerful laws. Then, he continued moving forward. He had to begin taking the lightning strikes seriously from that point onwards. After the previous rest, and since he had taken more divine fruits, he had almost recovered. Very soon, the purple-robed young man reached the 60th step. The lightning strikes became so powerful that he had to merge with his pet. Then he reached the 70th step, and the lightning was powerful enough to threaten those at the peak of the star state. Without a word, he activated his golden runes to block the incoming lightning. Then he kept on going. Right when the purple-robed young man continued his ascent, Su Ping suddenly appeared next to the first step. After seeing how the purple-robed young man was faring, Su Ping was also confident that he could also pass the stairs test. He talked to the leader girl and asked her to release him from her small world. The leader girl had already witnessed Su Ping's extraordinary performance. Su Ping suppressed the purple-robed young man with a star state cultivation. He was definitely a genius with his methods and power. Given his aptitude, he might be able to reach the end of the stairs. The leader girl waved her fist and cheered, "Keep it up, suppress him for me." The others finally noticed that Su Ping was also on the stairs. All of them were shocked. Without further ado, Su Ping simply moved forward. Whoosh! Like a wind, he quickly crossed almost 30 steps. Behind him, the Star Lords' eyeballs had almost popped out. It was almost as if he were racing. What happened with the tribulation lightning? Were they asleep? Whoosh! Su Ping rushed forward and soon climbed to the 40th step. No lightning attacks so far. Some even suspected that Su Ping had walked too fast for the lightning strikes to react. But that couldn't be the case. How could the heavenly tribulations be that simple? On the stairs, Su Ping moved swiftly and confidently. He was quite surprised since he hadn't been hit by lightning yet. It seemed that he was more talented than he thought. Unfortunately, the system could only rate the pets, otherwise he would have found out what aptitudes he had. If his aptitude was to be judged, he had to compare himself with other humans. It was a shame that he couldn't appraise himself. In the blink of an eye, Su Ping had reached the middle of the stairs. By then, the purple-robed young man had already reached the 80th step. He heard the exclamations behind him and turned his head. Immediately, he saw Su Ping. He felt slightly gloomy after seeing Su Ping there, but not too shocked. After all, the man had demonstrated enough strength in the previous battle. Considering the man's aptitude, he might even be able to reach the 70-step mark. Humph! The purple-robed young man snorted and resisted the lightning strikes with the golden runes, which would save him time. Once the young lord suddenly decided to accelerate, Su Ping raised his eyebrows and instantly shot himself forward. 67th 80. In the blink of an eye, Su Ping had caught up with the purple-robed young man. The Star Lords waiting near the stairs were astounded. His eyes were as wide as they could go, and their jaws almost hit the ground. Are the heavenly tribulations broken? Su Ping didn't trigger any of them during the first 80 steps. There wasn't even one lightning attack. Whoosh! The purple-robed young man felt a wind, and then saw Su Ping easily surpassing him. His cold and determined face instantly lost its cool. Hurry up! Su Ping turned around and chuckled. Then he dashed quickly and reached the 90th step. The divine residence was right in front of him. Su Ping thought of the legacies too, so he didn't waste any time. Soon after, he finished the 100 steps. Once he set foot on the 100th step, a lightning bolt was gathered in the void, but it later dispersed, right after it took shape. That was because Su Ping had already jumped off after the last step. The purple-robed young man, who was on the 85th step, was stunned. The lightning bolts were still striking him, and multiple golden runes were blocking them. The dispersing lightning illuminated his head, but his heart was colder than ever. He had walked for such a long time, but still, Su Ping had surpassed him that easily. Damn it, you're only in the star state. You can't even deal with a few Star Lords. Why are you more talented than me? Why? The purple-robed young man then lost his cool. He felt that he would be able to fight against Star Lords once he reached the star state. Even if he was unable to win, he wouldn't be easy to deal with either. Still, Su Ping, a man who hid in the small world of a Star Lord, had a better aptitude than him. A Star Lord set foot on the steps suspiciously. The heavenly tribulations lose effect. But then lightning fell after only a few steps. He crushed it and then retreated, at a loss for words. The heavenly tribulations didn't lose effect. That was awfully weird. Was Su Ping carrying any ultimate treasures that could prevent lightning strikes? They had never heard of such treasures. Was he simply too talented? He only encountered the gathering and dispersion of lightning when he took the last step. As a result, nobody saw how powerful the lightning strike was. If he counted on nothing but his aptitude, he had surely hidden his strength in the previous battle. Did he, so to speak, he could have easily defeated that kid but chose to play with him. I don't know what it means to simply walk to the end of the stairs, but he should be able to challenge opponents beyond his level. He has to be as strong as us. Damn it, this is a ruthless man who likes pretending to be weak. The Star Lords looked at each other in bewilderment. The man was only in the star state, but was as strong as a Star Lord. If the stairs hadn't indirectly shown his aptitude, nobody could have figured out that he had never tried his best in the earlier battle. That guy. The leader girl was quite stunned, too. Although she was quite proud, she knew she couldn't cross the ancient stairs as easily as Su Ping did. The man's aptitudes were unbelievable. Seriously, Brother Heaven Destroyer didn't trigger any lightning. He triggered one, but he left before it took shape. Brother Heaven Destroyer is unbelievable. No wonder he chose such a name. He's truly a Heaven Destroyer. Tisk Tusk, our leader is probably the only person who's more talented than Brother Heaven Destroyer. He's so awesome. All the members of the Alliance of Stars were whispering, overwhelmed with shock. Chapter 825, Twilight Deity King. It took Su Ping less than 1 minute to climb all the stairs. He was so fast he seemed to be running on a flat field. Everybody reacted after Su Ping disappeared into the mist on the other side beyond the stairs. They were green with envy. If the stairs are set as a test of the divine residence, wouldn't that Star State guy get all the treasures in it? There are so many Star Lords here, yet someone in the Star State is taking advantage of us. It's hard to say. The 3 Ascendant State experts couldn't have missed the legacies here. Cut the crap. The problem is, how are we going to get there? All the Star Lords felt a headache. Up on the stairs, a grim purple-robed young man was trembling with fury. He could accept the failure of the competition for the Tree of Laws, since he didn't want to expose his biggest trump card for something that wasn't worthy enough. However, he had failed again, while his aptitude was being tested on the stairs. There were no excuses this time. He had been completely crushed. On the other end of the stairs, Su Ping looked at the divine residence, which seemed so distant that it seemed as if it were thousands of kilometers away a moment earlier, but tangible and close at hand at that moment. The construction was magnificent. Su Ping concentrated divine power on his eyes and saw traps in many places. They were ancient traps built with arrays. He felt able to crack some of them, but the others were too perplexing. Is this the divine residence? There are no legacies here. Su Ping looked around and didn't see any of the sort. If there were, shouldn't there be some sort of guidance for him since he had passed the stair test? He waited for a moment, but nothing happened. He couldn't help but feel regretful. But Su Ping wasn't too sad. After all, the 3 Ascendants had entered that divine residence earlier and might have already claimed the legacies. It would be unrealistic to take advantage of experts of that caliber, finding treasures they missed. Su Ping shook his head. It was fine if no legacies were available. Any trip would be worth it as long as he could find anything valuable. It would be even more profitable if he found something more precious than the Tree of Laws. Su Ping looked at the other end of the stairs, only to find that the mist blocked his senses. It seemed to contain some sort of special energy. He couldn't see the leader girl or the other Star Lords. He shook his head, feeling lucky that the other treasure hunters had been unable to enter. He withdrew his gaze and walked into the square up ahead. The place was extremely vast and clean, surrounded by bodies floating all around like a hellish scene, but the square was in fact clean, with unworldly clouds drifting everywhere. After he walked only several steps, a cold and angry roar came from behind him. "Hey!" Su Ping looked back, only to see the purple-robed young man glaring at him by the stairs. The poor sod looked truly wretched. His luxurious purple robe, which seemed to be a secret treasure, was already ragged. His neat hair also became fluffy, just like a rock star. His pants had been torn apart too, revealing his blackened thighs and even part of his butt. What can I do for you?" Su Ping appeared to be absolutely harmless. The young man's lips twitched. "What can you do? You surpass me." "Remember my name. I am Xing, said the haughty fellow with a gloomy expression, adding word for word, "One day I will challenge you again and beat you." "Okay," Su Ping replied, uninterested. He thought it was about something else. "You want to beat me? Not going to happen. Also, why would I give you a chance to challenge me? Is there any bonus for beating you again?" "Okay," the purple-robed young man almost vomited blood when he heard Su Ping's reply. Is that how a man was supposed to reply to a challenge? Common sense dictates that geniuses should cherish each other. He should have said, "I'll wait for you to challenge me." If he were more arrogant, he could have added a "you'll fail again when you meet next time." Although the young man would have been angered by that, he would have replied coldly, "Things change, just you wait." Still, all I got was an okay. What's the meaning of that? The greatest insult was indifference. "You will regret your arrogant attitude." He gnashed his teeth. Su Ping felt a bit confused. "Why am I arrogant? Who's being arrogant here? You, a Fate State warrior, are challenging Void State guy like me, yet you're saying I'm arrogant. I'll be on my way if that is all." Su Ping would rather spend the time on treasure hunting than chattering senselessly. Su Ping wouldn't have even minded finishing the guy off right then and there. so that he wouldn't cause any trouble in the future. Were it not for his big stash of life-saving trump cards, it remained unknown if he could become a troublemaker. Xing he gloomily watched as Su Ping turned around and walked away. He clenched his fists so hard they almost broke. He had never been completely ignored before. That was usually how he treated the proud talents he defeated. And yet, he was the one who became the object of ridicule that day. How humiliating. Xing he gazed at Su Ping's back and swore, "Just wait for it. When I reach the star state, I will step on your head, then have you kneel and beg for mercy." He didn't waste any time either. He turned around and left. He suddenly thought of something after taking a few steps. The stairs felt like a test. Then where's the reward for that test? Did Su Ping already claim it? That couldn't be the case. Although surpassed, he used a lot of trump cards and quickly caught up to Su Ping. He didn't see the latter picking up any sort of legacy. It seems that the stair test was not set to choose an heir, but just to screen out unqualified visitors. That makes sense. If there were any legacies available, the three ascendants surely claimed them already. Xing he was slightly relieved. If Su Ping would have obtained a legacy, it would probably be impossible for him to beat him someday, and he would have bragged about it. The more proud someone was, the less they would boast. Only those who were incapable of achieving their goals could enjoy bragging about themselves. Once he thought that, Xing he chose not to stay and moved to the opposite side of Su Ping's direction. Su Ping walked for a moment and suddenly shivered. A mist appeared before his eyes. It soon disappeared, revealing that he was in the middle of a peach orchard. Flower fragrances were intense in that spot. Su Ping was surprised by the relocation. Was that a hidden teleportation array? Or is it an illusion array? He observed the peach orchard and found it to be very real. He cautiously moved forward, soon finding a tombstone. The place became creepy the moment he laid eyes on it. Su Ping focused his eyes on the tombstone. He couldn't read all the ancient divine characters inscribed, but he recognized one of them, which seemed to be heaven. The peach orchard suddenly faded when he gazed at the tombstone. The pink peach blossoms lost their color and became gray. An intense air of death arose from the bottom of the trees and turned into vague ghosts. The pink blossoms instantly fell and withered on the ground. Once the flowers fell, Su Ping immediately saw a lot of tombs in the peach orchard, besides the trees that looked like dry bodies. The place was a graveyard. Ghosts. Once he looked at the shape of a person that had just been consolidated, Su Ping frowned and summoned the little skeleton. That place was a divine residence anyway. He wouldn't dare to be careless, for he had but one life. The little skeleton emitted a powerful aura like the king of the dead the moment it appeared. Crimson light surfaced in its eyes as it coldly looked down at the ghosts. Still, the ghosts didn't seem to be fazed by this and continued to surround them. Su Ping circulated his astral power, ready for battle. But exactly at this moment, a feeble voice came from far away. "What year is it?" The voice was uttered telepathically into Su Ping's head. He was able to understand the meaning it meant to convey. He was stunned for a moment, but then looked at a ghost who looked like a hunched old man. The voice originated from him. What made Su Ping become solemn was that the old man was standing there like an indestructible mountain that could block anything. "This is year 5694, 7th Eon of the federal calendar," said Su Ping. He had obtained the information via the Lord badge back on Rhea. It was also the universal way of counting years for human beings. "Federal calendar, what's that? Is the Twilight Deity King still alive?" asked the old man via telepathy again. Su Ping was confused. "Twilight Deity King, is he the master of this place?" "That is correct." "Well, I don't think so. This divine residence was already abandoned long ago. I heard that it surfaced from deep space because some barriers loosened. This place has nothing but ruins," said Su Ping truthfully. Since the ghosts were willing to communicate, he preferred to avoid wasting his astral power to fight them. "Abandoned." The ghosts around him, seemed to tremble in shock after his response. Aura of death rippled on the old man, as if feeling greatly disturbed. It wasn't until a moment later that he finally calmed down and said, "So, you're an intruder that's here for treasures." Intruder. Su Ping found the word aggressive and had a bad feeling about it. He quickly said, "I'm not an intruder, and I didn't come here for any malicious purposes. Allow me to apologize if I disrupted your rest. I see refined divine power in you, and you're also a human. Don't worry, we won't give you a hard time," said the old man. His voice carried the tone of death, but he sounded gentle and caring. Human beings should be united now that we're on the decline. We mustn't fight amongst ourselves. Now that you've come here, it is your fate to inherit whatever legacies the Twilight Deity King left behind. It will be great if another Deity King emerges and leads the rise of humankind. Su Ping was a lot more relaxed to find that he wasn't malicious. He asked curiously, "Human beings are declining. Right now, we're the strongest species in the universe. We've colonized countless planets and turned beasts, ghosts, and aliens into pets. We're not as weak as we used to be." The strongest species in the universe. Not just the old man, the other ghosts were obviously stirred, too. They didn't know what universe meant, but they understood that it was the greatest world through their telepathic communication. The strongest species was easier to understand. Did human beings already become the strongest species? Are you serious?" The old man rippled and spoke in a trembling voice. Su Ping was stunned. Yes. That was what he had learned from the Lord Badge. Humankind was the dominating race of the whole universe at the moment. I didn't know that the day would really come. Finally, the long-awaited age of prosperity has arrived. Our sacrifice was not in vain. The Twilight Deity King is gone. He must have blocked the heavenly pit by sacrificing his life in the end. He exchanged himself for this age of prosperity. Ha ha. All the ghosts trembled violently at that moment. Some were letting out creepy noises that sounded both like sobs and laughter, but what they said was quite touching. Some were also laughing madly, as if they would have lost their minds. Human beings are no longer as insignificant as ants. We don't have to look up to other species anymore. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed and then wiped his tears, although he didn't have any, being a specter. He was simply doing it unconsciously. Su Ping was shocked by their reactions. He could deeply feel the excited atmosphere amongst them. Learning about the age of prosperity is this shocking. After regaining control of himself, the old man thanked Su Ping. "Thank you. Thank you for bringing such good news to us." The other ghosts also offered their thanks. Su Ping was overwhelmed. He had expected a fierce battle, not a joyful celebration. "I didn't expect that I could get to see the age of prosperity in the future. We can die without regrets." "Yes, no more regrets. Our lives were worth it," all the ghosts declared in excitement. "This is the divine peach orchard where the Twilight Deity King buried us. Unfortunately, all the peach trees withered over the years while nurturing our souls. Will soon be gone and enter the other world," said the old man to Su Ping. Su Ping then realized what had happened to the dry and blackened trees. "Senior, do you know how I can leave this place?" asked Su Ping courteously. "That's easy." The old man raised his hand and waved. Then a crack appeared, showing the divine residence outside. He looked at the magnificent divine residence with affection in his eyes. "Given our ghostly nature, we dare not taint the Deity King's place of rest. You can get out through this passage." Su Ping then relaxed and quickly thanked him. "Now that you're here, the Twilight Deity King must be truly gone, but his divine residence still stands. I know where his treasury is. You can go there and see if there are any treasures that haven't been worn out by time yet. You would be doing those marvelous items a favor if you can make them glow again." The old man heaved a sigh.